Chapter 465. After Tantai, Lien closed the door. She condensed another barrier. Only then did she let out a long sigh of relief with a flushed face. They won't peek, right? After Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, and Xia Yuyu arrived at the hall, their faces were all serious. They directly sat down cross-legged with their backs, facing the steering wheel in the room. No one spoke, but they were all a little nervous, especially when they thought of what Tantai Lien might do next. A faint blush appeared on their faces. 5 minutes passed. The three still didn't say a word, but they couldn't help but carefully sense each other's aura. 10 minutes later, Xia Yuyu looked at Chen Shui, then looked at Tantai Lien, and finally couldn't help but speak first. Do you think little Lien and Hao Hao's Phoenix inheritance will work? It's already been 10 minutes. I don't know if it has any effect. I'm so impatient. Aren't you worried at all? Who says we're not worried, but we can't peek, right? Helian Wuzi said, and looked at Chen Shui at the same time. After a slight pause, she said, Sister Shui, did you already peek? No, don't talk nonsense. Why would I peek? Chen Shui blushed, frowned, and glared at Helian Wuzi, pretending to be angry. Then why don't you look worried at all? Helian Wuzi frowned. That's right, Sister Shui. If you want to look, then look. We won't tell little Lien. What's the situation now? Xia Yu also said. The two of them were sure that Chen Shui had already peeked. It couldn't be helped. During this period of contact, the two of them already knew Chen Shui's abnormal soul perception. Even compared to Chen Hao, it wasn't the slightest bit weaker. If Chen Shui really wanted to peek, whether it was little Lien or them, they definitely wouldn't be able to detect it. You too. I really didn't look. How am I not worried? But what's the use of being worried? Do you want to peek? I'm just a little impatient. Me too, but we don't have such strong perception. If we peek, I'm afraid it will affect little Lien. That's not good. When Xia Yuyu and Helian Wuzi heard Chen Shui's words, they naturally wouldn't say that they wanted to peek. They only said that they were anxious. So, you want to peek? I have a way to let you guys peek without little Lien noticing. Chen Shui said. What method? The two of them hurriedly asked. My psychic mirror. I think I left it in my room. Chun, Shuemeng whispered in embarrassment. Ah, Sister Shui, you're so sinister. You don't want to watch anymore, do you? Hearing Xia Yuyu actually call her sinister, Chen Shui angrily glared at Xia Yuyu's pure and clear eyes. She was indeed a little embarrassed. However, she was doing this for the sake of Chen Hao. After all, her mother had placed a restriction on her body. For the time being, no matter what, she could not help Chen Hao. As for Helian Wuzi and Xia Yuyu, they shouldn't have this problem. However, Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, and Xia Yuyu were all virgins and didn't have any experience in this area. What if the two of them didn't know what to do? She didn't have any experience to pass on. Even if she did, how could she have the nerve to pass it on? As for Tantai Lien, she was considered an expert among the four of them. She had at least experienced it once, right? Such an opportunity to observe was a great opportunity to learn. I want to watch. Sister Shui, when we activate it, will we be discovered by Xiaolian? She won't. I've placed a concealment restriction on the psychic mirror. Moreover, Xiaolian has already immersed herself in communicating with Chen Hao. Even if you try to sense it, she won't discover it. At most, she'll discover it afterwards. I'll contact you. Quickly connect. Xia Yuyu impatiently took out her psychic mirror. The three great beauties actually gathered together, as if they were thieves. Even when Chen Shui used her perception to secretly look, her heartbeat quickened. After all, her perception could only sense the circulation of Tantai Lien's aura and roughly simulate the scene. However, it wasn't visible to the naked eye. However, the psychic mirror was different. As for Helian Wuzi and Xia Yuyu, they were even more nervous. Their eyes stared fixedly at the psychic mirror and even held their breaths. After Helian Wuzi sent out the signal, Chen Shui's powerful divine sense directly penetrated into the room and connected to Helian Wuzi's signal request. Hiss! The psychic mirror in Helian Wuzi's hand instantly emitted rays of faint blue light. A clear image appeared in the eyes of the three people. The three great beauties all stared with their eyes wide open. They held their breaths and stared with their eyes straight. The three little faces instantly flushed red. They saw that Tantai Lian and Chun Hao were already completely naked. Tantai Lian's graceful and exquisite body was fully revealed. Her charm was fully displayed. Her entire body flickered with resplendent faint blue flames, which enveloped the completely naked Chun Hao. The two of them sat cross-legged facing each other and slowly circled in the air. Seeing the completely naked Tantai Lian, the three girls were already extremely shy. Their heartbeats strangely accelerated to a terrifying degree, not to mention seeing the completely naked Chun Hao. Tantai Lian's graceful and exquisite body caused them to exclaim in admiration in their hearts. At the same time, they were also secretly comparing. It had to be said that at any time, a woman's mentality of comparison existed. Especially in the aspect of beauty, it was even more so, and Chun Hao's streamlined muscles, full of masculinity and beauty, caused the three girls to stop breathing. This wasn't because the three girls were lustful, nor was it because they saw Chun Hao's body and were overflowing with lust. It was merely the attraction of yin and yang between them and the man they loved. Even though the current Chun Hao's aura was still terrifyingly weak, it didn't affect the visual impact he brought to the three girls. So ugly. When Xia Yuyu's gaze couldn't help but carefully size up Chun Hao's body from head to toe, and when it moved to a certain place, this innocent girl couldn't help but open her mouth and make a sound. What's ugly? Chen Shui and Helian Wuzi both looked at Xia Yuyu curiously. Here. Xia Yuyu actually pointed at a certain place on the psychic mirror's image and said bluntly, it's indeed ugly. Helian Wuzi slightly frowned. Her face flushed red, but she resisted laughing and said very seriously, PFFF. Chen Shui couldn't help but laugh out loud. She looked at Xia Yuyu with a speechless face and said, You should not know what that is, right? What? Xia Yuyu asked in astonishment. PFFF. Helian Wuzi finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her originally cold little face looked at Xia Yuyu with eyes full of speechlessness. Even though Chen Shui and Helian Wuzi were unmarried girls, how could they not have seen the difference between a boy and a girl in their living environment since they were young? It's just that after they grew up, they didn't see it. But Xia Yuyu was a girl favored by the heavens and was obviously pure to the point of idiocy. This is the difference between a man and a woman. When the real yin and yang dual cultivation, it's necessary. I also don't understand too much. Let's see, Xiaolian should understand more than us. If Chun Hao was awake at this moment and knew that a man and a woman were using his most precious thing to discuss beauty and ugliness, he would be so depressed that he would vomit 3 liters of blood. At this moment, I don't even feel a fart. I'm completely immersed in a mysterious state. How could it not be ugly? That's the Rui Jingu Bang. Right now, it's just a little listless and listless. Once it displays its peerless might and peerless style, who would dare to say it's ugly? Whoever says it will be served with the Jingu Bang. In the room, Tantai Lian wholeheartedly immersed herself in the arduous task of awakening Chun Hao. She only thought that Chen Shui might be spying on her, but she could only ignore it. After all, no matter how strong her perception was, she still couldn't really see what she was doing. Chen Shui could only rely on her imagination. If she knew that her every move was being monitored by 6 big eyes, she probably wouldn't be able to enter the state at all. Unfortunately, after using an entire half an hour, Tantai Lien had activated the Phoenix Inheritance and the heavenly flames of Nirvana with limitless possibilities. Moreover, she had also raised her emotions to the point where she was almost burning with desire. However, Chun Hao still didn't give her any response. This kind of thing could only be completed when both parties were on the same page, because this wasn't a simple XXO, but a fusion of yin and yang. Without absolute passion and excitement, it was impossible to awaken Chun Hao's soul, not to mention a true fusion of spirit and body. Otherwise, Tantai Lien would only need to use a little bit of her energy to make certain things display their power. After an hour, Tantai Lien finally helplessly stopped activating her mind and energy. Her essence, energy, and spirit seemed to have been burned and withered. She was extremely weak. After putting on her clothes, she helped Chun Hao, who was motionless like a corpse, put on his clothes. Creak, Tantai Lien gently pushed open the door. Her face was slightly red as she peeked out. She saw 3 women sitting cross-legged with their backs facing the door. They seemed to be immersed in cultivation. "I'm done." Tantai Lien let out a slight sigh of relief and said softly. After a while, Chen Shui and the other 2 acted as if they were done cultivating. They floated to Tantai Lien's side and said, "Done? How is it?" Tantai Lien shook her head and said, "It's useless." He didn't have any reaction at all. You try it." I'd better not try. If you can't do it, then I can't either." Hearing Tantai Lien's words, Xia Yuyu's face immediately turned red, and she said nervously, "How would you know if you don't try?" Tantai Lien said, "Even if you try it, it definitely won't work. The ruins that Hao and I entered were only of a very low level. The cultivation method that we studied together was only of the innate realm. Now that we're all in the blessed realm, what effect can it have? It really won't work." Xia Yuyu said, "Yuyu, this has nothing to do with the realm of the cultivation method. What's important is the degree of compatibility between your souls. That's right. Why don't you go to the cultivation room? Chun Hao once cultivated in the cultivation room, and there are remnants of his aura. Perhaps it will be useful." Chen Shui stared at Xia Yuyu and said, at the same time, she sent a message to her. "Yuyu, this time we promise not to peek. That should be fine, right? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 466. Xia Yuyu agreed in the end, but she didn't go to the cultivation room. Instead, she asked Chen Shui to take away the psychic mirror. After checking it several times and confirming that there were no secrets, she started to activate the 9 revolutions Earth-Yin technique. After all, her dual cultivation with Chun Hao wasn't a true fusion of spirit and body. Even if it was sensed, it was nothing compared to Tantai Lien's. The 9 revolutions Earth-Yin technique was too low level for the current Xia Yuyu. Now that she was activating it, both its power and her comprehension were countless times stronger. Waves after waves of mental shock, as well as the telepathy that she and Chun Hao had comprehended together, surged into Chun Hao's mind like a tide. But Chun Hao's mind was like refined steel. No matter how tender Xia Yuyu was, he didn't react at all. When her essence, energy, and spirit were exhausted, Xia Yuyu had to give up. "What should we do? We've tried, but there's nothing we can do. We can only wait until the 3 realms are rebuilt, and the passageway is restored. My mother and your master should have a way. Let's take turns for the next 2 days. Even if we can't wake him up, we have to instill energy into him. Right now, he doesn't seem to have any ability to recover. Chen Shui was at her wit's end. That's the only way. The four of them knew that Chen Hao's life wasn't in danger. The only thing they were worried about was the impact of Chen Hao's soul injury on his cultivation. In the cultivation world, there were many geniuses who declined due to soul injuries. Just like how Chen Hao said soul fighter during the war, the four girls had no idea. Central Continent, Limitless Demon Palace, Heartbroken Palace. Dead, dead, all dead, all dead, all dead. Ah, boom. Fan Suixin punched a mountain peak angrily and turned it into dust. Fan Suixin's towering anger made her almost crazy. In the past few months, Soul Fighter's astonishing improvement was already on the verge of entering the ranks of the top geniuses. Fan Suixin believed that Soul Fighter would definitely be able to amaze the world in the upcoming Wuji Elite Academy qualifiers and win glory and fortune for Heartbroken Hall. They were all dead. Not only was Soul Fighter dead, but all the genius disciples of Heartbroken Palace who followed Soul Fighter were dead as well. Chen Hao. Ah, boom, boom, boom. Under Fan Suixin's angry roar, the giant mountain peaks were directly destroyed. The land within tens of thousands of miles of Broken Heart Hall was shaking. Countless experts of Broken Heart Hall stared at the Mad Hall Master in silence, their hearts trembling with fear. Vice Palace Master, what happened to make the Palace Master so angry? Several old men quietly came to the Deputy Palace Master's side and asked through telepathy with a shocked expression. Soul Fighter is dead. What? The old men's eyes widened in shock. Not only is Soul Fighter dead, all of the genius disciples who followed him are dead as well. How is this possible? Did the Celestial Venerable, These old men were the higher-ups of the Broken Heart Hall, so they knew everything about Soul Fighter, the genius disciple. When they heard the Vice Palace Master's words, they immediately thought of the Celestial Venerable. The Vice Palace Master shook his head and sighed. It's Chen Hao. Chen Hao. Didn't he die in the relic? If he really died in the relic, this wouldn't happen. 2 days ago, his name appeared on the list of Elite Academy X's qualifiers. Didn't the registration end 2 months ago? He's one of the elite guardians of the Alliance. Before the start of the tournament, as long as you're in the manifestation realm, you can register at any time. Vice Palace Master, all of you come here. Yes. The experts who were whispering to each other suddenly heard Fan Suixin's voice, which resounded throughout Heartbroken Palace. They hurriedly flew over. Gather all the details of Chen Hao killing Soul Fighter and the other disciples of Heartbroken Palace, as well as the super genius disciples from other palaces that Soul Fighter invited. Report it to the headquarters and report it to the palaces that those super genius disciples belong to. Remember, all information on Chen Hao must be detailed. I don't believe that Limitless Demon Palace will allow him to grow. Yes, Vice Palace Master, once the Eastern Continent's cultivation world recovers, rush over immediately to understand the situation. Yes, Palace Master. 3 days later. We won. We won. Ha ha ha. Boom, boom, boom. Countless experts of the immortal Tao in the creation realm stared at the violent ripples in the air and let out cheers that reverberated throughout the world. The 3 realms and the Milky Way, under the cooperation of all the experts and the contracts signed by the 3 Daos, the 3 realms were redivided and a new boundary was formed. It was only at this moment that the real victory was here. All the major chambers of commerce had regained their communications with the outside world. The 3 teleportation portals to the outside world were restored. Immediately, countless cultivators in the Eastern Continent who were anxiously waiting received the news at the same time. Everyone thought that they had heard wrong. How was it possible that the immortal path had won and obtained a territory of 20 million kilometers? Chen Hao. Chen Hao. It's Chen Hao. In all the information that was sent back, there were a few names with Chen Hao as the leader. Chen Hao, Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, Xia Yuyu, and Tantai Lian. Chen Hao's astonishing battle prowess had shaken the entire Eastern Continent's cultivation world. Chen Hao, who had been the #1 cultivator among the younger generation of the Eastern Continent's immortal path, had once again become the focus of the entire immortal path in just a few short years. The intersect competition could not be compared to this time. A manifestation realm cultivator had suppressed a half-step human immortal, turned the tide, and saved the Eastern Continent's immortal path. What did that mean? When the news reached the Eastern Continent's immortal path, the 10 sects issued a joint order to hold a celebration at the Stargazing sect in 3 days. All cultivators above the primordial spirit realm were eligible to participate. All qualified cultivators hurried to the Stargazing sect as soon as possible, wanting to pay their respects to Chen Hao, the man who changed the fate of the Eastern Continent's immortal path. The disciples who didn't have the right to participate in the celebration were hopping mad. They asked their senior brothers and sisters to record the event with crystals. The Stargazing sect disciples who'd been forcibly disbanded were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. As for the Stargazing sect disciples who'd announced in advance that they'd severed ties with the Stargazing sect, they quietly went into hiding. They didn't dare return, nor did they have the face to do so. However, when Xia Feng and the 10 sects issued the news, they had no idea that something had happened to Chen Hao. Stargazing sect, Chen Hao's peak. Several important figures of the Eastern Continent, including Yuan Tairan, Xia Feng, and the other sect leaders of the 10 sects, had gathered at the entrance to Chen Hao's palace. Secret arts, 800 years of lifespan, soul damage. Xia Feng and the others stared at Chen Shui, and the other girls, their expressions turning from joy to solemnity. We should have thought of this, no matter how strong the numinous treasure set is. How strong can it be? He's only at the early stage manifestation realm. No matter how strong his talent and battle prowess are, there's a limit to it. How can he defeat a half-step human immortal? Xia Feng's brows were deeply furrowed as he stared blankly at the palace. His gaze seemed to penetrate the palace gates and see Chen Hao, who'd fallen into a deep sleep. Everyone, this news must rot in your stomachs. No one can know about it. Chen Hao burned his lifespan for the sake of the immortal Tao, and his soul was severely damaged. He's sacrificed too much. Because of this, he may very well lose the treatment that belongs to him as a top genius site. You understand what I mean? Understood, Xia Feng. But how long can this be hidden? The world of cultivation is cruel. Everything depends on one's strength. His soul was severely damaged, especially after burning 800 years of his lifespan. In everyone's eyes, no matter how talented Chen Hao was, he'd become a good-for-nothing. In the cruel world of cultivation, which force would be willing to waste countless resources and energy to cultivate a disciple who was destined to have no future? Of course, they knew why Xia Feng wanted them to keep it a secret. He didn't want the Wuji, Immortal Palace, and the others to know about Chen Hao's soul damage. Only in this way could Chen Hao continue to receive resources. But even if they could hide it for a while, they couldn't hide it forever. After a while, when Chen Hao's cultivation progress was mediocre, the truth would be revealed. At that time, Chen Hao would fall from heaven to hell and become mediocre. We'll hide it for as long as we can. This is the only thing we can do for him. Now, as the #1 sect leader of the 10 immortal Tao sects, I declare that no matter what happens to Chen Hao in the future, he, his family and friends, as well as the star-picking sect, will be protected by the immortal Dao Sex. Without him, the immortal Dao Sex wouldn't exist today. As long as he's willing, he can use any of our resources, even if it's a waste. You have any objections? No, I don't have any objections. But all the resources of the immortal Dao Sex in the Eastern continent are already of very little use to him. He's already in the manifestation realm. It's good that you don't have any objections. Whether it's useful or not, we can only leave it to the heavens, Xia Lingfeng said, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. Then he looked at Xia Yuyu and said, Yuyu, grandfather announces today that you're officially Chun Hao's Dao companion. When he wakes up, grandfather will hold a wedding ceremony for you. Grandfather. Xia Yuyu's face turned red. It seemed that she couldn't accept Xia Lingfeng's change. Are you not willing? No. Xia Yuyu said, Grandfather, we've already discussed it. We'll immediately bring Hao Hao back to the central continent and ask Master for help. No, absolutely not. Xia Lingfeng hastily said, Sect Master Xia, why not? Don't tell me you have a way? Chen Shui couldn't help but ask. Looking at Chen Shui's sharp gaze, Xia Lingfeng helplessly shook his head. We don't have a way. You can go back to the central continent, but you can't tell anyone that Chun Hao burned 800 years of his lifespan, and his soul was heavily injured. Although you've been in the Eastern continent for a few years, you're still young and don't understand the cruelty of the cultivation world. Forgive me for being blunt, but if you really tell the immortal reverends that Chun Hao's soul was heavily injured, I'm afraid that Chun Hao will lose the qualification to be nurtured by the limitless immortal palace. I know that the two immortal reverends are very good to you, but that's all because of your talent. What if you lose your talent? The chances of someone with a heavily injured soul being able to step into the worldly immortal realm is close to zero. No matter how good the two immortal reverends are to Chun Hao, they won't waste any more time on him. Impossible. My master, my mother is definitely not that kind of person. Chen Shui's face slightly changed. Yes, master treats Chun Hao better than us. She definitely won't ignore Chun Hao. Helian Wuzi, Xia Yuyu, and Tantai Lian also didn't agree with Xia Lingfeng's words. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 467. That's because of the potential that Chun Hao has shown. You're too naive. Myriad Pill Pavilion's pavilion master said, Sect Master Xia, and the rest of us have been in the central continent before and have seen the fate of many fallen geniuses. If you really want to help Chun Hao, you can't expose the news that Chun Hao's soul is seriously injured. If you want to help him, you have to rely on yourselves. Hide it for as long as you can, and there may be a glimmer of hope. That's right. Also, you have to talk to the disciples of Wuji Immortal Palace who know about this. Chun Hao has helped them a lot this time, and each of them has been given a spiritual treasure. I believe it shouldn't be a problem for them to hide it for a while. Xia Lingfeng said, under the persistent persuasion of the crowd. The four girls began to feel uneasy. Moreover, through the discussion with the crowd, the four girls understood that even immortal venerables didn't have a good way to heal the soul. The only way to heal the soul was to find rare and precious spiritual herbs, spiritual pills, and powerful dual cultivation method. Subsequently, the four women found Jiang Hai, Huang Wenshu, and the other disciples of Wuji Immortal Palace and explained the situation tactfully. Jiang Hai and Huang Wenshu naturally wouldn't have any problems. As for the others, they were also hot-blooded young people who hadn't been assimilated by the cruelty of the cultivation world. They also had a pure heart and naturally agreed to keep Chun Hao's secret. Under the leadership of Jiang Hai and Huang Wenshu, they swore a poison oath. Although some of them had some thoughts, they could only bury it in their hearts. In their opinion, even if they didn't say anything, Chun Hao's situation would be exposed sooner or later. They just needed to maintain the treatment for a while. Hiss. On the eastern continent's Immortal Path's teleportation array to Emerald Smoke City, a bright light flashed. The unconscious Chun Hao, the 4 women, and the people of Wuji Immortal Palace disappeared from the teleportation array. The eastern continent's Immortal Path celebration, as well as Chun Nan, Chun Yan, and other relatives and friends who were eager to see Chun Hao, could only be comforted by Xia Lingfeng and Yuan Tairan. Wuji Immortal Palace, Han Mei Hall. What's going on? When Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, Xia Yuyu, and Tantai Lien stepped into the hall with Chun Hao, Han Mei Immortal, and Yunwei Immortal locked onto Chun Hao, who was standing in the middle. Others couldn't see what was wrong with Chun Hao at the moment, but the two could see that Chun Hao was pretending to be awake under the support of the 4 women's energy. The 4 girls bowed and greeted, "Greetings, Master Immortal." "No need to be so courteous. Speak, what's the matter with this kid?" "It's like this." Chen Shui slowly explained the situation that happened in the eastern continent during this period of time. Good. I really didn't expect this little guy to be so strong. It seems like he had a huge harvest in the ruins. He can take out so many spirit treasures. Although the mysteries of these spirit treasures are very simple, the quality is beyond imagination. It's just right for you to use. Venerable Han, Mei said. It seems like our 2 halls are going to amaze everyone in the Wuji Elite Academy's qualifier. Come, let me see what kind of state this guy is in. Yun Wei Immortal's face had a trace of gratification and expectation. Master, when Chun Hao entered this state, he specifically told us that no one was allowed to check on his condition. He comprehended a mysterious lost art that he obtained in the historical remains. Once an external force interrupts him, he will suffer an extremely serious backlash. If we weren't in a hurry to come back and report to Master, we wouldn't have dared to bring him back. Helian Wuzi said, "Oh, this guy? All right, I won't bother about him. Did he say when he will wake up? Don't miss the Elite Academy's qualifier," Yunwei Immortal said. He said he would finish in about 20 days. It shouldn't be delayed, right? Helian Wuzi replied. "Master, should I bring Chun Hao to my palace first? Or..." Chen Shui looked at Han Mei Immortal and asked. In formal occasions, she always called her master. "His palace has already been prepared. Bring him there. There is still less than a month left. The 4 of you have to hurry up and train. You all have great hopes in the Elite Academy's qualifier. No matter what, you all have to seize this opportunity. Master, what's so good about the Elite Academy? Although Chun Hao can finish in 20 days, what if he doesn't wake up by then?" Chen Shui couldn't help but ask. The benefits of the Elite Academy are not something you can imagine. You will understand when you enter. Now, I can simply explain it to you. Stepping into the Elite Academy means that you have stepped into the real life of a cultivator. A vast and magnificent path will be opened for you. This is definitely not something that elixirs, magical treasures, cultivation grounds, and other conditions can compare to. If you can't pass the qualifier, you will only have that qualification after reaching the immortal realm. You will understand a little when you enter the competition. Go. Oh, the 4 girls became more curious, but the 2 immortal primes obviously didn't want to say more. This kid is hiding a great secret. No matter how powerful the relics are, it is impossible to have so many spiritual treasure sets. Also, did you notice that the spiritual treasure sets of Xiao Wu and the rest, as well as the members of Aotian, are very compatible with their attributes? The materials used are extremely precious in the whole boundless land. How could he have gotten them in the relics? No relics can have so many spiritual treasures of the same level. Even if they appeared, they should be suitable for him. How could they be suitable for others? Who doesn't have a secret among the top geniuses? You are thinking too much. Han Mei Immortal glanced at Immortal Yunwei and said, he is only at the initial stage of the destiny realm and has the combat power of a half-step human immortal. Even if he has a spiritual treasure set, it is still impossible. But he did it. This time, Limitless Demon Palace lost a lot of genius disciples. With Fan Suixin's character, he will definitely not let it go. Yes, it's up to him whether he'll become a stepping stone or be trampled on. However, I believe that other than those monstrous geniuses from the Limitless Devil Palace, there shouldn't be anyone who can do anything to him. Did you sense anything from his aura earlier? Venerable Yun Wei asked. His essence, chi, spirit, and soul are all hidden to an unbelievable extent. Even I can't do that. I didn't dare to invade his body to check. After the four girls left with Chun Hao, the two immortal primes talked about Chun Hao. Although the four girls deliberately exaggerated Chun Hao's powerful spiritual treasure set and mysterious secret technique, the two immortal primes still felt that Chun Hao's achievements in the Eastern continent were unbelievable. After all, the four of them couldn't hide the secret technique that Soul Fighter MO had used and the existence of the half-step human immortal notice Xieching in the Eastern continent. How could the two immortal primes not know the difference between the half-step human immortal and the destiny realm? But Chun Hao did it. However, Chun Hao, who had always created miracles, didn't let the two immortal primes realize that Chun Hao had also burned his true yuan. After Lung Ning Huan, Lung Ming Lu, Huyen Aobua, and the others knew that Chun Hao had returned, they all rushed to the palace that immortal primes Han Mei had specially arranged for Chun Hao. However, the four of them didn't tell Huyen Aobua and the others about Chun Hao's situation. They only told the two beautiful sisters after Huyen Aobua and the others left. The demon Dao is good at dual cultivation. Huan Lele, does your family have a dual cultivation technique that can deal with Chun Hao's condition? After explaining the situation to the two beautiful sisters, Qin Shui and the others looked at the two of them with anticipation. Sister Shui, our family doesn't pay much attention to dual cultivation. Moreover, the two of us haven't learned anything about it. Oh, then there's no other way. We can only rely on ourselves to find it. You guys take turns to replenish his energy. I'll go take a look at the secret art library. In the next few days, Chen Shui stayed in Cold Plum Hall's secret art library. As immortal primes, Han Mei's direct disciple and her biological daughter, Chen Shui had extremely high authority in Cold Plum Hall. Of course, this was also brought about by her talent. She had the authority to read all the information about the secret art library that was below the creation realm. However, after secretly flipping through all the dual cultivation techniques, Qin Shui couldn't find any that was suitable for Chun Hao's current condition. Instead, it gave her a deeper understanding of dual cultivation techniques. Dual cultivation with a Dao partner was indeed a great cultivation technique that was extremely effective for cultivators. However, even if many genius disciples had a Dao partner early on, they didn't really start dual cultivation. Originally, Qin Shui didn't understand. Dual cultivation could allow cultivators to advance faster and benefit a lot. Why didn't many people dual cultivate? Why did her mother stop her from being with Chun Hao? However, she understood now. If one could rely on one's talent to advance bravely, it was best to cultivate by oneself. Only when one encountered a bottleneck that one couldn't overcome, that was, when one's talent was pushed to the limit and there was no hope of advancing, would it be the best time to start dual cultivation. Otherwise, if one started too early, Dual cultivation would only bring about obvious short-term effects, but it would be disadvantageous in the long run. Simply put, dual cultivation was like a super elixir that didn't differentiate between realms. It was the key to breaking through one's limits. The earlier one used it, the more wasted it would be. The later one used it, the higher the long-term benefits. These dual cultivation techniques have to be in a state of sobriety and achieve spiritual integration first. Only then can the yin and yang complement each other further. I've already checked all the dual cultivation manuals. There are more than 10,000 of them. Why isn't there a single one? Chun Shui frowned and put down the last book that introduced the dual cultivation technique. More than 10,000 books on dual cultivation techniques covered all kinds of aspects that Qin Shui couldn't think of. Most of them were in the primordial soul realm and creation realm, but none of them were helpful. This made Qin Shui feel strange. After all, Cold Plum Hall was one of the main halls of Wuji Immortal Palace. Although it didn't dare to say that it was the most comprehensive, it was at least one of the best in the entire central mainland. Idiot! Why didn't I think of this? Chun Hao's soul is severely injured now, and he has fallen into a deep soul self-healing state. This is an illness. I should start with the healing manuals. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Chen Shui's mind. Her beautiful eyes emitted 2 rays of light, and her figure flashed as she rushed to the healing manuals section. Physical injuries, meridians injuries, internal organs injuries, soul injuries. Here, hiss. After seeing the section for soul injuries, Chen Shui rushed over excitedly. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 468. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the palace, Chun Hao was lying flat on the bed. Judging from his appearance and aura, he was already a corpse in the eyes of ordinary people. Even if the masters of the practice world invaded his mind to sense, they could only determine that Chun Hao's soul had not dissipated. No one knew what kind of pain Chun Hao was suffering in the depths of his mind. Even the old deity and the treasure-hunting sword spirit did not know. Burning one's lifespan was burning one's life and soul. The soul was the ruler of intelligent life and the foundation of a practitioner. What was talent? Talent included the quality of the body and the quality of the soul. The higher the quality of the body, the stronger the defensive and offensive power of the practitioner in the same realm, and the more powerful the Dharma power. The immortal body was the best quality body, but the quality of the soul was what really determined how far a practitioner could go. When a practitioner was a low-level warrior until the peak of the creation realm, the advantage of the quality of the body was obvious. The quality of the soul was relatively weak. But after the creation realm and the human immortal realm, the quality of the soul would be prominent. It was also the most important factor after the celestial prime realm. The stronger the soul, the greater the potential. Because the stronger the soul's endurance, comprehension, state of mind, willpower, etc. would be, and the greater the potential. This was the fundamental reason why Xiao Feng and the others did not want Qin Shui to reveal Chen Hao's soul injury after the celestial prime realm. How much potential could a person whose soul was seriously injured have? Moreover, Chen Hao was only at the initial stage of the creation realm. If his soul was not injured, they believed that with Chen Hao's talent, he would definitely be able to step into the human immortal realm. But now, it was hard to predict. Hiss, 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 accompanied by Chen Hao's crazy roars, the horrible pain of crushing his soul into powder almost made Chen Hao faint again and again. What's going on? The backlash of burning one's lifespan would not be like this. I have to stay awake. I have to stay awake. Once I faint, I will die. Die. I cannot die. Chun Hao had never thought that such a strange situation would occur. According to the records of the Great Devouring Technique, the price he had to pay for using the secret technique was that his soul had been severely damaged. At most, he would fall into a state of self-recovery and sleep for a very long time. However, the moment he fell into a deep sleep, his mind underwent a tremendous change. His soul seemed to have solidified and appeared in an endless dark space. From time to time, a terrifying golden light would rise up. Every time this happened, it felt like his soul was being torn apart. This kind of pain was 100 times, 1,000 times more intense than any pain he had ever experienced before. In the beginning, Chun Hao clenched his teeth and was able to bear it. However, as time passed, the soul-crushing pain became more and more intense. No matter how determined Chun Hao was, he could not help but burst out with painful howls. Even though Chun Hao didn't know why he'd fallen into such a state, he was very clearly aware that once he fell unconscious, it meant that his will had collapsed and his soul had dispersed. Then he would die without a doubt. No one could stop him, and no one could save him. He had tried to contact the old god and the treasure hunter sword spirit, but his soul and mind were imprisoned in this boundless darkness and could not send out any messages. The only thing he could rely on was himself. Pung, rumble, the inconceivably terrifying golden light erupted again and instantly bombarded the depths of Chun Hao's soul. Like an outbreak of a plague, it spread to every strand of Chun Hao's mind. Pain, endless pain, once again bombarded Chun Hao's soul and turned it into fine powder. Gather! 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 Gather for me! The remnant will frantically rang out in Chun Hao's mind. The moment the golden light disappeared, the dissipated soul began to gather again. This was the nirvana of the soul and the reorganization of the will. It played out again and again in Chun Hao's mind. Without the concept of time and space, every minute and every second felt as long as billions of years. Every time Chun Hao gathered, he felt as if he had experienced billions of years. However, the soul that he had painstakingly gathered with his life was instantly destroyed by the terrifying golden light again. It was as if billions of years of pain were endless. When he couldn't bear it anymore, his soul would be annihilated again. Again and again, the remnant will he could leave became weaker and weaker, and the speed of gathering became slower and slower. Chun Hao didn't know how many times he could bear it, but he knew that if this continued, there would be a day when he would truly turn into dust and never wake up again. No, absolutely not. If this continues, how long can I hold on? I don't know what's going on, but I know that this is the most severe test I've ever faced. I can feel that my will is becoming more and more determined. If I can wake up, my mental cultivation will definitely improve tremendously, but the premise is that I can hold on. What should I do? What should I do? Should I just passively endure it? Should I just wait for death? There must be a way. Chun Hao roared in his mind when he began to endure the golden light again. Let him be strong. A gentle breeze brushes the hills. Perfection is like water. Among the 3,000 great ways, various mysteries of cultivating the state of mind began to appear in Chun Hao's mind. While enduring the crushing pain of his soul, he sought a way to break through the shackles of his mind. He wanted to transcend. Only by transcending this pain, overlooking it, and ignoring it could he survive this tribulation. Unfortunately, after experiencing it countless times, Chun Hao found that his thinking was too naive. This was a kind of pain that came from the depths of his soul. It was a real pain that wouldn't be transferred by his will. Spiritual transcendence, such as AQ and so on, had no effect at all. How could it be possible to transcend? The only thing he could do was to endure it. If I can't resist, then I'll close my eyes and enjoy it. Come on more fiercely. Pain. Isn't it just pain? Chun Hao, will never be defeated by you. Ah. Again and again, his body was crushed and condensed. The obsession to survive and the arrogance in his heart made him persevere and not give up. Every time his soul was crushed into powder, Chun Hao's remaining will became weaker and weaker, but he was able to persevere every time. No, it wasn't perseverance, but to enjoy without any distractions. To enjoy the pain, to face the pain head-on, to resist the pain. He was no longer running away, no longer dodging. Instead, he was facing the pain seriously and without any distractions. This was a completely perverted behavior, but Chun Hao had really achieved it without any distractions, to the point of becoming crazy. Completely immersed in this state, he didn't feel anything except pain. There was only endless pain and endless suffering. In this state, he didn't realize that every time his soul was reorganized, there was a very subtle change in his soul. It was a very small change that couldn't be noticed if one didn't pay attention. But at this moment, if Chun Hao seriously compared his soul at the beginning with the soul that had been crushed and reorganized countless times, he would find that there was a shocking gap. Similarly, every time his will was crushed, it seemed to be getting weaker and weaker, but it was becoming more and more condensed and firm like the soul that was being reorganized. Time passed day by day. Chun Hao, who was in a strange state, had no sense of time at all. He didn't have time to think or consider, and the pain he suffered became greater and greater. There was only one obsession in his mind, and that was to survive. For his parents, for his brothers and sisters, for his beloved woman, for his brothers and sisters, and for all the people he couldn't let go of, he had to survive. For his obsession, the obsession of immortality, the obsession of stepping onto the peak of martial arts, he had to survive. How could he die? How could he die? No, it still doesn't work. Why? Why isn't there any reaction? Qin Shui, Helian Wuzi, Xia Yuyu, Tantai Lian, and the Lung sisters, after Qin Shui had tried all the methods to deal with soul injuries, their mood became worse and worse, and they became more and more nervous. He has been unconscious for 20 days now. What should we do? Qin Shui looked at the girls and asked helplessly. There were only 5 days left before the Boundless Continent's Elite Academy's qualifiers would officially begin. In 2 days, they would set off. But now, Chun Hao still didn't have any improvement. Even if they used some methods to make Qin Shui and the rest extremely embarrassed, there was no effect. Even the violent masculine wind powder had been used. Masculine wind powder, as the name suggested, rejuvenated a man's masculinity. It was a famous evil medicine in the world of cultivation. Any man, as long as he wasn't dead, even if he was in a vegetative state, as long as he took the masculine wind powder, he would be able to stimulate the most primitive desires from the inside out. According to the information that Qin Shui had seen in the Secret Arts Library, if one wanted to wake Chun Hao up, one could use the masculine wind powder to let his body erupt with the most primitive desires from the inside out, regardless of the soul. As long as one could do this, and use the dual cultivation absolute art, there would be a high chance of awakening Chun Hao's soul. This was a dual cultivation absolute art that combined the physical body and stimulated the fusion of soul and flesh. But after feeding Chun Hao the masculine wind powder, his physical body was like a corpse, and there was no reaction at all. It made it impossible for them to continue even if they wanted to give themselves to him. He hasn't woken up yet. Just when the 6 girls were at their wits' end, the voice of Senior Immortal Han Mei suddenly appeared in their ears. Immediately, Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei appeared in front of the 6 girls. No, the 6 girls' expressions changed as they hurriedly responded. It's really strange. The six of you have been sneaking around these few days. What's going on? And little Shue, you've been reading the secret manual in the soul injury area these few days. What's going on? Could it be that Chun Hao's soul is severely injured? You want to wake him up. Senior Immortal Han Mei looked at Qin Shui and frowned. Tell me what's going on. Don't think that we can't tell. You must be hiding something. Now, if you don't tell me, I'll have to use force. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 469. In these 10 days, Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei were equally anxious. As the qualifiers approached, if Chun Hao didn't wake up, they would miss this opportunity. This wasn't something they wanted to see. Moreover, the sneaky actions of Qin Shui and the other 5 had been noticed by both of them. Unfortunately, both of them had captured Jiang Hai, Huang Wenxiu, and the rest to interrogate them. They had even sent people to the eastern continent to investigate the situation, but they didn't find anything. However, their instincts told them that they were hiding something. There were still 2 days before they had to set off. Both of them couldn't help but come to the palace where Chun Hao was and began to interrogate Qin Shui and the other 5. Mother, we really don't know. Still lying? Do you really want him to miss this qualifiers? Do you know how big of a loss it would be to enter Elite Academy X a year later? Venerable Han Mei stared at Qin Shui and said seriously, although the qualifiers of Elite Academy X are held every year, there is only one important opportunity every 60 years. If you miss this year, unless Chun Hao can step into the immortal realm, you will have to wait another 60 years. Is this the result you want? Hearing Venerable Han Mei's words, the 6 girls were shocked. After looking at each other, Qin Shui took a deep breath and asked, Mother, what's the situation in Elite Academy X? All you need to know is that the qualifiers this time are very important. Are you going to speak or not? Venerable Han Mei said sternly. So we thought that his soul was severely injured, so we didn't dare to tell you. We were afraid that you would. Qin Shui knew that she couldn't hide it anymore. We were afraid that you would give up on him. But now, I've checked all the secret manuals on soul injuries. Even the most serious soul injury would at most sleep for 10 days before waking up. But it's already been 20 days, and we've used all kinds of methods, but we still couldn't wake him up. Soul injury? As expected. No wonder all of you hid it. When Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei heard Qin Shui's words, they were enlightened. However, they weren't surprised. Obviously, both of them had already guessed the reason. Tell me what's going on. What did Chun Hao tell you before he fell into a coma? At that time, Soul Fighter Mo used his secret technique and faced the threat of Noda Xieqing, a half-step human immortal. Chun Hao, he had no choice but to secretly burn 800 years of his life. What? The 2 venerables widened their eyes in shock. They had guessed that Chun Hao's soul had been severely damaged and that he must have used a secret technique to burn his lifespan. However, they had never imagined that he had burned his lifespan for 800 years. What did 800 years mean? A manifestation realm cultivator only had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Burning 800 years of his lifespan was equivalent to destroying 4/5 of his soul. How could he possibly recover from such a heavy injury? He said, it won't affect him too much. Mother, Apotheosis Yun Wei, I believe that Chun Hao won't be affected too much. You can't ignore him. Master, Chun Hao will be fine. Even if his soul is injured, he will still be stronger than us. Master, shut up. The 2 venerables' expressions became extremely ugly as they shouted at the 6 women. Apotheosis Han Mei was so angry that her lips were trembling. She stared at Chen Shui and the others and said, "Why didn't you stop him?" "Mother, we only knew about it after the event. Bastard, bastard. Just because of the immortal Tao in the Eastern continent, just because of such a small matter, he risked his life. 800 years of lifespan. That's 800 years of lifespan. Sai, it's too late to say anything now. Apotheosis Hanmei, this kid is too young. If we were his age, I'm afraid we would have done the same thing. What a pity." Apotheosis Yunwei shook her head and said, her eyes full of disappointment, seeing the two venerables' expressions, Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, Xia Yuyu, Tantai Lian, and the two beautiful sisters suddenly revealed a look of horror. The way they looked at the two venerables also changed. Although the two of them had yet to reveal Chen Hao's final fate, Chen Shui and the others were already aware of it. It seemed, just as Xia Lingfeng had said, the world of cultivation was a cruel place. When a genius became mediocre, he would lose everything he had. This was the merciless Tao. "Mother, Master, there's no need to say anything. We know what you're worried about. Things have already reached this stage. Even we can't do anything about it. Even if he's a genius, he won't be able to recover from such a serious injury to his soul. Even if he can wake up, I'm afraid he won't be able to step into the human celestial realm in this lifetime. This also means that he only has a little more than 100 years left. Impossible. Mother, you can't judge Chen Hao by an ordinary person's standards. He's definitely not as simple as you think. As long as he's a human, no matter how talented he is, he won't be able to escape the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. Mother knows how you feel about him, but that's the truth. Don't worry whether it's me or Apotheosis Yunwei. We won't give up on him. We can tell you now that as long as you can enjoy the treatment, we'll give it to him as well. After all, since he started cultivating until now, strictly speaking, we've never helped him or provided him with anything. Mother's only worry is that he can't accept the reality. All of you work hard. Mother promises to give him the best treatment as a core disciple of Cold Plum Hall. As long as he needs it, we'll treat him the same as you. No, I believe in him. Mother, do you know how he got those spiritual treasure sets? Do you know where he got those precious refining materials from? You don't know. None of you know. He's definitely not someone you can imagine. Definitely not. Chen Shui's beautiful little face turned cold. Although her mother didn't act like what Xia Lingfeng said, her words all revealed that she had given up on Chen Hao. Even the promised treatment was because of them. This made Chen Shui extremely sad. She knew Chen Hao very well, and she knew his character very well. She could imagine what decision Chen Hao would make if he was faced with such a situation after he woke up. Relying on his own woman to get pity, was that still Chen Hao? We know that he has secrets. Little Shui, Mother knows how you feel about him. And I also know that he used to be a monstrous talent, but Apotheosis, Yun Wei paused for a while and said, "All right, let's put this matter aside for now. There are 2 more days before we depart. What you should do now is to adjust your mentality and prepare for the selection competition of Elite Academy X. This is a rare opportunity for you." That's right. When Chen Hao will wake up, and what kind of situation he will be in when he wakes up, we can't predict at all. We can only wait. Apotheosis Yunwei said, "If he wakes up, I will participate in the competition. If he doesn't, I won't go either." Chen Shui shook her head and said, "Me too, me too." Helian Wuzi and the other 4 said one after another. Their expressions were firm and unshakable. Nonsense. Could it be that all of you are giving up just because of him? If it wasn't for the special situation this year, it would be fine. At most, we can wait for another year. But if we miss this year, we will have to wait for another 60 years. Apotheosis Yunwei, who was usually not angry, couldn't help but reprimand when she saw Helian Wuzi and the others like this. Don't you all believe in Chen Hao? If he recovers, how long do you think you can stay with him? What's the point of waiting for him? It's fine if he can't recover, but what if he recovers? Can your talent be compared to his? If you don't work hard now and miss this opportunity, once he recovers, the gap between you and him will be even bigger. One day, he will leave you far behind. Apotheosis Han, Mei said coldly, whether it's for him or for yourself, you'd better think about it carefully. Give me an answer tonight. If you insist, Apotheosis Yunwei, and I will not stop you. Humph. Yunwei, let's go. Hiss. After the two celestial primes finished speaking, they left the palace at the same time, leaving the 6 women in a daze. Rumble. Ah, old deity. In the depths of Chen Hao's mind, when a stalwart figure approached a dark light spot, it suddenly shone with a bright golden light. Almost in an instant, the stalwart figure was blasted away. Not far away, another figure screamed in horror. Hiss, hiss. Mysterious fluctuations floated in Chen Hao's mind. After an hour, the stalwart figure condensed again, his face full of shock. The stalwart figure was the old deity. How could this be? How could it be so terrifying? Upon hearing the old deity's words, the treasure hunter sword's spirit asked, nervously, Old deity, what's going on? I don't know. With my current mental cultivation base, I can't even get close to it. In an instant, just an instant, my mental cultivation base was blasted away and crushed into powder. If I were a soul, I'm afraid my soul would have been destroyed. Then Chen Hao, even though I've only activated a tiny bit of my current mental strength, it's still at the peak of the worldly immortal realm, yet it was actually unable to withstand a single blow. If I'm not wrong, then the mental attack created by this black dot is at least at the initial stage of the earthly immortal realm. Moreover, Chen Hao is trapped within it. Inconceivable, inconceivable. Such a strange situation is something that even my previous masters have never encountered. Could it be that it's because Chen Hao's soul is comparatively special? The old deity muttered to himself with a shocked expression as though he did not hear the treasure hunter sword's spirit's question. It must be. His soul was originally the fusion of 2 lifetimes, and one of them was even cultivated through heaven-defying technological means. Such a soul had probably transcended beyond the cycle of reincarnation and wasn't part of the origin. In addition, the fusion of 2 souls had caused his soul to mutate. Such a mutated soul, after suffering a great soul injury, would begin to repair itself, evolve, or even fuse further. It must be so. That must be the case. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 470. The old god was Chen Hao's biggest secret. The old god had traveled the starry sky with his powerful master for generations. He had seen a lot of things. However, the black dot in front of him was something he had never heard of or seen before. His ability was improved as he merged with Chen Hao. Before Chen Hao surpassed his peak state, the old god would always be 1 stage higher than Chen Hao. Only in this way could he carry out the intention of the inheritance and guide and protect Chen Hao. However, at this moment, the old god, who was at the peak of the later stage of the human celestial stage, was destroyed by a small black dot in Chen Hao's mind. He couldn't even get close to it, let alone go deep into it to check on Chen Hao's condition. This was unbelievable. How could he not be shocked? This meant that Chen Hao had completely broken the shackles of the strongest inheritance he carried, and had broken free from the restraints of the old god's inheritance. This was because his state of mind, soul, and willpower had clearly surpassed the realm that the old god could display. Otherwise, Chen Hao's soul should have dissipated and not be immersed in this state of self-isolation and complete restraint. Old god, old god, the treasure-hunting sword spirit couldn't help but ask again. Unbelievable, unbelievable. This state is definitely not the state that a soul injury should be in. Once he wakes up, his state of mind, soul, and will be greatly improved. He has transcended. As long as he wakes up. Old God, what do you mean? Even though I don't know exactly what sort of state he's in right now, I'm sure he's definitely enduring boundless pain. This is a form of tempering of the soul, will, and state of mind. That boundless pressure is sufficient to crush a peak human immortal. He's still persisting. If he's able to endure it, then he'll absolutely obtain a shocking improvement. If he fails, fail? Yes, fail. If he fails, he'll be consigned to eternal damnation. You and I will enter the reincarnation cycle again and wait for the next opportunity. Are you serious? It's so serious. Is there any way to help him? Old God, I don't want to fall into endless darkness and wait again. There's no way. Now, he can only rely on himself. The only thing we can do is to pray that he can hold on. His aura is still growing. Even though it's very slow compared to 20 days ago, he's already a few realms stronger. I really don't know how long he'll be able to sustain this for. Sigh, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. Whether it's fortune or misfortune, it all depends on him. No matter what, there is still a chance of survival. This is the law of the heavenly Tao. I hope he can grasp it. Old God said with uncertainty. Even though Chen Hao had never disappointed him before, the change this time was too sudden, too violent, and too unimaginable. Chen Hao, who was only at the creation realm, was immersed in a pressure that could instantly destroy the mind of a peak human immortal. What sort of concept was this? Moreover, this pressure was still slowly increasing. Although the rate of increase was becoming slower and slower, it showed no signs of stopping. This meant that as time passed, it would definitely increase to an even more terrifying level. Could Chen Hao hold on? When will it end? Old God couldn't be sure, and no one could be sure. What should we do? The women were at their wits' end. Venerable Han Mei's last words were like a wake-up call to the 6 women's hearts. They had been immersed in the state of worrying about Chen Hao, which made them forget the tension that had once been hidden in the depths of their hearts. Yes, it was tension. Chen Hao's heaven-defying talent and abnormal combat strength, although he was in the same realm as them, had far exceeded their understanding. Chun Shui and the others had realized this a long time ago. It was precisely because of this that every single one of them was working hard and doing their best to improve themselves and become stronger. However, the gap between them and Chun Hao was still growing larger and larger. Just like what Venerable Han Mei had said, if this continued, one day they would become Chun Hao's baggage and affect Chun Hao's development. At that time, although Chen Hao would not abandon them, it was impossible for them to be together all the time, just like Mo Yui, Yang Fan, and the others at this moment. They had been left far behind. With Chen Hao's character, how could he be willing to be ordinary? No matter how good Chen Hao was to them, he would not deliberately slow down his pace because of them. Similarly, they would not let themselves become a burden to Chen Hao. Believe in him. He will be fine. In that case, when everyone looked at Chen Shui took a deep breath and said with determination in her eyes, "We will participate in the preliminaries. We must become stronger. Sister Shui is right. We must become stronger." Xia Yu said, "But he needs us to maintain his energy. If we participate in the competition, we must bring him along." Tantai Lien looked at Chun Hao, who was in a coma. Buzz, Ah, what the six women did not expect was that as soon as Tantai Lien finished speaking and everyone looked at Chun Hao, a majestic and pure energy fluctuation suddenly gushed out from Chun Hao's body. The six women exclaimed at the same time, and their expressions became unusually excited. Hiss, 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 hiss. Chun Hao! How? The six people rushed to Chun Hao's side and shouted excitedly. Hello! An unfamiliar and old voice resounded in the six women's ears at the same time. It was a voice transmission and not a voice. Who is it? Who is it? The six women were startled at the same time and looked around vigilantly, protecting Chun Hao in the middle. Don't be surprised. I have known you for a long time. It's just that you don't know me. I am the spirit of an inherited treasure that Master obtained. You can call me Treasure Hunting. Oh, my master is Chun Hao. This master has not woken up yet, and will not wake up for the time being. It should take a period of time. Maybe a month, maybe a year, maybe even longer. As for when he will wake up, I am not sure. You don't have to worry too much. Master has fallen into a strange state. The injury to his soul no longer exists. No one can help him. You will only affect him if you are here. I can help Master recover his energy, so you don't have to worry. Just don't let anyone disturb Master. The voice of Treasure Hunting's sword spirit resounded in the six women's minds again. Treasure Hunt? Chun Hao, what's going on? What state is he in? I don't know, and no one can know. Even the strongest people in the boundless world can't know. I can only tell you that if Master wakes up, although he will still be in the blessed realm, his mental cultivation will reach an unbelievable realm. If you want what is good for Master, then work hard in your cultivation. I don't want you to be a burden to Master. Treasure Hunting's sword spirit said bluntly, a long time ago, Master chose a cultivation technique for all of you. I will teach it to all of you now. While Master is in this state, all of you have to work hard to improve. Otherwise, even though Master cares about all of you, he will eventually go further and further away. Is he dangerous? Chun Shui asked with a frown. He is not dangerous. How can there be danger? All of you just have to work hard in your cultivation and do your best to improve yourselves. Treasure Hunting's sword spirit said. No. Chun Shui said, you are lying. Cough, cough. How can I lie? I am telling the truth. All right, if you work hard in your cultivation and improve yourselves, you will be helping Master to the greatest extent. That's all I have to say. I am just a wisp of divine consciousness, and I can't hold on any longer. After Treasure Hunting's sword spirit finished speaking, it directly cut off the mental connection with the six women and escaped into the depths of Chun Hao's mind with a forehead full of sweat. Then, it was met with the old god's scolding for not being able to do such a trivial thing. Wait, Chun Shui said in a panic. Unfortunately, Treasure Hunting's sword spirit did not dare to give her another chance. No matter how the six of them called out, there was no reply. Chun Hao is in danger. He is definitely in danger. Sister Shui, how do you know? Didn't Treasure Hunting say that there is no danger? He said that he doesn't know what state Chun Hao is in. Also, he said that if Chun Hao can wake up, what does that mean? It means that he is not sure if Chun Hao can wake up. Then what should we do? There is no other way. I already knew that his body contained a secret, but I didn't expect it to be an artifact spirit. An artifact spirit is connected to its master's mind. If the artifact spirit doesn't know what is going on, what can we do? What Treasure Hunting said is right. We should use all our strength to improve our realm and strength and not do meaningless waiting, because we believe in Chun Hao. We believe that he will definitely wake up. Let's go find Master. Oh, Don't tell anyone about Treasure Hunting's appearance. We only need to know. My mother and your master are not as heartless as sect leader Xia said, but the cultivation world is cruel. This is the truth. As long as we are strong enough, master and the rest will definitely fulfill their promise to us. N. Chenhao will wake up. He definitely will. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Limitless immortal palace. Winter Plum Hall's core region. On top of a majestic mountain peak, a terrifying energy fluctuation appeared in the void. In a radius of 10,000 miles, heaven and earth's spiritual energy surged violently and surged towards this majestic mountain peak. The tribulation cloud spanned 1,000 miles, emitting a terrifying aura. Countless disciples of Winter Plum Hall stared at the two figures standing on the mountain peak, their eyes filled with envy. Senior Huan and Senior Lele will definitely succeed. Of course. I just don't know if the two of them will be like Senior Qin Shui, Helian Wuzi, Xia Yuyu, and Tantai Lian from Yunwei Hall and succeed in resisting the heavenly punishment. After all, they practice demonic arts. Although they have joined Winter Plum Hall, compared to Limitless Demon Palace, our demonic arts are still lacking. In addition, the two of them are telepathic and triggered the heavenly punishment at the same time. Just looking at this aura, it is not inferior to Senior Qin Shui's heavenly punishment that shocked the cultivation world. Yes, 10 years, they have only been in Elite Academy for 10 years, and they have already triggered the heavenly punishment. This is too shocking. It is said that the 6 of them are all first-class figures in Elite Academy. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 471. They succeeded in resisting the divine punishment. Phew, our Winter Plum Hall has 2 more young and powerful celestial primes. Good, good. Countless disciples of Winter Plum Hall and Friendship Hall, Rue Weaver Hall, stared from afar at the beautiful sisters of the Lung clan, who were enveloped in a ball of auspicious light. They were all filled with envy and excitement. It's been 10 years. In the void, Han Mei's face was filled with relief. But when she saw the sisters rushing towards that palace, a trace of sadness appeared between her brows. Yes, it's been 10 years. 10 years ago, the 6 of them passed the selection and became disciples of Elite Academy X. Only Xiao Shui and Xiao Wu obtained the membership of Vast Universe Galaxy. I thought Yu and the rest would have to wait for at least 60 years, but they all did it in 10 years. The membership of Vast Universe Galaxy was an extremely rare opportunity for the Boundless Continent. It was the dream of tens of thousands of genius disciples in Elite Academy X. But the quota was pitifully small. Every 60 years, the Boundless Continent could only obtain 1,000 quotas. These 1,000 quotas were obtained through layers of selection. The competition was extremely fierce. Without extremely high talent, it was impossible to obtain it. Any disciple who could obtain it in Elite Academy was definitely a demon-level genius. After all, the disciples of Elite Academy X who had accumulated for thousands of years were all in the creation realm. Once they broke through to the immortal realm, they would automatically leave Elite Academy X and become the celestial primes of the Boundless Continent. To be able to obtain it in the creation realm was definitely the highest honor in the Boundless Continent. 10 years ago, Qin Shui, who had a strong soul, relied on her terrifying battle strength and the platinum sky-splitting slash of the Great Five Elements art. After passing the Elite Academy selection, she fought her way to the 436th place in the Elite Academy and obtained the qualifications. Helian Wuzi relied on the most mysterious 100 reincarnation strength between heaven and earth and fought her way to the 639th place, similarly obtaining the qualifications. As for Xia Yuyu, Tantai Lian, the Lung sisters Jiang Hai, Huang Wenshu, Huyan Aobua, and Meng Xiao, although the 8 of them passed the selection of Elite Academy X, they were not in the top 1,000. Shi Wang, Jing Tiangang, Bailey Lianqing, and the rest did not even pass the selection. They only became members of Elite Academy X in the 2nd year. In the world of cultivation, it was an extremely long process from the creation realm to the human immortal realm. Many cultivators, or to be exact, 99.9% of cultivators, were stuck at the peak of the late stage of the creation realm. They could not even reach the half-step human immortal realm, let alone the human immortal realm. Just like the sect masters and grand elders of the 3 sects in the Eastern continent, if they did not encounter a powerful, fortuitous encounter in their lives, the creation realm would be their final destination. It was the same in the Central Continent. Even the gathering place of the Boundless Continent's most talented disciples, the Boundless Elite Academy, was no exception. There were many disciples who had entered the Elite Academy who had been stuck in the manifestation realm for decades, or even close to 100 years. Because of this, in the eyes of Exalted Han Mei and Exalted Yun Wei, if Xia Yuyu's group of 4 wanted to obtain the qualifications to become a member of vast Universe Star River, they would have to wait at least 60 years for a new round of qualifications. However, in just a short 10 years, they had officially obtained it by ascending to the human immortal stage. Anyone in the boundless world, once they stepped into the worldly immortal realm, would immediately obtain the qualifications to become a member of the vast universe galaxy. This was the most basic way to obtain it, and it was also the way most people obtained it. Only the Elite Academy's qualifying battle, which was held once every 60 years, would allow those in the Destiny realm to obtain it in advance. In these 10 years, the Eastern Continent's immortal Tao's fate has gathered, and countless talented disciples have emerged, especially those who are related to him. Their progress is even more shocking. You've really profited. Exalted Han, Mei said. My Hall Master Yun Wei is in charge of the Eastern Continent's immortal Tao. It's useless even if you're envious. Back then, I didn't fight with you for Xiao Shui and him. Proud Skies members have also been placed under your name. What you've obtained isn't any less than me. Moreover, in these 10 years, those few guys have made Proud Sky famous, and even the Palace Master has noticed. Han Mei, I have a feeling. What? I believe you should have felt it too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have specially mentioned those who are related to him, right? Exalted Han Mei frowned slightly and said, Yes, I felt it, but I can't be sure. After all, Xiao Shui, Xiao Wu, and the others are all from the Eastern Continent's immortal Tao. Moreover, those who are related to him are also related to Xiao Shui and the others. You have to know that although 10 years have passed, which one of Xiao Shui and the others isn't thinking about him? Whether it's because of his fate, can you be sure? That's true. Oh, right. Among the applicants for this year's Elite Academy selection competition, it's said that there's an Eastern Continent's Demon Tao disciple. Eastern Continent's Demon Tao disciple? This isn't strange. The rise of the Eastern Continent's immortal Tao means that the Eastern Continent's Demon Tao disciple's fate would naturally increase. Wouldn't the Demon Tao disciple be half a foot taller? For the future of the Boundless Continent, the 3 Palace Masters wouldn't let one family dominate. But when that Demon Tao disciple stepped into the Central Continent, he was already at the peak of a half-step human immortal. Peak of a half-step human immortal? Exalted Han Mei was slightly shocked. That's right. This is what's really shocking. Under the restrictions of the Eastern Continent's heavenly Tao, even if one could advance to a half-step human immortal, he would definitely be near the end of his lifespan and have cultivated some heaven-defying evil techniques. For example, Oda Xieching, who failed to pass the tribulation a few years ago. But the disciple who signed up this time has an extremely young life force, similar to Xiao Shui and the others. When he just stepped into the central continent, he displayed an extremely heaven-defying battle prowess. It's said that he has already attracted the favor of the limitless Demon Palace Master. Compared to Chun Hao, his talent and battle prowess are even stronger, comparable to a human immortal. He's known as the monstrous genius of the boundless continent. Even our palace master and the Demon Palace Master are envious of him. What's his name? Fang Handong, the disciple of the limitless Demon Palace, gave him the title Invincible East. He joined the Broken Heart Palace of the limitless Demon Palace. During the assessment of his strength, he defeated 3 experts of the initial stage of the human immortal realm. He's known as the Invincible One under the human immortal realm. Even the top geniuses of the elite academy can't be compared to him. What's even more envious is that this person originally had a handsome face with sword scars on his face, each of which contained the undying sword will. But after he was favored by the palace master of the limitless Demon Palace, he actually comprehended the undying sword way, which made the sword scars on his face disappear. He became a handsome young man, and then he was favored by the daughter of the palace master of the limitless Demon Palace's direct descendant, Wan Nanxia. He soared to the sky. Wan Nanxia? Cough, cough. Hanmei, didn't you erase that memory? I only erased the memory of being together with him, not all of it. Exalted Han, Mei said. She did erase the memory of Chun Hai, but it was only the memory that was engraved in her heart. It didn't mean that she had erased everything. Wan Nanxia was the favored daughter of the demonic sect, and she used to be one of her rivals in love. If she had heard this name before, she would have been angry. But now, she could deal with it calmly. Love was gone, so why would she be angry? Why did he join the Broken Heart Palace? I'm also curious about this. With Fan Suixin's hatred for us, I'm afraid that this preliminaries, hearing Exalted Yun Wei's words, Han Mei frowned. In the past 10 years, although the disciples of Han Mei Palace and Yun Wei Palace performed well in every elite academy's preliminaries, many of them were seriously injured or even killed. This was all because of Chun Hao. Back then, the genius disciples of Limitless Demon Palace that were killed by Chun Hao belonged to several palaces of Limitless Demon Palace. How could they not hate him? And anyone who was related to Chun Hao would suffer the most severe revenge. Fortunately, the 2 exalted immortals were not to be trifled with. The girls Huyan Aobua and the rest also did not disappoint. Even if they were seriously injured, they made the other party their training target. No one died, but it was different this time. Fang Handong's strength was comparable to a human immortal. Facing such a powerful existence, what could the disciples of the 2 palaces do, no matter how talented they were? As long as they met him, they might die in his hands without any chance to resist. Greetings to Master, Uncle Master. Hiss. Just when Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei were having a headache over the upcoming Elite Academy's qualifiers, the beautiful sisters came to the front of the 2 of them and bowed down. In the past 10 years, as the friendship between Han Mei and Exalted Yun Wei deepened, the 2 palaces were no longer separated. As for the other core disciples, they no longer addressed each other as exalted immortals. When do you plan to depart? Han Mei Immortal Venerable smiled and asked the 2. 3 days later, it will be the Academy's challenge. At that time, we will go with Master and Uncle Master. Lung Ning Lu said, we will go back to Heavenly Mist City and visit our family. The 2 of them had already stepped into the human immortal realm. Now, they only needed to report to the Elite Academy, and they would be qualified to step out of the Wuji Star. Once they left, They did not know how many years it would take for them to return. All right, Master will send someone to bring you back. After you leave, Master will seal Chun Hao's palace. If there is any news, Master will inform you immediately. Work hard. Okay, we will. The sisters said firmly. It had been 10 years. In the past 10 years, other than the 6 of them, only Han Mei and Yun Wei could enter Chun Hao's palace. They went in with anticipation and came out with disappointment. In the past 10 years, Chun Hao did not change at all, and there were no signs of him waking up. Luckily, the treasure-hunting sword spirit would appear from time to comfort and encourage them. Otherwise, they would be in despair. Under the protection of 10 experts at the peak of the late human immortal realm, the Lung sisters returned to Heavenly Mist City. In the past 10 years, due to the rise of the Lung sisters in the central continent, the Lung family had become a powerful existence in Heavenly Mist City. What made the two of them even more embarrassed was that they actually had an uncle, the flesh and blood of their grandfather, and he was very talented. This allowed the two of them to easily obtain Lung Konya's permission, and made the oath between Lung Konya and Chun Hao a joke. Let's go. 3 days later, Han Mei, Yun Wei, and the sisters led the hundreds of disciples from the 2 halls who had registered for the competition and stepped into the sacred land of the central continent, Wuji Elite Academy. If Chun Hao saw 2 of them, he would definitely be incomparably gratified. They were Chun Nan and Chun Yen. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 472. 10 years later, Chun Nan and Chun Yen had already displayed extraordinary talent. They had surpassed Mo Yui, Dong Fongjun, and the rest, and had reached the manifestation realm. Their battle power was extremely strong. At the initial stage of the manifestation realm, they already had the ability to fight with experts at the peak of the late stage of the manifestation realm. They had already become the top geniuses among their peers in Yunwei Hall. Although there was still a huge gap between them and Chun Hao, they were much stronger than Huyan Aobo and the rest. Of course, it was not strength, but talent. Yunwei Hall and Winter Plum Hall had the highest chance of passing the Elite Academy's qualifiers. And Huan and Lu, Sister Huan, Sister Lu, 2 completely different voices and greetings. The one who called her sister was the petite Chun Yen, who was slightly thin and weak, but was very moving. There was a faint sadness between her brows that did not match her age. It had been 10 years. She had already known about Chun Hao's situation, but after stepping into the central mainland, she could only visit him once a year. Her brother was the sky in her heart. She had been very attached to her brother since she was young. But ever since Chun Hao entered the Xiao family, it was not easy for her to see her brother even once. For Chun Hao, she cultivated with all her might. When she stepped into the central continent, she thought that she would finally be able to see her brother more often. However, she did not expect that Chun Hao's so-called enlightenment state in the eastern continent was actually a coma. Moreover, he had not woken up even now. She saw Chun Hao, but no matter how she called out to him, no matter how much she cried, Chun Hao couldn't hear her, see her, or respond to her. Her brother was her sky. At that moment, she felt that the sky had collapsed. If not for the treasure hunter sword's spirit appearing to comfort her, she did not know if she would have been able to live until now. When she was young, she was attached to her brother. When she grew up, she secretly loved her brother. Now that she had become a beautiful young lady, she no longer hid her feelings for her brother. Qin Shui could, so why couldn't she? Her brother was a gift from the heavens to her parents, and also to her. Therefore, whether it was Chun Shui, Hellion Wuzi, Lung Ning Huan, Lung Ning Lu, she only called them elder sister, and never called them sister-in-law. Chun Nan, who was already in his 20s, was tall and slender. His appearance was 80% similar to his father, Chun Hai. However, his aura was cold and masculine. His eyes were as heavy as a mountain and contained a sense of unswerving determination. He addressed her as sister-in-law. He also knew Xiao Yan's feelings for his brother, and no one knew it better than him. In his opinion, the best home for Xiao Yan was his brother. His brother was not his parents' biological son, and they would know that when they became sensible. His big brother had been his idol since he was young. It was the safest and happiest thing for his little sister to be with his big brother. No one else deserved to have a younger sister. How is Big Brother now? Are there any changes? Chun Yan asked. Chun Nan also looked at Lung Ning Huan and Lung Ning Lu with anticipation. Unfortunately, Lung Ning Huan and Lung Ning Lu could only shake their heads helplessly. Brother Hao will wake up one day. What we need to do now is to cultivate. The selection is about to begin. Don't be distracted, okay? Yes. Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei saw the determination in Chun Nan and Chun Yan's eyes. They looked at each other and did not remind them to avoid affecting their state of mind. However, both of them had already made up their minds. The appearance of Fang Handong from Broken Heart Hall had undoubtedly made the selection more dangerous. However, both of them would not say it until the last moment. After all, there were 340,000 disciples who had signed up for the selection this year. As long as they were not in the same group as Fang Handong, there was nothing to worry about. They were both in the blessed realm, but it was rather difficult for them to kill someone in the tournament. At the same time, on the way to the Holy Land Elite Academy, an old man and a young man were flying side by side in the void. Behind them were more than 30 young genius disciples. Based on their auras, it was obvious that they were all manifestation realm experts. These disciples would occasionally look at the young man, who was flying side by side with the old man. Their eyes were filled with envy and respect from the bottom of their hearts. This old man was the master of Broken Heart Hall, Fan Suixin. As for the young man, he was Fang Handong, who had become famous in the Central Continent in just a few months. He was known as the monstrous genius of the boundless world. Handong, have you read the details of the participating disciples from Winter Plum Hall and Yunwei Hall? Yes, master, Fang Handong said flatly. Fang Handong said, faintly. A frightening coldness flashed across his handsome face, and there was an imperceptible viciousness in the depths of his eyes. Remember, in the first test, if you meet any disciples from these two halls, kill them without mercy. The hatred between Broken Heart Hall and them has reached its climax. With your current identity and status, as long as you don't do anything too obvious, no one will dare to make things difficult for you. The Palace Masters of Wuji Immortal Palace and Devil Palace will give you a way out. You understand? Don't worry, as long as I meet them, no matter who they are, they will definitely die. Fang Handong said straightforwardly. If I'm not mistaken, they are Chun Hao's younger brother and sister. Master, have you made the arrangements? Ha! Of course. I didn't have such power in the past. However, thanks to you, I only needed to reveal this information to a few good friends, and they supported me greatly. Even the members of the arbitration team from Wuji Immortal Palace and Devil Palace gave me face. This is a small matter. Master has to thank you. Fan Suixin looked at Fang Handong with gratification. His old face was brimming with a smile. Over the past 10 years, because of the death of Soul Fighter, a super genius whom he had spent countless resources to nurture, he hated Chun, Hao, and the others to the bone. 10 years ago, during the selection, he had made preparations together with the great halls where the geniuses were killed by Chun Hao. Unfortunately, Chun Hao did not participate in the selection. Later, he found out through other channels that Chun Hao had fallen into a coma. He was both happy and dissatisfied. He was happy because there was a rumor that Chun Hao's soul had been severely damaged and he had turned into an idiot. He was dissatisfied because this result was too easy for Chun Hao. In the following few years, their limitless Devil Palace had been targeting the Winter Plum Hall and Yunwei Hall's disciples. Unfortunately, the two halls were on guard against them. Although they had caused the other side to suffer losses several times and even killed many of their disciples, none of them were important. Later, Chen Shui and the other girls broke through one after another, which made him even more desperate. But this year, Fang Handong, a peerless, monstrous genius, had actually fallen in front of him like a pie. Countless great halls of the Devil Palaces that were even more powerful than the Broken Heart Palace had extended an olive branch to him, but Fang Handong had actually chosen him. In just a few months, he had gained the favor of the palace master of Wuji Immortal Palace. He had won the heart of the palace master's direct disciple. This had raised Broken Heart Hall's status in Wuji Immortal Palace by a lot. How could he not be happy? What made him even happier was that this disciple was very concerned about the knot in his heart. Fang Handong had clearly reached the point where he could trigger the heavenly punishment, but he had suppressed his aura just to help him fulfill his wish. "You're welcome," Fang Handong said as he looked into the distance. Fan Suixin did not notice the strange light in his disciple's eyes. "Kill them? How could I, Fang Handong, do that for a trash like you? This is the knot in my heart. All these years, it was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Chun Hao, I should thank you. Thank you for your strength. Thank you for your strong father. If I hadn't been forced into a corner by you, I wouldn't have been forced into a dead end. If I hadn't been forced into a dead end, I wouldn't be where I am today. I was strong enough to reach the nascent soul realm, but you were already the #1 cultivator in the Eastern continent. I could only endure. But in the end, I couldn't endure and paid a price to return to the secular world. I couldn't take revenge on you for the time being. So I could only attack your family to vent a little of my hatred for you. But I didn't expect that I would almost lose my life. Is it funny that a nascent soul realm cultivator almost lost his life in the secular world? I don't know who it was, but I know that it must be the person who protected you. Unfortunately, at that time, he had the ability to kill me, but he let me go. Ha ha ha. Let me go. I thought that I would never have the chance to be your enemy in my life. But the heavens gave me another chance. The great war of the immortals, demons, and demons. Ha ha ha. I didn't want to drag out an ignoble existence. So I escaped to the Devil Realm and soon became a core disciple of the top sect in the Devil Realm. But I know that I'm still too far away from you. I still have no hope at all. But the heavens obviously favor me and let me gain a blessing in disguise. Fang Handong stared at the endless void, and a huge wave of emotions surged in his mind. Half-step, human immortal Oda Xiecheng, disrespectful as an old man, failed the divine punishment and became an itinerant immortal. But he wanted to possess my powerful body. Ha ha ha. Coincidences led to today's Fang Handong, who was once Xiao Jihan Dongfang Han. Disregarding everything else, Oda Xiecheng's possession of Dongfang Han was a great opportunity. After failing the divine punishment, Oda Xiecheng was lucky enough to become an itinerant immortal. It was not difficult for him to possess any cultivator below the human immortal realm. But when Oda Xiecheng discovered Dongfang Han, who had emerged from the sect, he attacked when the divine punishment severely injured him. In his opinion, Dongfang Han, who had just reached the incarnation realm, could be easily possessed by him. With his cultivation of the human immortal realm, he would be able to perfectly integrate with Dongfang Han's powerful body in a few years. At that time, his success rate would be higher when he triggered the divine punishment again. An itinerant immortal could not satisfy his ambition, but he did not expect Dongfang Han's will to be so strong that it was unimaginable, and even formed the embryonic form of the indestructible sword soul. So it was a tragedy. He went for wool and came home shorn. He allowed Dongfang Han to be reborn and refined his soul bit by bit. Today, a few years later, Dongfang Han had grown to a terrifying extent. I'm here. You've fallen into a coma. Then I'll kill everyone around you that I can kill. The day you wake up will be the day I settle the score with you. Chun Nan, Chun Yen, your dearest little brother and sister. Ha ha. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 473. The pain was getting more and more terrifying. Time and time again, Chun Hao's soul was crushed, and Chun Hao was reformed again and again. The soul, the illusory soul, the soul without a physical body, became smaller and smaller in the process of being crushed and reformed again and again. However, it was getting purer and purer, just like the compression of gas. After 3 years, Chun Hao's soul had shrunk by 100 times. After 6 years, it had shrunk by 1,000 times. After 10 years, it had reached 10,000 times after repeated trials. Chun Hao's will became firmer and purer. However, the pain he had to endure also increased exponentially. The pain that exceeded the limit continued to climb, as if it was endless. Chun Hao gritted his teeth. Crazy, crazy. He clung to his last belief. I can't die. Ah! Bang! Just as Venerable Immortal Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei were leading the group towards the Holy Land Elite Academy, Chun Hao's crazy, painful, and arrogant roar rang in his mind again. That was a battle with the heavenly Tao, a roar against fate. However, under the terrifying pain, it was crushed into powder again. This time, it was even more terrifying than before. Rumble, ah? Not good. Immediately, there were continuous explosions in Chun Hao's brain. Pieces of space turned into nothingness. The entire brain was shrinking at an alarming speed. It was destroyed, as if the world was about to collapse. The huge movement made Old God, treasure-hunting sword spirit, Itoda, and the 5 mythological beasts who were confined by Old God to cultivate under pressure were ejected from the space collapse. All of them exclaimed in shock. The brain space is collapsing. It's over. At this moment, even Old God's face turned pale. He was terrified. After waiting for a long time, he finally received the inheritance from Chun Hao. But now, is it still wrong this time? Is it wrong again? Or was it wrong from the beginning? Old God's expression was filled with pain and fear. He looked at the rapidly collapsing brain world and muttered. The collapse of the mental world meant that Chun Hao's consciousness had completely vanished. Otherwise, as long as there was a shred of obsession remaining, the mental world would be stable. Over the past 10 years, the Old God and the treasure hunter sword spirit had been constantly paying attention to the terrifying and unapproachable black. The Old God knew better than anyone how much pain Chun Hao had suffered, but to be able to persist for 10 years without being destroyed, the Old God believed that no matter how long it took, Chun Hao would definitely be able to survive this most difficult life and death situation. However, he did not expect that the outcome would still fail. No. Looking at the collapsing and shrinking space, 2 bright lights suddenly flashed in his eyes, like a drowning person who had grabbed the last straw to save his life. The collapse of the mental world should be completed in an instant. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. His consciousness has not completely dissipated. Definitely not. Succeed. You must succeed. Condense. Chi. Rumble. As Chun Hao waved his hand, boundless divine power burst out from his entire mind world under the old god's control. The spirit spring, the mutated panther fruit, the spirit tree, and countless precious ores exploded in Chun Hao's mind world with a rumbling sound. They turned into endless mysterious runes and madly resisted the rapidly collapsing space. 5 divine beasts. Suppress. Roar. 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 Roars that reverberated through the world erupted from the mouths of the 5 divine beasts. Under old god's control, the 5 divine beasts condensed into cosmic forms that were thousands of feet tall. They turned into 5 streams of light that descended from the sky and suppressed the 5 directions. In this state, old god could not get close to Chun Hao in the terrifying black spot, nor could he awaken Chun Hao's nearly collapsing consciousness. Stopping Chun Hao's brain world from collapsing was the only thing he could do. It was also the only thing he could do to help Chun Hao. It was to buy him some time. So comfortable. The pain wasn't scary. Neither was the shattering of the soul. Chun Hao couldn't remember how many times he had been shattered. He also didn't know how many times the pain had exceeded his limit. However, he knew that he couldn't die. He had to face the pain and endure it. He didn't believe that he would be defeated by the pain. This kind of pain that came from the depths of the soul was something that no one could escape from. They could only endure it and face it. However, he had persevered. How many years had passed? How many long years had it been? Chun Hao didn't know. However, he knew that there was always a ray of hope in the world. As long as he persevered and persevered, there would be a day when he would overcome the most terrifying calamity in his life. However, the sudden increase in the soul's collapse this time was completely different from the previous collapses. After the soul turned into dust again, all the pain disappeared. It disappeared completely. Tianxi, sleep. Sleep. You're very sleepy. Sleep, you're tired. Rest, have a good sleep. His father, mother, and all the people that Chun Hao couldn't let go of appeared in the last strand of Chun Hao's consciousness. The endless pain disappeared. The peaceful, warm, and caring words made Chun Hao's last strand of consciousness become hazy and muddle-headed. A wave of endless drowsiness gushed out, making him want to sleep. He wanted to be free. Rumble, so noisy. A series of explosions suddenly appeared in his consciousness. Chun Hao, who was about to fall into a deep sleep, suddenly woke up with a start. His drowsiness was completely gone. So dangerous. Condense for me. Hiss. 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 The collapse in his mind suddenly stopped. In the soul palace, the soul fragments started to gather again. Without the influence of pain, Chun Hao's recovery speed reached an unprecedented speed. A strand of consciousness grew rapidly. In an instant, it emitted a dazzling light. When the soul was completely condensed, a complete soul that was 100,000 times smaller than the original soul appeared in the soul palace. What was more shocking was that the originally illusory soul now seemed to have turned into a crystal stone, emitting an extremely pure pressure of consciousness. The real transformation was success. Earth Celestial. My soul strength has reached the Earth Celestial stage. Earth Celestial stage. Void crystallization. Crystallization of thought. Endless comfort grew in the depths of Chun Hao's soul. He could clearly feel that his consciousness was many times stronger than before. His soul perception had reached a terrifying level. At this moment, he didn't try to perceive it deliberately, but the enormous area of Winter Plum Hall appeared clearly in his mind. This was a transformation, a real transformation of the soul. Chunhao, master, master! Just when Chunhao was still immersed in the excitement of this transformation, the excited voices of the old god and the treasure-hunting sword spirit suddenly appeared in Chunhao's mind. Old god, treasure hunting. How did I get to Winter Plum Hall? Where are they? How long have I been unconscious? 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or longer? Hearing the words of the old god and the treasure-hunting sword spirit, Chunhao suddenly remembered what had happened before he fell into a coma. His body had not reacted at all for 10 years. At this moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, and his heart was filled with worries. In his mind, he had been unconscious for a very long time. 10 years. Master, you have been unconscious for 10 years. You are finally awake, finally awake. The old god suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, 10 years, 10 years. That's good, that's good. Tell me what happened after I fell into a coma. Okay, this is the holy land of the boundless land, Elite Academy X. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless silhouettes flew in the air in teams. There were at most a few hundred people and at least 3 to 5 people. They filled the entire sky, and even the weakest among them was at the Destiny realm. Everyone's faces were brimming with confidence and anticipation as they stared at the holy land that they were about to reach, Elite Academy X. Tens of thousands of rays of multicolored light. The auspicious light soared to the heavens. One simply couldn't see the end of it. What a dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This. I can actually sense the laws of heaven and earth here. As expected of the Holy Land, this is 100 times, 1,000 times better than our great hall. The young disciples of Cold Plum Hall and Yunwei Hall who had registered for the competition all revealed shocked expressions as they spoke with astonishment. This is still outside the boundaries of the Elite Academy. When you reach the area enveloped by the auspicious light, you will understand how strong the Elite Academy is. This is the holy land of our limitless planet, the cradle of true experts. Just the area it occupies has a radius of 100 million miles. Apotheon Yunwei explained. As long as you can pass the selection competition and become a student of the Elite Academy, even the lowest level student will be able to get your own palace in the Elite Academy. I dare not say that cultivating here will allow you to advance by leaps and bounds, but compared to cultivating in our great hall, it will be 100 times better. Huan Huan and Lele are the best proof. Work hard. Hum, 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 hum. Before Apotheon Han Mei could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly changed, and her voice stopped abruptly. What's wrong? Apotheon Yunwei frowned and asked. Something big happened in the Great Hall. As Han Mei answered, a ray of light flashed, and the Hall Master token appeared in her hand. Her mind directly entered it to read the message. Under normal circumstances, only urgent matters would be sent directly to her through the Hall Master token. For ordinary emergencies, one message would be enough. But this time, there were 10 consecutive messages. Even Han Mei, immortal venerable, became nervous when she didn't see the message. Hall Master, Chunhao has awakened. Hall Master, Chunhao has awakened. Hall Master, Chunhao wants to participate in the competition. Please register for him. Hall Master, Chunhao has left the Great Hall. What? 10 consecutive messages that were exactly the same made Han Mei's eyes widen. Her hand that was holding the token trembled slightly. Han Mei, are you okay? Apotheon Yunwei asked nervously. Because of the relationship between Chunhao, Shui, and the rest, the relationship between the two great halls had long been like one. The friendship between Apotheon Yunwei and Han Mei had reached the point where they could talk about anything. Lung Ning Huan, Lung Ning Lu, Chun Nan, Chun Yen, and countless other disciples were looking at Venerable Han Mei nervously. They were slightly surprised in their hearts. After all, as a hall master, it was rare for Venerable Han Mei to be so nervous and excited in front of others. Chun Hao has awakened. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 474. This is this true? Brother Hao? Master, we want to go back. Venerable Han Mei's short words made Venerable Yun Wei, the sisters, Chun Nan, and Chun Yan's expressions change greatly. The sisters wanted to leave immediately. Wait, Venerable Han Mei stopped the two and said, "He's already here. Master, ask him about the situation first." Venerable Han Mei directly sent a message through the palace master token. After a moment, her expression became shocked again, and she said, "Realm unknown? What do you mean?" Venerable Yun Wei asked. "He wants us to help him register for the competition, but the deputy palace master can't sense his realm." "How is this possible? Your deputy palace master is an earth immortal. How can he not sense his aura?" Venerable Yun Wei said in surprise. Even a low-level cultivator could roughly sense the aura of a high-level cultivator, unless the cultivator had a secret art that could hide his aura. But high-level cultivators could sense the aura of an earth immortal cultivator, especially an earth immortal cultivator. Even if he had a secret art that could hide his aura, it would be impossible to hide. But the deputy palace master couldn't sense Chun Hao's aura, which was a bit abnormal. Venerable Han Mei also shook her head in puzzlement and said, "There are too many strange things about this kid. After sleeping for 10 years, he woke up. Yun Wei, take everyone to Elite Academy X. I'll go to Spirit City to pick him up and help him register. Huan, Lei, wait for me at Elite Academy X, okay?" "Oh," Venerable Yun Wei and the sisters replied. Although the sisters, Chun Nan and Chun Yen, wanted to see Chun Hao immediately, if Han Mei Immortal Venerable brought them along, the speed would definitely be much slower. Hiss! Venerable Han Mei's figure turned into a stream of light and broke through the sky. Spirit City. It was the most powerful city in the central continent. Under normal circumstances, only immortal supremes were qualified to step into Spirit City. It was also the only city where all the immortal supremes in the boundless continent gathered, traded, and stepped out of the boundless star. In fact, as long as they had free time, many immortal venerables would be stationed in Spirit Realm City, including Han Mei and Yun Wei. This was because Spirit Realm City also had a special function. Only cultivators with the qualifications to become members of Vast Universe Galaxy could use this function. This is Spirit City. What a mysterious aura. A handsome and otherworldly figure appeared in the teleportation array area. Tens of thousands of young disciples were lined up in 10 long lines, waiting to be tested. As for some immortal venerables, they were able to pass through unimpeded. Clearly, these young disciples were the ones who had signed up for the Elite Academy's qualifiers. Fang Handong will definitely win the first place in this preliminaries. Who can rival him with the combat capability of a human celestial? It's not something we can compare to. That's right. This Fang Handong is really a man of great fortune. He was able to reach the half-step human immortal realm in a remote place like the Eastern Continent at such a young age. He really lives up to his reputation as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius in the boundless continent. Even the top few monstrous geniuses in the Elite Academy can't be compared to him. That's right. It's said that the Eastern Continent is rather barren. Whether it's the relics, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or the cultivation resources, they are all miles away from us. But for him to reach such a level in the Eastern continent, it's absolutely incredible. Hundreds of thousands of people are participating in the qualifiers. I just hope that I won't be in the same group as him. Otherwise, I'll definitely be eliminated. Huh? If I'm really in the same group, I'll be too unlucky. There are more than 300,000 people in a group of 100, but there are more than 3,000 groups. The chances are very small. Moreover, when we're grouping, we'll naturally take into account our battle records. As long as we're strong enough, there won't be a situation where the strong meet the strong. Otherwise, if I'm in the same group as him, wouldn't that be burying a genius like me? In the group, there was a buzz of discussion. Most of the discussions were related to the Elite Academy's qualifiers. What surprised Chen Hao was that among the tens of thousands of people, at least 1/3 of them mentioned a name, Fang Handong. What surprised Chen Hao even more was that this Fang Handong was actually from the Eastern continent. There's actually such a powerful genius in the Eastern continent. Fang Handong, combat power of the mortal-immortal realm, a monstrous genius in the boundless continent that only appears once in 1,000 years, chosen by the palace master of the limitless demon palace, disciple of the limitless demon palace's Heartbroken Hall? Out of curiosity, Chen Hao didn't filter out the discussions of the crowd. In a moment, some information about Fang Handong appeared in Chen Hao's ears. Originally, Chen Hao was just slightly amazed that there was always someone better than him. However, when he heard that this monstrous genius named Fang Handong was actually from the Heartbroken Hall, he frowned slightly. Fang Handong, disciple of the Eastern continent's demon sect, not old, just over 30 years old, suddenly rose to prominence in the central continent half a year ago, rejected countless forces, and took the initiative to join the Heartbroken Hall. Fang Handong, Fang Handong. Could it be? It can't be so coincidental, right? Back then, the Jinyuan Kingdom did their best to help me find him, but in the end, they couldn't find him. Later on, even the Xuanwu Empire was mobilized, but there was no news. Basically, I can conclude that that guy should have died in the wilderness, and not even his bones were left. After all, he was just a small martial master at that time, and he was also seriously injured. However, this name, it's just that the order is reversed. Even if it's Dongfang Han, his age is correct, and he's from the Eastern continent. However, even if he didn't die, he should have stepped into the Eastern continent's immortal realm. How did he end up in the demon sect? Could it be that it was during the chaos of the three realms 10 years ago? However, if this Fang Handong is really him, how could he be unknown in the immortal realm? Chen Hao thought about it and felt that it was unlikely that it was Xiao Jihan, who was also Dongfang Han. This was because it was a little inconceivable. However, with all these coincidences, he couldn't completely rule out this possibility. In fact, only Chen Hao would link Fang Handong and Dongfang Han together. It couldn't be helped. When Dongfang Han escaped, it was Chen Hao's biggest worry. Hello, are you also a disciple participating in the Elite Academy's challenge? Just as Chen Hao was gathering information about Fang Handong, a young cultivator standing in front of Chen Hao turned around and looked at Chen Hao. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he asked. Yes. Chen Hao looked at the person and replied, How should I address you, brother? My name is Li Chao, a disciple of the Li family of Ocean Jade City. Chen Hao, a disciple of the Winter Plum Hall of the Limitless Immortal Palace. Chen Hao smiled slightly. Ah, a disciple of the Limitless Immortal Palace. When I saw that you were alone, I thought that you were from a small family like me. I didn't expect Brother Chen to be a disciple of the limitless immortal palace. No wonder I couldn't sense your realm aura. This should be the limitless immortal palace's secret technique to restrain one's aura, right? Hee hee, you can't sense my realm aura. Hearing the young cultivator's words, Chun Hao was slightly stunned. *CK. I didn't expect that after my soul materialized, it would restrain to such a realm. After waking up and learning about the situation from the old god, Chun Hao immediately paid a visit to the vice palace master of the Winter Plum Hall and rushed to Spirit City. He didn't even carefully check the condition of his body. If he hadn't heard the cultivator's words, Chun Hao wouldn't have realized how much his aura had been retracted. Hiss. Hee hee. Chun Hao smiled as a reply to Li Chao. At the same time, he released a little bit of his aura. Amazing! Brother Chun is only at the early stage of the manifestation realm. To be able to restrain your aura to such a realm, clearly your potential is very high. In a few years, Brother Chun will definitely become a disciple of the Elite Academy, probably much faster than me. Ha ha! Brother Chun, don't mind me. I'm just speaking the truth. Without the strength of the late stage of the manifestation realm, it's basically impossible to pass the first round of elimination. Although I'm at the late stage of the manifestation realm, passing the first round of elimination is not a big problem. However, the following tests have nothing to do with realms. They are all tests of potential. If I had Brother Chen's potential, I would definitely pass. Li Chao said with a smile. Li Chao was a cultivator at the late stage of the blessed realm, but he could not sense Chun Hao's aura. This indeed surprised him. After all, Chun Hao was right in front of him, and this was completely different from the state of using a concealment technique. In such a situation, unless he used a spiritual treasure to conceal his realm aura, he had to have practiced the concealment technique to the extreme. How many people in the cultivation world had spiritual treasures? Therefore, Li Chao concluded that Chun Hao was a super genius with great talent and comprehension. It's okay. Brother Li, I've been in seclusion. This is the first time I'm participating in the Elite Academy's qualifiers. What are the rounds of the qualifiers? Oh, Brother Chen doesn't even know this. It's very simple. The entire competition has two major rounds. The first is the elimination round, which is a test of absolute combat power. 100 people will be divided into small groups. The group will have a free-for-all. The final winner will enter the second major round of the competition. Under normal circumstances, those who can pass the free-for-all are basically experts above the late stage of the manifestation realm. Of course, there are exceptions for demon-level geniuses. Every year, there are hundreds of demon-level geniuses. The second major round is the test of potential. The final ranking is also based on potential. The first round of elimination is just to eliminate people. The Elite Academy is most concerned about potential. Those who pass the qualifiers are basically certain that they will be able to advance to the immortal prime realm in the future. So simple. Chun Hao was slightly surprised. Of course. Don't tell me you think there will be a huge battle? Ha ha. I thought so too when I first participated. Before Chun Hao reached Spirit City, Immortal Prime Han Mei had already arrived at Spirit City. The office of Wuji Elite Academy was stationed here. Immortal Prime Han Mei, what are you doing? Helping one of my disciples register. Register? He's an elite guardian. This is his information. Please help to enter it as soon as possible. Okay. Elite guardian. Congratulations, Immortal Prime Han Mei. It's harder to have this title than to become a disciple of the Elite Academy. I remember that 10 years ago, you had someone called Chun Hao. After that, I heard that something happened. I didn't expect that there would be another one. This is the Chun Hao from 10 years ago. Immortal Prime Han Mei said calmly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 475. Please show your guardian token. In the teleportation area, after waiting for half an hour, it was finally Chun Hao's turn. It took me more than an hour to rush here from Cold Plum Hall and another half an hour to wait here. Cold Plum, Immortal, should have registered for me. Chun Hao estimated in his heart and took out his guardian token. Beep, beep, beep. Number 46,184. The old man in charge of checking information, after reading the information on Chun Hao's token, showed a hint of surprise on his face. He looked at Chun Hao. Not bad. Go ahead. I wish you good results. Thank you, Senior. Chun Hao cupped his fist and said. After that, he stepped out of the door. Brother Chun, your serial number. The cultivator named Li Chao, who was waiting for Chun Hao at the door, looked at Chun Hao with a hint of shock. I didn't expect Brother Chun to be an elite guardian. Ordinary registration ended 3 months ago. At that time, Li Chao was clear about the number of participants. Chun Hao's serial number was obviously registered in the last 2 days. At this time, there was only one situation where one could register, and that was to be an elite guardian of the League of Defender. Any cultivator who could become an elite guardian could become a disciple of the elite academy, but the disciples of the elite academy might not necessarily become an elite guardian. An elite guardian? Amazing, what's his name? I just heard him say that his name is Chun Hao, a disciple of Limitless Immortal Palace's Cold Plum Hall. Almost in an instant, the young cultivators nearby began to talk. They looked at Chun Hao with envy and surprise. I'll go first. Chun Hao was also quite speechless. He didn't expect the old man in charge of checking to just say his serial number and let others guess his identity as an elite guardian. He greeted Li Chao, turned into a stream of light, and quickly went out. Chun Hao, here. A familiar voice floated to Chun Hao's ears, and a figure quietly appeared beside Chun Hao. Greetings, Master. Chun Hao cupped his fists and bowed with a smile on his face. Follow me. Venerable Han Mei gazed at Chun Hao for a moment and said softly. As he spoke, he sent out a stream of energy to envelop Chun Hao, who then disappeared from where he stood. What happened to you in the past 10 years? In Spirit Realm City, no one could tear the void. Immortal Venerable Han Mei and Chun Hao only hid their aura and flew out of the city with extreme speed. I don't know what happened. I just fainted. Chun Hao said. He really fainted? Han Mei Venerable looked at Chun Hao with dissatisfaction. Not entirely. I fell into a terrifying illusion, and I lost all sense of the outside world. I couldn't wake up even if I wanted to. It wasn't until today, when the illusion disappeared, that I woke up. Chun Hao explained. He really didn't know how he had entered such a terrifying state. Even Old God didn't know what happened. He only guessed that it was because of his mutated soul. However, Chun Hao definitely couldn't tell Venerable Han Mei about this. How do you feel now? I mean, your soul is injured. It's okay. I should have recovered. Vice Palace Master said he couldn't determine your realm. What's going on? Completely restrain your aura and let me see. Cough, cough. Okay. Chun Hao slightly hesitated, but still obediently retracted his aura. Everyone guessed that his coma was due to his soul being injured. However, in the past 10 years, not only did Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei not give up on him, they also didn't interfere with his relationship with Chen Shui, Helian Wu Zi, and the others. This made Chun Hao feel very grateful. Chun Hao obviously knew that the reason why the two didn't interfere was because of the girls' insistence. However, no matter if it was for the girls or for some other reason, it was very rare in the cruel and ruthless cultivation world. Moreover, in the past 10 years, the palace he was in was always in a state of top-quality spiritual energy. Just this treatment alone was the best treatment among all the disciples of Cold Plum Hall. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Chun Hao didn't even need to do it deliberately. The aura around his body disappeared completely into thin air, and not a trace of it remained. I really can't sense it. Even I can't sense it. At first, Venerable Han Mei still had a skeptical attitude. However, now that she saw Chun Hao, she was really shocked. You've cultivated a unique skill that can shield your aura? You can say so. After I fell into that state, the only thing I could do for 10 years was to restrain my aura as much as possible. Otherwise, my soul might be destroyed. Chun Hao said as he communicated with Old God in his mind. According to Old God, if he told the truth, Venerable Han Mei would definitely know that Chun Hao's soul had transformed to the realm of an expert in the Earth celestial realm. How shocking would it be if he was only in the early stage of the creation realm? It was more appropriate to say so. Firstly, it could prove that his soul injury had basically recovered. Secondly, it wouldn't be too shocking. So, you've comprehended a unique skill that can shield your aura. You're only in the creation realm, but you can hide it from my eyes. So, this unique skill is at least in the Earth celestial realm. Fortunately, you're really surprising. Someone else signed up. It must be an elite guardian. These guys are really annoying. It's as if they're afraid that others don't know that they're elite guardians. Why did they have to sign up so late? We have to adjust the groups. Who is it? Wuji, Immortal Palace. Cold Plum Hall. Chun Hao. What? This guy woke up. It should be. The information is correct. This guy signed up 10 years ago. At that time, he attracted a lot of attention from the higher-ups. However, later, the information collected confirmed that he burned 800 years of his life and killed many experts at the peak of the late stage of the creation realm. His soul was seriously injured, and he fell into a deep sleep. Now that he's awake, I'm afraid he's useless. Of course, 800 years of life is equivalent to 4/5 of his soul being destroyed. It would be strange if he's not useless. At this time, he still dares to sign up. Moreover, there's no news of him waking up. Otherwise, his status as an elite guardian would definitely be revoked. Jean Tian, do we need to arrange a special group with him? There's no need. Even though he's a disciple of Wuji Immortal Palace, he's already useless. You can arrange any group you want. I don't care, the old man called Jean Tian said. That's good. This is someone that Fan Suixin hates to the core. Why don't we replace Chen Nen and put him in Fang Handong's group? That's not good. It's a little too obvious. This guy is definitely useless, but his status as an elite guardian hasn't been revoked. If we do that, we're not giving face to the alliance. What do you mean? Just throw him into a group of experts at the late stage of the creation realm under Fan Suixin. His soul is seriously injured, and he's only at the early stage of the creation realm. I believe that the alliance won't say anything about our arrangement. Elite guardians are all monstrous geniuses who are at least 2 small realms above them. If he can't deal with an opponent at the late stage of the creation realm, it's none of our business. That's right. Let's do that. There were a large number of contestants. When the normal registration ended, the first elimination round of the mixed battle began. Under normal circumstances, the groups were coordinated according to the realms and battle records of all the contestants to avoid the situation where the strong met the strong. Moreover, the disciples of the major forces, especially the 3 major palaces, would not be in the same group. This was also a treatment that only the super forces had. Wuji Elite Academy. They're here. Apotheon Yunwei, who was sitting in the courtyard, suddenly stood up and stared at the void in the distance with a trace of expectation. Chun Yin clenched her fists excitedly, and her petite body trembled a little. The faint worry between her eyebrows had long disappeared, and it was replaced by incomparable excitement and expectation. The sisters were also nervous and excited, and their faces shone with a touch of excitement. Chun Nan took a deep breath and stared in the direction that Apotheon Yunwei was looking at with a sharp gaze. At this moment, except for Apotheon Yunwei, even the sisters who had stepped into the human immortal realm couldn't see the slightest clue. After a moment, two figures flying quickly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. 10 years, staring at the handsome figure who was obviously also very excited, she could no longer suppress her emotions. "Brother!" Hiss. Chun Yen was the first to fearlessly rush over. The sisters, who had wanted to rush over, forcibly held themselves back. They could only stare blankly at the figure. It was the first time in 10 years that the figure had appeared in front of them with a clear mind. Chun then clenched his fists tightly. He, who had always been cold and calm, was now full of excitement and admiration. Although his brother's aura was not as strong as his, it didn't affect his brother's lofty image in his heart. How could his brother be measured by his cultivation stage? Xiao Yen Chunhao smiled and opened his arms. Just like before, Chun Yen clung tightly to Chunhao's neck and rubbed her face hard on Chunhao's face. Her eyes were full of tears, and she was so excited that she couldn't speak. "In 10 years, you've all surpassed me." When he slowly landed in front of everyone with Chun Yen in his arms, Chunhao looked at Chun Nan and the sisters and said with a trace of relief and excitement in his voice, "Brother Hao, brother, senior brother Chun, Hao, senior brother Chun, Hao." Everyone greeted Chun Hao. However, aside from the sisters and Chun Nan, the others looked at Chun Hao respectfully, but there was also a hint of curiosity and doubt in their eyes. 10 years ago, Chun Hao was a monstrous genius that they couldn't hope to reach. Now, Chun Hao was only in the initial stage of Blessed Realm, and his soul had been severely injured. Could he still have his former innate talent and fighting strength? That was unknown. But even so, no one dared to underestimate him. Forget about the fact that the women who had confirmed their relationship with Chun Hao did not give up on Chun Hao. Even Chun Hao's younger siblings displayed unparalleled talent. Even if Chun Hao was a cripple, he was not someone they could underestimate. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 476. Little guy, it seems like you've recovered well. When Chun Hao put down Chun Yen and bowed to Venerable Yunwei with cupped fists, Venerable Yunwei, who had been staring at him for a long time, said with a faint smile, "It's okay." Chun Hao replied, "Huan, Lei, you two stay here. The rest of you go back to your rooms to meditate. I'll inform you when the results of the groups are out." "Yes, Master." Chun Nan and Chun Yen looked at Apotheosis Yunwei. "Go. I know you two want to talk to your brother, but tomorrow's competition will be the most difficult one. As long as you two can pass it, you two can enter Elite Academy X. Prepare well. Chun Hao has already woken up. There will be plenty of time in the future." Apotheosis Yunwei said, "Little Nan, little Yen, go. I'll talk to you later." Chun Hao said, "Oh, burning 800 years of your lifespan and being in a coma for 10 years. Although I don't know what you're talking about, it should be a mutation in your soul residence. I really want to know how strong you are now. Apotheosis Han Mei and Apotheosis Yun Wei brought Chun Hao and the two sisters into the cultivation room specially arranged for her. Their expressions were serious as they looked at Chun Hao expectantly. My strength. There's no need to say more. Lele, come and try. Apotheosis Han Mei waved her hand at Chun Hao and said directly, I. Lung Ningle was slightly stunned. There's no need, right? Chun Hao said, Of course, why not? Apotheosis Han Mei said, Lele, you don't have to worry. Your master and I will be watching. You just have to display the strength of a late-stage manifestation realm and slowly increase it. There won't be a problem. No, Uncle, I can't do it alone. Lung Ningle said, Can't. You're already in the human immortal realm, and your talent is extremely strong. Why can't you do it? Girl, it seems that your heart has been completely imprinted by this brat. Well, Huan will go with you. Venerable Han Mei said. Then she looked at Chun Hao and said, Do your best. Don't hold back in front of us. All right. Huan, Lele, both of you must show mercy. Chun Hao revealed a wisp of a smile as he spoke. How can we be a match for you when you're suppressing your cultivation? Lung Ninghuan whispered. Apotheosis Yun Wei said, You two girls, enough with the nonsense. Let's begin. Both Senior Immortal Yun Wei and Senior Immortal Han Mei thought that Lung Ninghuan and Lung Ninglu were traumatized by Chun Hao. After experiencing this battle, they should understand that with the improvement of their cultivation stage, their combat strength and combat talent would increase tremendously. Even if they suppressed their cultivation stage to the creation stage, their combat talent would still be at the human celestial stage. No matter how powerful Chun Hao was, how could his 10 years of silence be compared to their combined strength? However, they didn't know that Lung Ninghuan and Lung Ninglu knew better than them what Chun Hao had experienced in the past 10 years. The comforting words were not just to tell them that Chun Hao would wake up. The treasure-hunting sword spirit had said that once Chun Hao woke up, he would exceed everyone's expectations. It was also used to encourage them to cultivate wholeheartedly. At this time, although Chun Hao was still at the initial stage of the creation stage, he had the strength to kill someone at the peak of the late stage of the creation stage 10 years ago. How much stronger would he be now? Clang! Clang! After Senior Immortal Han Mei waved her hand to set up a more powerful bounded domain, the sisters directly unsheathed their swords. Chi! Chi! Directly at the peak of the late stage of the creation stage. Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei shook their heads helplessly when they saw the sisters' aura, but they didn't say anything. In their opinion, with the sisters' current combat strength, as long as they reached the late stage of the creation stage, they would be able to force Chun Hao to use all his strength. Come on! Chun Hao stared at the beautiful sisters, still standing there confidently. Yes, Brother Hao, you can't bully us. Chi! After the sisters finished speaking, they directly unsheathed their swords. The two of them had a tacit understanding, sword light intertwined and instantly condensed into sword light that was full of mysterious runes. It also contained the vigorous, true origin of an expert at the peak of the late stage of the creation stage. It covered Chun Hao. This scene made the two senior immortals speechless again. They were speechless at Chun Hao's arrogance and even more speechless at the sisters' lack of confidence in their own strength. When the sisters were at the peak of the late stage of the creation stage, their combined strength was comparable to that of a half-step human immortal. Now that they had become human immortals, their state of mind and use of the laws of heaven and earth had naturally improved tremendously. To them, Controlling their strength at the peak of the late stage of the creation stage was like a high school student doing a primary school exam. It was naturally easier for them. However, in a moment, the two senior immortals widened their eyes and gasped. How is this possible? Under the sisters' pincer attack, Chun Hao's aura was condensed to the extreme. His body moved erratically as he shuttled through the dense sword glares as if he was not affected by any force. It seemed like he was in a perilous situation, but he easily entered the sisters' blind spots and loopholes. His palms would sometimes form swords, and at other times they would form fists. The power of his attacks was not strong, and they could not even compare to that of a normal cultivator in the later stage of Blessed Realm. However, he had infused the will of the sword and the laws of the world into his every move, and he was able to deflect the sisters' attacks with little effort, rendering them useless. Is this his real fighting talent? Han Mei, it seems that we still underestimated him. This guy has been sleeping for 10 years. Not only does he not show any signs of soul injury, but his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth has also improved. Just the combat strength he is showing now is much stronger than before. In fact, the fact that he can comprehend the unique skill of concealing the aura of his stage and the ultimate skill of the Earth celestial stage has already explained the problem. Senior Immortal Yunwei said. She had already communicated with Venerable Immortal Han Mei in secret. She had already confirmed that Chun Hao's soul injury wouldn't have any effect. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to create an ultimate technique to conceal one's aura. This was because it required a very powerful soul force and comprehension ability. However, they could not figure it out. They thought that it should be caused by the secret hidden in Chun Hao's body. It was very likely that it was a powerful inheritance that surprised them. However, the current situation made them understand that it was not as simple as inheriting a unique skill. Otherwise, Chun Hao would not be able to use the laws of heaven and earth to such a superb level. Even an ordinary expert at the early stage of the Earth celestial stage could not do it so smoothly and confidently. It's a pity that he has just woken up. If he is given half a year, he will definitely be able to reach the middle stage of the creation stage, or even the late stage. At that time, even an ordinary expert at the human celestial stage would not be able to do anything to him. Well, true essence is what he lacks the most. Otherwise, Huan and Lele would lose to him. With such a level of comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, it is only a matter of time before he enters the human celestial stage. In the battle between the three of them, the sisters couldn't do anything to Chun Hao. Because of the disparity in Zhen Yuan, Chun Hao's attacks couldn't do anything to the sisters either. On the surface, it seemed that it was impossible for any of them to defeat the other in a short period of time. Only when one side ran out of energy could the victor be decided. In this case, if the beautiful sisters were really at the peak of the late stage of the creation stage, it was hard to say who would win. However, the beautiful sisters were human celestials who suppressed their stage. Their true essence was extremely powerful, which was not something that Chun Hao could compare with. It depended on how long Chun Hao could hold on. Master, is it okay? The competition will start tomorrow. It's not good to consume too much energy. After 15 minutes, Chun Hao stopped the battle and said, "Well, very good. I didn't expect that after 10 years of sleep, your comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth would improve to such an extent. As long as you don't encounter Fang Handong, the disciple of the Broken Heart Hall of the Limitless Demon Palace, you can easily win the group battle tomorrow." Senior Immortal Yunwei said, "Chun Hao, if you encounter the disciples of the Broken Heart Hall of the Limitless Demon Palace, the Thunder Hall, the White Cloud Hall, the 1,000 Miles Hall, and the Green Cloud Hall, kill them if you can especially the disciples of the Broken Heart Hall. Senior Immortal Han Mei's expression changed slightly, and she said in a low voice, "In the past 10 years, many disciples of our 2 halls have been killed by them. Even Huyen Aobo and the others would have lost their lives if we hadn't strengthened our protection." "Understood," Chen Hao replied, and then frowned slightly and said, "Master, do you know what Fang Handong looks like? And his detailed information. What are you going to do? With your current strength, you are no match for him at all. Moreover, after Fang Handong participates in the preliminaries, he will definitely trigger heaven's punishment. Once he steps into the human celestial realm, it is very likely that he will become an invincible celestial. In the group battle, no matter who we are, including you, once you encounter him, you must forfeit. Otherwise, you will definitely be killed by him." "I want to know more," Chen Hao said without changing his expression. "What?" Chen Hao has woken up. He has been assigned to Zhao Jianchuan's group. "Ha! Very good, very good. This guy who is destined to be a good-for-nothing still dares to participate in the competition after waking up. Ha! I guess they don't expect that the person in charge of the groups has been bribed by us. Ha!" Fan Suixin and the others had arrived at the elite academy. At this moment, they suddenly received a message from the staff of the elite academy. "Master, what did you say?" Fang Handong, who was sitting beside Fan Suixin and seemed to be on an equal footing, suddenly changed his expression when he heard Fan Suixin's words. His aura could not help but burst out with a strong murderous intent. He looked at Fan Suixin and asked in a trembling voice, "Chen Hao, the Chen Hao who killed dozens of super geniuses of the limitless demon palace, has woken up. Handong, what are you doing?" "Arrange it for me. I want to kill him with my own hands. This, Handong, I know you are good to me, but he is already a good-for-nothing. Zhao Jianchuan has no problem killing him. Why do you need to do it? That Chen Nan is more important in comparison, and the talent he has shown is also superb. No, Master, I want to kill him with my own hands. As a member of the demon sect in the Eastern Continent 10 years ago, when he defeated the demon sect alone, I swore to kill him with my own hands." "Master, please contact him immediately. I am afraid it will be too late. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 477. Handong, I'm afraid it's not easy. The news I just received also explained the situation. After all, Chen Hao still has the title of Elite Guardian. If we assign him to you, it will be too disrespectful to the Alliance. It's just a title. In the previous battle, he was in a coma for 10 years. His soul must have been severely injured. He's already a good-for-nothing. Why would the Alliance care about him? Moreover, as long as they pay attention to our arrangement, who can't see that there's a problem with this grouping? The hatred between our palaces, Hanmei Palace and Yunwei Palace, is already out in the open. And I'm also an elite guardian. Can't they tell who's more important? Master, tell them that I, Handong, will remember this kindness and arrange it for me no matter what. Dongfang Han said arrogantly but calmly. He knew very well that if he missed this opportunity, the chances of killing Chen Hao would be very small, because at this moment he had returned to his original appearance. At least, many people in Limitless Demon Palace had seen his current appearance. Once he showed up in this preliminaries, everyone would know his true appearance. Others might not recognize him, but how could Chen Hao not recognize him? Okay. Fan Suixin did not expect Fang Handong to hate Chen Hao so much. This also made him vaguely understand why Fang Handong chose to join Broken Heart Palace. How could this be? 4 hours later, Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei, who received the grouping information on time, hurriedly glanced at the situation, and their expressions became extremely angry. At this moment, Chun Hao, Chun Nan, Chun Yen, and more than 100 disciples who participated in this competition were all gathered in the hall, waiting for their grouping information. Seeing the expressions of Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei, everyone felt a little uneasy, especially those who were weaker. Humph, there must be something wrong with the person in charge of grouping. Senior Immortal Han Mei said, "It's Fan Suixin. No, to be exact, it should be Fong Handong. Otherwise, it's impossible to be so obvious." Senior Immortal Yun Wei said, "No, Han Mei, we have to report this to the palace master. This is too much. It's useless. The list has been determined. Even the palace master can't change it. Although what they did was obvious, but it could be considered as meeting the criteria for grouping. With Fong Handong's current status, the palace masters of the limitless demon palace and the demon palace wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Then what should we do? Are we going to be bullied just like that? So what if it's a year late? What else can we do?" Venerable Han Mei said. After she finished speaking, she looked at everyone and said, "Now I will send you your group information. Chun Nan, Chun Yen, Bailey Chung Feng, Wu Qianhua, Su Xiangjia, all 47 of you must be careful. This year, the most important thing is to participate. Master the expressions of the 47 disciples who were called out, including Chun Nan and Chun Yen, became extremely furious. The groups they were in actually had 5 disciples from the Limitless Demon Palace, the Broken Heart Hall, the Thunder Hall, the White Cloud Hall, the Thousand Miles Hall, and the Green Cloud Hall. Moreover, each group had the strongest person at the peak of the late stage of the manifestation realm. How could there be such a coincidence? How could there be such a high probability among more than 300,000 participants? More importantly, these 47 people were all hopeful to pass the first round of the Battle Royale. Moreover, as long as a few of them passed the Battle Royale, they would have the confidence to become a disciple of the Elite Academy. This was simply a naked encirclement. "Master, what about me?" At this moment, Chun Hao asked. Chun Hao, Venerable Han Mei, and Venerable Yun Wei both looked at Chun Hao. "You can only forfeit and wait for next year. We also didn't expect them to be so shameless. They even tampered with the groups. It's too late to say anything now. Your opponent is Fong Handong," Venerable Han Mei said. "Ah, Fong Handong." Hearing Venerable Han Mei's words, most of the disciples sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Chun Hao with sympathy. "Fong Handong." Chun Hao frowned slightly. His combat power is comparable to an expert in the human immortal realm. If you meet him, he will definitely kill you, with his current status. As long as he doesn't do anything too obvious, no one will hold him accountable. Just now, we also told you that on our side, no matter who meets him, they have to forfeit. This is also something that can't be helped. I didn't expect them to not even care about your identity as an elite guardian. It's really shameless. Moreover, you registered the latest, so it's unlikely that you will be in the same group as him. This is obviously a last-minute adjustment. They don't even give face to the alliance. Originally, I wasn't sure if Fong Handong was Dongfang Han. Now, it seems that he is. Chun Hao thought to himself. The information he got from Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei was that Fong Handong's original ugly face was too different from Dongfang Han's in terms of expression and aura. However, Chun Hao didn't deny it. After all, what he saw was only the image simulated by Venerable Han Mei, and it wasn't simulated by Venerable Han Mei herself. But now, hearing Venerable Han Mei's words, he was a little more certain. Thinking of this, Chun Hao no longer hesitated. His eyes flashed fiercely as he looked at the two venerable immortals and said, "Masters, I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. I must fight." "What do you mean?" Hearing Chun Hao's words, everyone was surprised. "He's from the Eastern Continent, although you got the information that he's from the demon path of the Eastern Continent. In fact, he should be from the immortal path of the Eastern Continent. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, he joined the Broken Heart Hall for me. Fang Handong, Dong Fang Han. You may not know, but Xiao Nan and Xiao Yin should remember. Brother, you said he's Xiao Jihan?" Chun Nan's expression changed slightly. "Basically, it's confirmed. I didn't expect him to come this far. I can also completely forget the knot in my heart. What's the specific situation?" Venerable Han Mei could not help but ask. "The situation is very simple. He's an enemy of mine. To him, we can be considered as irreconcilable. Masters, you don't have to worry. In fact, my strength is not what you see." Chun Hao smiled slightly and said, "At least I have no problem staying alive. Even the human immortals of the Broken Heart Hall are no match for him. How's Huan Huan and Lei Lei's talent compared to the human immortals he defeated? Huan Huan and Lei Lei are only at the peak of the late-stage creation realm. I'm only at the early-stage creation realm." Boom! Chun Hao's aura suddenly erupted without restraint. He knew that words alone would not be able to convince the two venerable immortals. He had just woken up and wanted to keep a low profile, but the environment did not allow him to do so. Almost in an instant, an extremely terrifying pressure engulfed the entire hall. Swish, swish. In addition to the two celestial primes, even the beautiful sisters at the human celestial realm screamed. They couldn't help but activate their protective upstanding chi. All the disciples at the creation realm turned pale. At this moment, they felt as if their souls were being crushed by a mountain. Chun Hao's figure, which was not very tall, became unreachable, giving them a horrible feeling that they were powerless to resist. This feeling only appeared when the two celestial primes were angry. Chun Hao's aura lasted for a few seconds before it suddenly disappeared. At this time, everyone widened their eyes in horror. "Brother!" Chun Nan clenched his fists excitedly and stared at Chun Hao, saying excitedly, "I knew it. My brother is the strongest. The strongest." What a pure, true essence. Venerable Han Mei murmured, "Brat, if you hadn't met Fang Handong, wouldn't you have hidden it from us again?" Venerable Yun Wei said with surprise, relief, and anger. Only the sisters smiled knowingly as they looked at each other. "You two know, don't you?" Venerable Han Mei glared at the sisters fiercely. Master, we don't know, we really don't know. Then why are you laughing?" "When I asked you to test his strength, you were very strange. Master, we just guessed that Brother Hao is definitely not as strong as he appears to be. Brother Hao has always been like this to everyone, let alone the two of us. Even Sister Shui, Xiao Wu, and you are the same. No one knows how much Brother Hao is hiding." Lung Ning lowered her head, peeked at Chun Hao, and said cautiously, "Master, tomorrow's battle is a challenge for us, but also an opportunity. I still have some spiritual treasures here. If they are suitable, I will give them to them. I will give them to you early tomorrow morning. These spiritual treasures have been refined by my soul, so it will take some time to erase the imprints. I will go back to my room first." After Chun Hao finished speaking, he ignored everyone's surprise. He just saluted the two venerable celestials, nodded to the sisters, and disappeared directly in front of everyone. Spiritual treasures. Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei looked at each other, and then looked at everyone and said, "Go back and prepare yourselves to the best state." Yes, everyone who had been depressed just now was excited at this moment, full of fighting spirit and confidence. Master, is Brother Hao's pressure at the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage? Lung Ning, Huan couldn't help but ask. Lele and I can't help but activate our energy to resist. It's more than the initial stage of the Earth celestial stage. This brat, I really don't know how many spiritual treasures he has refined. It is such a waste to refine such precious materials for creation stage cultivators. Who cares? Anyway, he has a lot of precious mineral veins. When their cultivation stages are improved, they can refine them again. It won't be a waste. Oh, Huan Lele, what? Master, you can ask him for more materials. I can ask someone to refine your spiritual treasure sets again. Ask for as much as you can. Oh, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 478. Phew. Old God, have you sensed their situation clearly? In the cultivation room, Chun Hao sat cross-legged and said in his mind, refine as much as you can. Xiao Nan and Xiao Yan are in a full set. Try your best. The rest of you can refine a single set. Don't worry about comprehensiveness. It's either attack or defense. Otherwise, you may not have enough time. No problem. Just refine your true core strength. With your soul power at the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage, you can refine all your true core strength to a quality that surpasses the creation stage in a short time. The only thing you lack is quantity. If you can break through to the middle stage of the creation stage before the competition, it will be safer. Okay, I'll try my best. Time is too tight. I don't have any restrictions at all. Breaking through to the next stage is just refining my true core strength. In 10 years, my soul power has reached the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage. The effect of the primary outline of the Great Tao should be greatly improved. If there are no accidents, I can break through to the middle stage of the creation stage before the competition tomorrow. Okay, let's start. Okay. Qi. With Chun Hao's voice, a powerful restriction spell suddenly condensed in the cultivation room. Splash. Immediately, a majestic spiritual spring gushed out from between Chun Hao's eyebrows and instantly filled the huge cultivation room. Chun Hao became naked and immersed in the spiritual spring. So, what if I'm a human celestial? My soul power has reached the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage, the law of heaven and earth, and the sword principle are at a level that the creation stage and even the human celestial stage can't reach. The only thing lacking is the density of my true core strength. I'd like to see how much I can improve in one night. Let's start. Hiss. In an instant, Chun Hao entered the state of thoughtless tranquility. Today, after 10 years, Chun Hao finally began his first cultivation. The general outline of the great Tao floated in Chun Hao's mind. He recognized every word and understood every sentence. However, to the previous Chun Hao, it was impossible for him to grasp the profoundness contained within. And now, Chun Hao was still purely reciting. He did not deliberately try to understand or comprehend, but after a short 10 minutes, an extremely mysterious aura slowly emerged from Chun Hao's body, causing the pure energy of heaven and earth in the spirit spring to surge into Chun Hao's body at a terrifying speed, faster and faster. It's as if I've comprehended something. It's just as if I've comprehended something. To think that the effects are so good. Sensing the terrifying rate of energy absorption, Chun Hao was pleasantly surprised. He almost jumped out of the state of thoughtless tranquility. This speed was 100 times faster than when he hadn't comprehended the primary outline of the Great Tao. Calm down, calm down. This shouldn't just be because of the general outline of the Great Tao. The main reason should still be my soul. My soul is already at the peak of the late stage of the Earth celestial stage. Apart from my body, I am at the Earth celestial stage. Even without the general outline of the Great Tao, I can still improve quickly. The only restriction is that the strength of my body can't keep up. If the strength of my body can reach the late stage of the creation stage, it should be as simple as recovering after exhausting my true core strength. Yes, it must be so. Now I should refine my body, not condense my true core strength. Refine for me. Boom. Thinking of this, Chun Hao did not hesitate any longer. The majestic and pure true core strength instantly began to circulate crazily in his meridians and violently surged into his 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and every cell in his body. Crack, 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 hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, under the crazy refining of Chun Hao, every cell in his body was in terrible pain. For an ordinary cultivator, this kind of pain would probably cause them to lose their minds and go mad. Not to mention refining their body. It would be a miracle if they didn't explode and die. But for Chun Hao, who had experienced 10 years of cruel soul refining, he felt nothing at all. There was not even a trace of fluctuation in his mind. What was this little bit of physical pain? Of course, there were 2 reasons why Chun Hao dared to do this. Firstly, it was because his physical body was a perfect combination of evolutionary genes. This was the legendary immortal body. The limit of what he could endure was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Secondly, time was of the essence. Chun Hao had to improve himself as quickly as possible. After all, although Chun Hao was full of confidence, he only understood the power that Dongfang Han had displayed. Just this alone was enough to make Chun Hao feel a little pressured. What if Dongfang Han was hiding an even more terrifying power? One could have confidence, but one could never underestimate the enemy at any time, especially people like Dongfang Han, who could not be underestimated. Even if one used ones but to think, one could be sure that Dongfang Han's encounters were not worse than his. Otherwise, he would not have reached where he was today, let alone be known as the monstrous genius of the Eastern continent. The next day, early in the morning, we're here. Today's competition will be held here. It can't be such a small palace. Small? You'll know when you go in. Countless itinerant cultivators who were participating in the Elite Academy X for the first time were shocked when they saw the palace used for the competition. From the outside, the area it occupied was just a circular palace with a diameter of 1,000 meters. But when everyone stepped into the palace, they understood what was going on. Throwing in more than 300,000 participants was actually very loose. Obviously, it allowed for extremely strong spatial laws. It was like another world with no end in sight. It was a huge training field with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. In the center of the training field, there were a total of 100 arenas with a diameter of 500 miles. This training field is a treasure refined by the #1 expert of the Boundless Continent, who is also the dean of the Elite Academy X, Xiao Feng. In fact, it's a miniature world. From the outside, it only has a radius of 1,000 meters, but inside, it has a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It's not clear how big the limit is, and everything is under the control of Senior Xiao. He can change the scene as he pleases. Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei brought Chun Hao and the rest to the entrance of the palace. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the disciples, Venerable Han Mei revealed a look of respect and admiration as she spoke softly. #1 expert, Xiao Feng? Chun Hao was slightly surprised. Is it strange? It's normal that you don't know. not long after you came to the central continent. You were in a coma for 10 years. Our boundless star, in the vast galaxy, is just the most ordinary life planet. There are many life planets that are countless times stronger than us. Of course, there are also many that are weaker than us. And the reason why our boundless star can maintain its current stability is all because of Senior Xiaofeng. He's the only Daluo Jinxian of our boundless star. Without him, our boundless star would have become a slave planet. Any planet is like a family or a sect. It needs the support of a true expert to stand firm. And Senior Xiaofeng is the pillar of our boundless star. All right, let's go in. Master, wait. At this moment, Lung Ningle suddenly said, "What's wrong?" Huyan, Aoba, Meng Xiao, and the first king have all rushed back. Have you informed them? No, they just finished their training and didn't know that Brother Hao had woken up. They came to see Master and also watch Xiao Nan and Xiao Yan's competition. They'll be here soon. Lung Ningle revealed a smile as she looked at Chun Hao and said, "They will definitely be surprised. Brother Chun, ha ha, what a coincidence to meet you again. Greetings to the two celestial sovereigns." Just as everyone was waiting for Huyan Aoba and the others, 3 young cultivators quickly flew over. When one of them saw Chun Hao, he immediately revealed a look of surprise and greeted him from afar. At the same time, he respectfully bowed to Han Mei and Yun Wei. This guy was the cultivator Li Chao that Chun Hao met when he stepped into Spirit Realm City. "Seems like you're quite lucky." Chun Hao also smiled and greeted him. "Huh? Indeed. There shouldn't be any pressure for me to pass the group stage. The opponents I'll be assigned to are basically the middle and early stage of the manifestation realm. As long as there isn't a monstrous genius like Brother Chen, there shouldn't be a problem." Hee. Congratulations. It's still too early to congratulate. I've already failed the second stage several times. I hope I can succeed this time. Brother Chen, I won't disturb you anymore. We'll go in first, Li Chao said as he cupped his fists and respectfully nodded to Han Mei and Yun Wei. He then flew towards the 2 young cultivators who were waiting for him and entered the palace together. "Brother Li, how do you know the people from Han Mei Hall and Yun Wei Hall? The disciple you called Brother Chen Hao just now, is he called Chun Hao? You know Chun Hao?" "No, I've only heard of him." "Oh, I met him when I was waiting for the assessment in Spirit Realm City. Brother Chun is very powerful. Although he's only at the early stage of the manifestation realm, his soul should be extremely powerful. When he converges his aura, I can't even sense the aura of his realm. It can't be? Haha, are you surprised? He's a genius disciple from the limitless immortal palace. He's not someone we can compare to." Li Chao said, "It shouldn't be. According to my friend from the limitless demon palace, this Chun Hao was indeed a super genius. 10 years ago, he killed dozens of genius disciples from the limitless demon palace and formed a deep enmity with the limitless demon palace, Broken Heart Hall, and the other 4 halls. At that time, a genius from the Broken Star Hall, Soul Fighter, was killed by him. According to my friend, when the 3 realms of the Eastern Continent were in chaos, Soul Fighter used a secret technique to almost reach the human immortal realm. However, he was still killed by him. However, after that, this Chun Hao also fell into a coma. It's been 10 years since he woke up. According to my guess, he must have used a secret technique to severely injure his soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in a coma for 10 years. Li Chao sucked in a breath of cold air. "So powerful. I didn't expect him to wake up, but he shouldn't be as strong as you said. If I'm not wrong, he should be using a spirit treasure to converge his aura. Brother Li, forgive me for being blunt, but you should stay away from him." If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 479. Why? The Broken Heart Palace of the Limitless Devil Palace is very powerful now. They have a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years in the Central Continent. I know. I've heard countless people talking about him in the Spirit Realm City. His name is Feng Handong. The enmity between the Broken Heart Palace, Hanmei Palace, and Yunwei Palace was caused by Chun Hao. If you date Chun Hao, you might be implicated. How can we afford to offend such a person? Your family is too far away from our area. You definitely don't know the extent of the conflict between them. The talent that Feng Handong has shown has gained the favor of the palace master of the limitless Devil Palace. It is said that he has already become the Tao companion of one of the palace master's favorite granddaughters. Not only the limitless Devil Palace, but also many immortal venerables are trying to curry favor with him. Greetings. Boss. 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 Not long after Li Chao and the other two left, Huyan Aobua, Meng Xiao, First King Jing Tiangang, Bailey Lianqing, Zhang Rongrong, Tanhui, Gao Dazhuang by Xiaomei Linhao, and a person who surprised Chun Hao but was not surprised, Gu Xing, came together. There were 11 of them, and each of them had an extremely powerful aura. All of them were at the peak of the late stage of the Fate Realm. The moment Huyan Aobua and the others flew over, they respectfully bowed to Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yunwei. However, halfway through, their eyes widened as they saw Chun Hao standing beside the two venerables. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Boss, it's really Boss. Boss, you're finally awake. I've missed you so much. Huyan Aobua directly shook off Meng Xiao and rushed towards Chun Hao with his arms wide open. He was extremely excited. Seeing his brothers and sisters coming over, Chun Hao was originally very happy and excited. However, when he saw Huyan Aobua's affectionate eyes, his excited face, and his hugging posture that was even crazier than his sister, he was shocked. Almost subconsciously, the 1,000 transformation technique suddenly appeared. Therefore, Meng Xiao, who was shaken off by Huyan Aobua, let out a scream. Why am I hugging you? Scram! In front of everyone, in front of Master, and Martial Uncle. Damn, I want to hug Boss. Boss, it's been 10 years. When did you wake up? Why didn't you inform us? First King and the others pulled Huyan Aobua aside and came in front of Chun Hao, their expressions agitated. Originally, they were a little worried, but at this moment, Chun Hao had easily toyed with Huyan Aobua, the strongest among them, and had completely disappeared. Boss, our proud heaven, I just woke up and didn't have time to inform you. Let's go. Let's go in first. The competition is about to start. The guardian token, psychic mirror, and so on needed to be within a certain range to receive information. Unless it was through the alliance, they could only send information to them at the fastest speed. Chun Hao rushed here as soon as he woke up. How could he make it in time? Isn't the competition a piece of cake for Boss? Bailey Lianqing said, That's true. Feng Handong is in the same group as senior brother Chun Hao. My brother will win. Chun Nen said confidently. Hanmei Hall and Yunwei Hall are here. The moment Senior Immortal Hanmei and Senior Immortal Yunwei led Chun Hao and the others to the entrance of the palace, the area where the disciples of Limitless Demon Palace were located immediately locked onto Chun Hao and the others. Which one is Chun Hao? Behind the two senior immortals, beside the two beauties, the one in a blue robe, is he here? Feng Handong, who was sitting at the front of the area, slowly opened his eyes and directly locked onto Chun Hao. Handong, that's Chun Hao. He's still at the early stage of the creation realm, and he's not strong. It's a waste for you to fight against him this time. Otherwise, killing Chun Nan wouldn't be a problem. Master, when the real battle starts, you'll know that I made the right choice. I know Chun Hao better than you do, Fang Handong said calmly. After saying that, he closed his eyes and withdrew his aura to the extreme. It was as if he had entered a special state of cultivation. No one knew that at this moment, in the depths of his heart, a monstrous battle intent had risen to the sky. Everyone thought that Chun Hao was destined to become a good-for-nothing, but he still hadn't made a conclusion. As a sworn enemy, he had been paying attention to all news about Chun Hao all the time. The miracles created by the immortal Tao in the Eastern continent had once made him despair. If it weren't for the great opportunity that he had obtained from the Battle of the Three Taos, he didn't know when he would have a chance to defeat Chun Hao. How could such a terrifying opponent fall so easily? Therefore, he wasn't sure. It was also because of this that when he heard that Chun Hao had woken up and was going to participate in the battle, he directly chose Chun Hao. Now, Chun Hao didn't give up and came. What did this mean? Chun Hao knew that he was in the same group as him, and his strength was enough to defeat a human immortal, but he still didn't give up. He didn't think that Chun Hao wanted to die. Even if you have the strength of a human immortal, I'll make you suffer. Kill you? How can I let you die so easily? It's just a physical body. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Han, who had completely restrained his aura, was howling and venting in the vast space in his mind. Even Chun Hao would be shocked if he saw this space in his mind. It was only 3,000 miles wide, but it was filled with the terrifying will of the inextinguishable sword Tao. Rays of silver sword light shuttled through it, and any one of them could make an expert at the peak of the late-stage manifestation realm unable to resist. However, Dongfang Han's illusory energy body seemed to be a part of the sword Tao space, and wasn't affected at all. It's really him. Very good. While Dongfang Han was howling and venting in his mind, Chun Hao, with Venerable Han Mei's reminder, instantly locked onto Dongfang Han, who was sitting with Fan Suixin, with his powerful soul perception. After more than 20 years, Dongfang Han's appearance had only changed slightly, and Chun Hao recognized him at a glance. You're really strong to be able to restrain your aura to this extent. However, no matter what, you have to die. Chun Hao's eyes flashed with 2 sharp rays of light, and he closed his eyes. Huyen Aobo and the others wanted to talk to their boss, but no one dared to disturb him at this time. They were more affected by Fang Handong's sudden rise than anyone else, and even they weren't sure if Chun Hao could win against Fang Handong, and who would win in the end. After all, Chun Hao was only at the early stage of the manifestation realm, and Fang Handong was already a half-step human immortal, and also a super demon-like existence. Dong, dong, dong. At the end of the morning, the grand bell rang, and the hall filled with hundreds of thousands of people suddenly became silent. An old man with a 7-colored halo around him appeared out of thin air above the 100 huge arenas, and all the cultivators who came to participate in the preliminaries for the first time widened their eyes in shock. This old man was actually 100 feet tall, and under the 7-colored halo, he was like a god, majestic and inviolable. Even all the venerables present raised their heads respectfully and looked at the old man with respect. The old man's eyes were like 2 flashes of lightning, and wherever they passed, it made people feel as if their souls were being pierced. Chun Hao also opened his eyes at this time. When the old man's eyes swept across their area, Chun Hao said in shock, "What a strong aura! It's many times stronger than Han Mei's and Yun Wei's. It's at least an expert of the heavenly immortal realm, right? Old man is the deputy dean of the elite academy Yuanru Tianzuan. In this year's preliminaries, a total of 346,184 people have signed up. After the first round of the free-for-all elimination, only 3,462 people have entered the potential test. Whether or not you can become a disciple of the Elite Academy depends on yourselves. There's no quota limit, and as long as you reach the minimum potential standard, you can enter. Okay, time's up. Participants of groups 1 to 100, please enter the arena according to your respective arenas. The time limit is 10 minutes, and the one who obtains the token in the end wins. TSK, TSK, TSK. The old man waved his hand and released hundreds of colorful lights, and the 100 arenas opened up instantly, each with a diameter of 500 miles. As for the participants of groups 1 to 100, they instantly turned into streams of light and entered their respective arenas. However, they couldn't get close to the center of the arenas, but appeared at the edge of the arenas according to the position of their name. At the center of the 100 arenas, there was a tower monument that was thousands of feet tall, and a golden token with a diameter of 1 meter was placed on the monument. Any disciple who obtained the token in the end would pass the first round of the test. In fact, this was a battle for the token, and there would only be one winner in the end. It didn't mean that whoever obtained the token first would be the winner, but they had to hold on until the time limit of 10 minutes. If the token was snatched away by others during this time, then there was no other way. Unless you defeated everyone and obtained the token, or the token was in your hands at the last moment, then you would be the winner. This not only required great strength, but also a certain amount of luck. Absolute fairness was simply impossible. Begin. After the participants of the 100 groups were all in position, the old man gave the order, and the battle immediately began. It's mine. Whoever dares to snatch it will die. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the terrifying sound of energy bombarding each other appeared in the arenas. Those who flew slowly, those who attacked quickly. And those who flew at the front were super experts who were confident that they could hold on to the token. They didn't care about the consequences of being besieged by everyone if they obtained the token first. There were also those who were slightly weaker, who wanted to preserve their strength and attack later. However, there were very few people like this, because once they obtained the token, it would emit a mysterious protective energy, increasing the defensive power of the person who obtained the token by several times. It was also because of this that the situation where no one dared to snatch the token first was avoided. Otherwise, even if one's strength was several times stronger, they wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of 100 people. This chapter is yesterday's draft. It's going to be Chinese New Year again. Today, I'm going back to my hometown in Chongqing with my wife. I can't guarantee that there will be a second chapter tonight. If there isn't, please forgive me. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 480. Humph. You want to compete with me? Ha ha ha. Come at me if you don't want to die. Quick, quick. Attack together. In an instant, the arenas fell into extreme chaos. The 8 immortals crossed the sea, each displaying their divine abilities. The intensity of the battle exceeded the rookies' imaginations. Some of the weaker ones clenched their fists tightly, while the stronger ones felt their blood boil. In the martial arts practice field, the disciples of their respective camps were cheering for their own people. Chaos. In a real chaotic battle, before anyone got a token, everyone was an enemy. Once someone got a token, everyone would join forces to attack. In just 2 minutes, the 100 tokens in the 100 arenas were all obtained by the powerful experts. 5 minutes later, 10 of the experts who got tokens couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and attacks, and had to give up their tokens. However, there were also 2 experts who used their tokens to display even more terrifying strength. They fought against 99 people alone, and didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. Time's up! Chi, chi, chi. 7 colored rays of light appeared in the arenas and enveloped the cultivators. Other than the cultivators who had tokens, everyone else was ejected from the arenas. F***CK. I was about to succeed. How come time is up? I'm so angry. Speed. My speed is too slow. Otherwise, it will definitely be mine. Ha ha ha. I did it. I did it. Most of the people who were unwilling and depressed sounded out, while a few of them were laughing excitedly. 1 in 100. In such a crazy, chaotic battle, it was definitely exciting to be able to win by luck, especially those who weren't very strong and only got a token after a few rounds. They were even more excited. Among the 100 arenas, 62 of the people who got tokens first made it to the end. Among these 62 people, only 4 of them were very outstanding. The rest of them had many opponents who were on par with them. It seems that those who got tokens first had a higher chance of winning. The tokens protection is quite good. Chunhao stared at the remaining cultivators in the arenas and thought to himself, from Group 1 to 100, the winners are Limitless Immortal Palaces, Soaring Space Halls, Disciple Zhang Chunggong, Azure Dragon Cities, Ran Clan's Disciple Ran Qibing, Limitless Devil Palaces, Sky Wind, Halls, Disciple by Li Jian. Immediately after, the old man announced the names of all the disciples one by one. When the announcement was made to Limitless Demon Palaces, Sky Wind Palaces, Disciple by Li Jian, it caused a huge uproar. The buzzing sound of discussion filled the entire martial arts arena. Obviously, among the 100 groups, the one who performed the best in this round was by Li Jian. He was the first to obtain the token and the first to defeat all the disciples. 2 minutes before the end of the round, no one dared to approach him. Following them were groups 101 to 200. Cold Plum Hall and Ru Wei Hall also sent 6 disciples onto the stage. Unfortunately, these 6 people had originally come with the intention of participating. After going onto the stage to feel the atmosphere, they gave up on competing. F***CK, those sons of bitches. What a bunch of shameless bastards. They even tampered with the groups. Are you trying to bully our Limitless Immortal Palace? F***CK them. Junior Brother Zhou, kill them all. Good fight. Hold on. From Group 301 to Group 400, Cold Plum Hall's disciple who had a chance of passing the elimination round and had obtained one of Chunhao's spiritual treasures went onto the stage. The moment the round started, for disciples of Limitless Demon Palace with similar cultivation levels attacked this disciple from both sides. They did not even care about the token, although it was done very discreetly and was not obvious in the chaotic scene. As long as one paid attention, they would be able to see the abnormality. The disciples of Cold Plum Hall and Ru Wei Hall were naturally enraged. However, those who dared to curse out loud were the fearless people like Huyan Aobo, Jing Tiangang, and Bailey Lianqing, who had come to watch the battle. In the past 10 years, although these people had not stepped into the half-step human immortal level, they had already entered the elite academy and experienced countless cruel and bloody trials. They had also developed Proud Heaven into an extremely famous guardian group. A bunch of scum who fawn on the rich and powerful. Isn't he just a genius? Where is the fairness? Where is the justice? Look. Group 343's arena is really strange. They don't fight for the token, but instead attack. Don't you think it's strange? Strange. Huyen Aobua's sarcastic voice resounded in a radius of 1,000 miles. Even if the others were shouting and cheering, they still had to pay attention to their image. After all, this was the main hall where hundreds of thousands of people gathered. Moreover, there were countless immortal primes, and even the higher-ups of the elite academy. Everyone had to pay attention to their image. But now, when Immortal Primes Han Mei and Immortal Primes Yun Wei heard Huyen Aobua's nonsense, they wanted to stop him. However, after thinking for a while, they did not say anything. To the higher-ups of the elite academy, this was indeed a trivial matter. To the top experts of the various forces in the boundless continent, it was also a trivial matter. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of people who had signed up for groups. It was impossible to cover all aspects. Many times, when a few people happened to know each other, or when enemies came together, they would definitely target each other. However, this time, although Immortal Primes Han Mei and Immortal Primes Yun Wei held back and did not report to the Palace Master, they were gnashing their teeth in hatred towards Limitless Demon Palace, Broken Heart Hall, as well as the group members who had been bought over by Fang Handong's strong rise. If they had to pay attention to their identity, why should their own disciples be afraid? Moreover, Huyen Aobua and the rest had performed well in the elite academy. They would not be affected at all. What's going on with Immortal Primes Hall and Immortal Primes Hall? These disciples don't care about their image. Why didn't the two Immortal Primes stop them? Group 343. Some people looked towards the direction of the two halls without hiding anything. There were also some who looked towards the arena of Group 343. Most of the people did not understand what was going on. This was also very normal. After all, the central continent was vast and boundless. Most of the time, there were no interactions at all. Those who knew about the hatred between Immortal Primes Hall, and the 5 halls of Limitless Demon Palace were only some forces that were not too far away. Stop shouting. At this moment, what everyone did not expect was that Chun Hao actually stopped them. Boss, just shout when you encounter a match. Shout like you did just now. You have a total of 47 matches. If you shout too much, it will cause public anger. Chun Hao said telepathically. 47 matches. As long as you are not a fool, you will naturally know that they have done something. That's true. Next, out of the 47 disciples who had a chance, 7 of them were defeated by the opponent's shameless alliance. However, with their spiritual treasures and cautiousness, especially with Huyen Aobua and the rest shouting and mocking, the people of Limitless Demon Palace had no choice but to restrain themselves. This was because if it happened once or twice, everyone would treat it as a coincidence. If it happened 3 or 4 times, they would still treat it as a coincidence. But what if it happened 5 or 6 times? At the 5th time, even the heavenly immortal realm expert who was hosting the competition noticed it. Moreover, his gaze was locked onto the arena where Huyen Aobua and the rest were shouting. As if warning them, he glanced at the direction of the 5 halls of Limitless Demon Palace and Heartbroken Hall. This made Fan Suixin and the rest of the instigators so angry that they almost vomited blood. This old man was the Vice Dean of Elite Academy X. How would they dare to be impudent? They could only suppress their anger and quietly instruct the disciples who were on the next mission to restrain themselves. They did not dare to show any signs that were too obvious. However, in the following matches, Huyen Aobua and the rest were still shouting. However, they changed to mocking lines. They pointed out a few names and expressed that the dogs did not dare to bite people anymore. After more than 10 times in a row, even a fool could tell that the grouping this time had been tampered with. Be asterisk starred. An old man who represented the organization of Elite Academy X. His expression became extremely ugly. This is too much. Our elite academy is the sacred place of the entire central mainland. How could we be manipulated into a place to settle private fights? Who gave them the guts? The few of you lock up all the people who were in charge of the grouping this time. Wait for orders. Yes. Also, record all the groups that have such a situation. Yes. Ha ha ha. This bunch of dogs dare not be arrogant anymore. Boss, do you still want to shout? Shout. As long as there is a group that has tampered with it, shout them out. All right. Few. For succeeded. 6 after the other side no longer dared to join forces to block the disciples of Winterplum Hall and Ruwei Hall of the 9 people who appeared later, with the spirit treasures bestowed by Chun Hao and their own strength. 6 of them successfully obtained the command medallion. This made Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei smile. They could not help but sigh. Crooked people had crooked tricks, and the results were so good. Xiaonan, Xiaoyan, do your best. Finally, when it was the 1,801st to 1,900th group, Chunnan and Chun Yen appeared at the same time. Chun Hao and the rest cheered them on. Yes. So what if all of them come up together? Brother, watch me. Chi. Chun Nan's eyes were filled with strong confidence. After speaking, he and Chun Yen flew towards their respective arenas. Chun Hao looked at the 2 of them, flying towards their arenas. He was actually a little nervous. His younger brother and sister had become experts in the manifestation realm in the blink of an eye. Moreover, each of them had displayed amazing talent. This feeling made Chun Hao feel warm in his heart, especially when he thought of how the 2 of them had clung to him when he was young. There was a kind of warmth flowing in his heart. Chun Hao did not realize that he was only a few years older than his younger siblings. In fact, ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he did not have much time to interact with his younger siblings. Most of his memories were of the difficult times when they did not even have enough to eat. Boss, don't worry. Xiao Nan and Xiao Yan's talent and combat strength are quite amazing. Especially Xiao Nan. She has your style. Those idiots don't dare to join forces. No one can stop them. I forbid them from using their spiritual treasures. Chun Hao smiled faintly and said softly, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 481. Equipment and weapons were also a type of strength. In the world of cultivation, there was basically no prohibition. Even the elite academy's qualifiers were no exception. Boss, isn't it a little too strict? This is the elite academy's qualifiers. Entering 1 year earlier means 1 year earlier access to the elite academy's training environment. Huyen Aobo said, Yes, boss, we know that you are afraid that we will become dependent on the spiritual treasures. But the elite academy's qualifiers are important. Who doesn't give their all? Some people are even willing to pay the price to borrow equipment and weapons. Lin Hao said, when Chun Hao had given them the spiritual treasure set, he had also told them that they were not allowed to use it unless they were in a life and death situation. But in the eyes of the crowd, the importance of this qualifier was no less than a life and death situation test. As students of the elite academy, they knew very well how important the elite academy's training conditions were to the cultivators. It's only 1 year. To a cultivator, the most important thing is not the training environment, but the state of mind and mentality. Training one's will, spirit, and soul is the key. Especially this kind of competition, it is the best opportunity to train one's state of mind. In my opinion, the significance of this is far greater than passing the qualifiers. If one wins with their own strength, The rewards obtained will be incomparable to winning with the spiritual treasures. Begin. While Chun Hao and the others were communicating telepathically, Huyen Aobua and the rest did not forget about the official business. Before the competition officially started, the arena where Chun Nan and Chun Yen were in had become the focus of everyone's attention. Boom! As the restrictions at the edge of the arena were lifted, Chun Nan's body emitted a violent and fierce aura. He suddenly turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the token at a terrifying speed. Humph! Want to snatch it from me? Dream on! Boom, boom, boom. The arena instantly fell into a chaotic battle. So what if the other four are not blocking? With my strength, I can still get the token. As long as you dare to snatch it, I will have the chance to kill you. With my own strength, who can say anything? As long as I can kill you, I will receive a huge reward. At the same time, in the arena where Chun Yen was, a figure also displayed incomparable strength from the start. Chun Nan and Chun Yen were far more important than the other disciples of Cold Plum Hall and Yunwei Hall. In the beginning, Chun Hao had arranged for Fang Handong to take care of Chun Nan. But because of Chun Hao's appearance, they changed the arrangement. And now, the strongest opponents arranged for the two of them were the two strongest among the 5 great halls of the limitless demon palace other than Fang Handong. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, they were the younger brother and sister of Chun Hao, whom they hated the most. Secondly, the talent they displayed at such a young age was also very shocking. How could they, who were already mortal enemies with Winter Plum Hall and Ruwei Hall, allow 2 monstrous geniuses to grow? However, Chi, so fast. How is this possible? After a while, the cultivators who were paying attention to the 2 arenas cried out in surprise. Chun Nan and Chun Yen, who were only in the middle stage of the manifestation realm, actually displayed a speed that completely surpassed their realm when they charged towards the center of the arena. The cultivators beside and behind them did not even have time to attack before the 2 of them turned into 2 wisps of green smoke and left the dust behind them. Even Venerable Immortal Han Mei, Venerable Immortal Yun Wei, and the others who knew Chun Nan and Chun Yen were slightly surprised. Chun Nan seemed to be violent, but he had used the profundity of his strength to an extremely high level. His body moved forward in a straight line, and he used the force of his opponent's force to divert his opponent's force. He used the force of his opponent's force to the minute realm within a narrow range. On the other hand, Chun Yan's entire person seemed to have turned into a dreamy butterfly in an instant. He fluttered around the arena, but the speed of his advance was spiraling and was not inferior to Chun Nan's at all. The token is mine. Chun Nan and Chun Yen, who were on the 2 arenas, grabbed the huge token almost at the same time. No one can take it away from me. Brother, watch my performance. The moment Chun Nan held the token, his entire body shone with a bright golden light. Brother, I will definitely not disappoint you. Chun Nan and Chun Yan's faces shone with strong fighting spirit and pride. It was as if a small universe had exploded. Even they themselves felt an unprecedented power. This was Chun Hao's first time watching them fight. Since they were young, Chun Hao was their idol. Whether it was Chun Nan or Chun Yen, at this moment, they felt as if they were being inspected by their brother. How could they not be excited? Under this state of mind, the 2 of them exploded with power that was far beyond their imagination. Good. Not bad. Venerable Immortal Han Mei and Venerable Immortal Yun Wei could not help but exclaim in admiration. In the 2 halls, the disciples who were familiar with Chun Nan and Chun Yen widened their eyes in surprise. How did they suddenly become so strong? Fortunately, Chun Hao's lips curled into a smile as he looked at his younger brother and sister. Let's see if they can last until the time limit. He is only at the middle stage of the creation realm. How can he be so fast? Kill. Everyone, let's kill him together. A middle stage creation realm cultivator wants to get the token? Dream on. Kill. 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 At this moment, the two leading experts from Limitless Demon Palace on the two arenas were furious. Both of their goals were to obtain the tokens. Moreover, for the candidates who passed the selection, each of them had 4 people to fight against Chun Nan and Chun Yen. According to the original plan, the other 8 people were to block Chun Nan and Chun Yen respectively. Their goal was to get the token first. When Chun Nan, Chun Yen, and the other cultivators began to fight for the token, it would be the time for the 5 of them to attack. But now, the token had been obtained by the other party. You think you can stop me with just you idiots? Get lost. Chi. Chun Nan waved his sword coldly. Under the boost of the token's protective golden light, his attacks were violent and ferocious. As for Chun Yen, she was still the complete opposite of Chun Nan. Her graceful and petite body was like a weeping willow swaying in the wind, and her entire body emitted a gentle aura. Shockingly, it was the soft sword Dao that had extremely strong defensive capabilities. Not bad. In the void, Deputy Dean, Heavenly Venerable Yuenru, who was in charge of hosting the competition, paid attention to the 2 arenas after Huyanaobua, and the others routinely called out the group numbers and the names of the tampers. At this moment, when he saw the strength displayed by Chun Nan and Chun Yen, who were only at the middle stage of the creation realm, he could not help but praise them in his heart. Why does this little fellow look so familiar? Strange. Heavenly Venerable Yuenru frowned slightly when he saw Chun Nan's appearance. Could it be that old man and this little fellow are fated? At Heavenly Venerable Yuenru's level of cultivation, he would not forget anything. The people he met and the various things he experienced would appear clearly in his mind unless he could block out some useless and jumbled memories. Heavenly Venerable Yuenru was sure that he had never seen Chun Nan before. It was also because of this that he attributed this feeling of familiarity to the illusory fate. If the 2 of them join forces, one of them is extremely hard while the other is extremely soft, they will definitely be able to display an even more powerful strength. Most people couldn't see any clues at all, and they wouldn't connect the 2 people on the 2 arenas together. However, an expert in the heavenly immortal realm, like the Vice Dean, instantly caught the profundities of the 2 people's ultimate techniques. These 2 ultimate techniques are practically tailor-made for the 2 of them. Could it be that they created their own ultimate techniques? It shouldn't be with their cultivation realm. They definitely can't do it. Could it be that there was an expert tailor-made for the 2 of them? Wuji Celestial Palace's Yunwei Hall. Chun Nan and Chun Yen, twin siblings from the Eastern Continent, from the Eastern Continent's immortal Tao secular world. Could it be, after the Deputy Dean merged a wisp of divine thought into the controller's token, he instantly understood the identity and information of the 2 people. After seeing all of Chun Nan's information, Heavenly Venerable Yuenru's eyes flashed with shock. It must be Wuji Celestial Palace's Winter Plum Hall, and Yunwei Hall's providence has been shining in recent years, and geniuses have gathered. I see. A figure that had disappeared more than 100 years ago appeared in Heavenly Venerable Yuenru's mind. It was a figure that once caused the top experts of the entire boundless continent to treat with great respect, and no one dared to provoke it. Time's up! Deputy Dean Yuenru's majestic voice rang out. Ha! We won. Little Nan, Little Yen, good job. Junior brother Chun Nan, junior sister Chun Yen, congratulations. After Chun Nan and Chun Yen obtained the tokens, they were actually enscathed in the face of all the cultivators' attacks and fights after being besieged and fought over. Judging by the looks of it, let alone 10 minutes, even if it was another 10 minutes, they would still be able to hold on. However, the two of them were restricted by their realms. Even with the protection of the token's golden light, the offensive power they displayed was ultimately limited. They were unable to defeat all the cultivators within a time limit like other true experts, and did not dare to approach. Master, martial uncle, brother. When Chun Nan and Chun Yen returned, there was a hint of unconcealable joy on their faces. They quickly moved to Chun Hao's side, looking as if they were waiting for his praise. Even the cold Chun, Nan was no exception. Did father teach you these? Chun Hao asked through voice transmission. Yes, brother. Father said that these two ultimate techniques will gradually evolve as our realms increase if little Yen and I work together. But he only taught us the Blessed Realm techniques. He said that in the future, we will have to rely on ourselves to understand them. Chun Nen said, Not bad. Chun Hao said, It's a pity that you haven't truly understood Father's intentions. You're too rigid on the form, and you've lost the charm of these two ultimate techniques. You can only unleash their greatest power if you work together, but in reality, you can completely rely on yourselves to execute them. Brother. Chun Yen had thought that she would receive her brother's praise, but she did not expect Chun Hao to dismiss her with just a not bad. Brother, we'll work hard. Father also said that we can barely be considered to have truly comprehended the 19th style if we can create it on our own. Yes, if it's too hard, it'll break easily, and if it's too soft, it'll lose its power. Your 19th style should be where extreme hardness turns to softness and extreme softness turns to hardness. Only then can your power truly increase. When you can combine both hardness and softness, it'll be time for you to truly display your power. I just returned to my wife's hometown, and I have a lot of social engagements to attend to. Dark Mountain can only try his best to continue updating, but it's hard for me to guarantee that I'll be able to complete 2 chapters. There's really no other way. To be continued. If you like this work, I welcome you to come to Chijian. Come and vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 482. Mother, what's wrong? In the martial arts practice field, at the front of the limitless demon palaces, Nanxia Hall, an enchanting young girl at the human celestial stage, asked the beautiful middle-aged woman beside her with a hint of doubt in her eyes. The middle-aged woman's aura was at the peak of the Earth celestial stage. They were the famous mother and daughter of the limitless demon palace, Nanxia and her daughter, Bailey Ningbing. Mother. What surprised Bailey Ningbing was that Guan Nanxia didn't seem to have heard her. Her eyes were still staring into the distance. Bailey Ningbing couldn't help but gently pull her eyes down. After Guan Nanxia withdrew her gaze, Bailey Ningbing continued, Are you still worried about Fang Handong? Nanxia heard her daughter's words, but she was still in a trance. After 2 seconds, she returned to normal and said, How could that be? Fang Handong is the candidate your grandfather found for you. Among the contestants in this year's competition, who can defeat him? Then you are? Mother just thought of someone. Who? Bailey Ningbing asked curiously. You should talk to Fang Handong about the matters of the older generation. While you're at it, tell him that he can kill the disciples of the limitless Devil Palace, Winterplum Hall, and Ruwei Hall except for Chun Hao, Chun Nan, and Chun Yen. It's best if you don't have any interactions with them. And don't provoke them. Guan Nanxia's expression was grave as she said, If the person behind them is alerted, let alone Fan Suishin. Even mother and your grandfather won't be able to protect him. Mother. Bailey Ningbing frowned when she heard her mother's words, but the last sentence made Bailey Ningbing widen her eyes in shock. How could her grandfather not be protected? Her grandfather was the Limitless Demon Palace's palace master, who stood at the top of the Limitless Star, besides the Limitless Star's #1 expert, Xiao Feng, who dared to offend him. Go. That Chun Hao is the disciple who killed many geniuses from the Broken Heart Palace and the other 4 palaces. The reason why he's in the same group as Fang Handong is probably because they did something. It's not too late now. If Fang Handong kills Chun Hao, you'll have to stay away from him, no matter how good his physique is. I'm not trying to scare you. Even the Infinity Ancestor has to be courteous to the 3 of them. Mother, who is it? Don't ask, go. Little Darling waved her hand, seeing Bailey Ningbing disappear. A Ningxia let out a sigh of relief and looked at Limitless Immortal Palace's cold plum hall and Chun-Nan's face. Chun-Nan and Chun-Yan are twins. They are Chun Hao's younger brother and sister. This Chun-Nan, other than their auras being completely different, their appearances are almost exactly the same. That Chun-Yan's appearance is equally obvious. Ice condensation? Why are you here? Ice condensation. Ha ha. Sit here, sit here. When Fang Handong, who was also Dongfang Han, saw Bailey Ningbing appear here, his eyes flashed brightly. His face, which had been gloomy because of Cold Plum Hall and Yunwei Palace, actually became bright and sunny. Fan Suishin, on the other hand, had a flattering smile on his face as he gave up his seat for Bailey Ningbing to sit with Fang Handong. Bailey Ningbing was not modest at all. She seemed to be used to the flattery of Fan Suishin, who could barely be called a big shot in the boundless world. When Bailey Ningbing transmitted her voice, the sunshine that Dongfang Han had disguised disappeared and was replaced by extreme coldness. How can his background be so powerful? How is it possible? I've endured for so many years. Now that the fruits of victory are in my hands, am I going to give up just like that? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. As long as I do that, no one will find out. Everything he has will be mine, mine. One day, I will become an existence that surpasses the boundless world ancestor. At that time, Dongfang Han, will recover. Dongfang Han roared madly in his mind. His terrifying sword intent became sharper and purer. Even his entire body exuded a terrifying aura. Beside him, Dongfang Ningbing, who was already at the human immortal stage, was surprised and shocked. She widened her eyes in shock. Ningbing, my hatred for him is absolutely irreconcilable. If there is him, there is no me. If there is me, there is no him. Originally, I planned to destroy his soul, no matter what. But now, it seems that I can only do this. Do you still want to do it? That's right. If you do this, no one can protect you. Bailey Ningbing frowned. Listen to me. Only you, your mother, and your grandfather know about this. I want to... Dongfang Han stared at Bailey Ningbing and transmitted his decision. Originally, there was no need for him to say it. But in order to continue clinging onto Bailey Ningbing, he decided to say it. After a while, Bailey Ningbing looked in the direction of Chun Hao. Her eyes became extremely strange. Although she did not reveal any emotions on the surface, after this woman carefully observed Chun Hao for a while, a trace of palpitation emerged from the depths of her heart. Then she looked at Dongfang Han and nodded slightly. Group 3401 to 3462. Please enter the arena according to your respective arena. Brother Hao, you can do it. Brother, you will win. Boss, kill, kill, kill. This was the final battle of the 62 groups. After 10 minutes, the group battle elimination round would end, and the next round of testing would begin. This was also the time for Chun, Hao, and Dongfang Han to enter the arena. The beautiful sisters of the Lung family, Chun Nan, Chun Yen, Huyen Aobua, and the others who had won one after another, were all cheering for Chun Hao. Chun Hao, don't let your guard down. Act according to the situation. If you are not confident, give up. With your talent, no matter what, you will be able to enter next year. Moreover, it won't be long before you step into the human immortal stage. Don't lose the big picture for small gains. Understand? Venerable Immortal Han, Mei, and Venerable Immortal Yun Wei were not as optimistic as the others. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. Huyen Aobua and the others had blind trust in Chun Hao. However, the two of them were different. In their long lives, in the cruel world of cultivation, they had experienced a lot. They had also encountered many situations where there was a mountain higher than the one before. Therefore, they were not as optimistic as Huyen Aobua and the others. Chun Hao had powerful concealment abilities. So could Dongfang Han, right? Nothing was impossible. Okay. Chun Hao nodded at the two venerable immortals. Then he turned into a ray of light and rushed to the arena of his group. Ningbing, don't tell anyone about this. This is a serious matter. Once he succeeds, I believe that no one will be able to see it. At that time, he will gain great benefits, but he will also gain many women. Those are just targets for him to use. Do you care about this? What's more, according to the information, that kid's physical talent is even stronger. If it weren't for the fact that his soul was severely injured, even Fang Handong wouldn't be able to match him 10 years later. This is a good thing for you. I know that. Otherwise, I would not have agreed to let him do this. Yes, it's about to start. That kid knows that Dongfang Han already has the battle strength of a worldly immortal, but he still refuses to give up. Obviously, he has something to rely on. However, he definitely would not have thought that Dongfang Han's soul, state of mind, and other aspects have already reached. Brother Chen is on the stage. F***CK, he met Fang Handong. He's dead for sure. Yeah, even if he is as strong as you say and has concealed his true strength, he is definitely not a match for Fang Handong. Among the crowd, Li Chao, who had met Chun Hao twice, was discussing with the two people beside him when he saw Chun Hao enter the arena. What a pity! I did not expect that the Elite Academy's preliminaries would be rigged. The Limitless Demon Palace is really shameless. Shu, do you want to die? What's there to be afraid of? I'm not the only one who said that. The situation just now was so obvious. There are many people who are discussing it. All crows in the world are black. Even the sacred Elite Academy has been tainted. It's really despicable. Luckily, the people from Winter Plum Hall and Yunwei Hall are very smart. Moreover, their performance in the previous battles was quite good. A total of 28 people passed the first round. I hope that Brother Chun can create a miracle this time. Don't count on it. Chun Hao is the most hated person in the 5 halls, or else they would not have arranged him to be Fang Handong. It's already good enough that he doesn't die. Fang Handong is someone who is favored by the Limitless Demon Palace Master. As long as his actions are not too obvious, no one will pursue the matter. Sigh, what a pity. That's Chun Hao, who became an elite guardian of our alliance 10 years ago. Yes, back then, he became an elite guardian purely based on the information he had, and without any assessment. If his soul had not been severely injured 10 years ago, he would have definitely become the focus of our alliance's training. Let's see. I feel that this little guy is not as simple as we thought. At least, I can't sense any flaws in his soul aura. That's because his soul was very strong. Although his soul aura is strong, it doesn't mean that his soul is flawless. When he triggers the heavenly punishment, it's 100 or 1,000 times more dangerous than a complete soul. If he's not careful, his body and soul will be destroyed. That's true. However, even if he can't make it, his younger brother Chun Nan, younger sister Qin Yan, and Lung Minghuan, who have just reached the human immortal realm not long ago, are also qualified to become elite guardians. Winter Plum Hall and Yunwei Hall are really impressive these few years. This year, another 10% of the participants came from these two halls in the martial arts arena. In a VIP seat near the ring, a few old men stared at Chun Hao, Fang Handong, and the others who had just appeared. They were all high and mighty existences in the Boundless Continent Alliance. Begin. Chi, Chi, Chi. Following the order of the Vice Dean, Heavenly Venerable Yuan Ru, the arena where the last 62 groups were located suddenly erupted with terrifying true origin waves. In the entire martial arts practice arena, almost everyone's attention was focused on the arena where Fang Handong and Chun Hao were located. Of course, most people were paying attention to Fang Handong, who was famous in the Boundless Continent. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at Qijian. Come, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 483. Boom, boom, Chun Hao and Dongfang Han's positions were specially arranged so that they were not far from each other. Before Lord Yuanru announced the start of the battle, their gazes were already intertwined like two sharp swords. At this moment, with Lord Yuanru's order, the two of them suddenly rushed out like wild horses. Ah, what a strong fighting spirit! What a terrifying pressure! How can it be so strong? Oh my God! In an instant, two bursts of fighting spirit and pressure rose from the two of them, instantly covering hundreds of miles of space. Some of the cultivators who were closer to Chun Hao and Dongfang Han widened their eyes in horror. Under this terrifying pressure, their movements were seriously affected. Before the battle began, the cultivators in Fang Handong's group had already expected this. They did not have much hope for this battle. But no one had expected that the unknown Chun Hao would burst out with such a powerful and terrifying aura at this moment. The strength of his soul has reached the human celestial stage. He really hit it well. Humph. That's even better. Dongfang Han's eyes were cold as he rushed toward the token at the core of the battle. For so many years, Dongfang Han had been enduring and dragging out an ignoble existence. Although he was almost desperate, he had never given up. He had been cultivating crazily all the time. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. If 10 years were not enough, then 100 years. 10 years, 100 years was nothing to a cultivator's long life. He believed that as long as he made progress and improved his cultivation, there would be a day when he would have a chance. Under the spur of this belief, he, who had concealed his identity and was unknown to the public, was in a state of frenzied cultivation almost all the time. Yet now, under a series of coincidences, he'd finally surpassed Chun Hao. From Chun Hao's awakening to his decision to fight in the same arena with Chun Hao, he had never worried that Chun Hao would avoid the battle. The person who knew you best would always be your enemy. Dongfang Han knew Chun Hao's character well. He also knew that Chun Hao was not as simple as he appeared to be. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Chun Hao would not avoid the battle. It was just like their life and death battle back then. I knew it would turn out like this. But this time, no matter how well you hide, you'll still die. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Han roared madly in his mind, and the aura around him became even more terrifying. Scram! If you don't want to die, then get out of my way. Dongfang Han roared coldly. Streaks of incomparably sharp sword light, filled with the aura of the inextinguishable sword Wei, blasted towards the surrounding cultivators, who were already avoiding him like the plague. This token is not something you can obtain. If you don't want to die, then withdraw. Chi. At the same time, Chen Hao also attacked the cultivators around him coldly. The brilliant sword radiance contained a terrifying sword essence of destruction. Chen Hao and Dongfang Han were very clear that this arena had become their battlefield. Although they did not care much about the qualifications to be a student of the elite academy, they were not willing to let others take advantage of the resources in their hands. On this point, the two of them were still on the same page. Hence, when they rushed towards the token, the first thing they did was to clear out the other cultivators. This was to prevent the two of them from being seriously injured in the battle and allowing these weak shrimps to become the fishermen instead. Amazing! So powerful. One is the inextinguishable sword Wei. The other is the destruction sword Wei. Moreover, their sword Wei realms have surpassed the ninth heaven of sword Wei. This is too unbelievable. I know about Fang Handong, but how can Chen Hao, who suddenly appeared, be so strong? And he's only at the initial stage of the manifestation realm. What do you mean by suddenly appeared? 10 years ago, Chen Hao was already very famous in our area. Unfortunately, it was said that his soul was severely injured, and he was in a coma for 10 years before he finally calmed down. Now it seems that his soul was not severely injured. He was obviously cultivating some peerless heart technique in seclusion. Once he reaches the peak of the late stage of the manifestation realm, he will definitely not be weaker than Fang Handong. He might even be stronger. When Chen Hao and Dongfang Han displayed their shocking speed and incomparably powerful battle power, the entire training ground was filled with a buzz of discussion. Originally, most of the people wanted to see what kind of person the legendary Fang Handong was. They did not have any thoughts about the ownership of the token. Was there any suspense? However, when they saw Chen Hao, who was only at the peak of the initial stage of the manifestation realm, display such terrifying battle power and shocking speed, no one could be certain. This was because Chen Hao's speed as he rushed towards the center of the arena was not any slower than Dongfang Han's. Not only that, both of them seemed to be staring at each other and maintaining the same pace. They were also clearing out the other cultivators. It was obvious that the two of them were going to have a showdown. Damn it, I've retreated. I still wanted to show off and feel the atmosphere in the arena. I met two monsters. That's right. How can I live like this? I'm so *King unlucky. I'm also retreating. After a while, the cultivators around Chen Hao and Dongfang Han chose to give up gloomily. They went straight to the edge of the arena, and when they came into contact with the barrier, they were immediately sent flying out of the barrier. By leaving on their own, they could avoid being sent flying out by the two monsters, Dongfang Han and Chen Hao. I'm also retreating. Immediately after, the cultivators who believed that they had no hope of winning and did not want to be sent flying out in a pathetic state all chose to withdraw. Humph, come, let me see just how much power you've been hiding. Don't disappoint me. When only Chen Hao and Dongfang Han were left in the arena, Dongfang Han stared at Chen Hao with a cold and sinister expression and sent a message to him. You'll be very satisfied. Rumble! Rumble! Two terrifying explosions suddenly came from under their feet. At the same time, they rushed toward the core token as fast as they could. From the beginning of the competition until now, the two of them seemed to have agreed beforehand. They had an unusual tacit understanding and followed the rules of the competition. They did not show the slightest intention of deliberately killing each other. It gave others the feeling that they appreciated each other's talents. However, Senior Celestial Han Mei, Senior Celestial Yun Wei, Chun Nan, Qin Yan, and Huyen Aobua, who were familiar with the situation between the two of them, were shocked and worried for Chen Hao. They knew that this was the prelude to a storm. Even they did not expect that Chen Hao would choose such a fierce collision and duel. Chen Hao's strength had indeed exceeded their expectations. They were not worried about Chen Hao's life at all. However, the premise was that Chen Hao did not directly confront Dongfang Han. It was enough to protect his life in the arena. In their opinion, the best way for Chen Hao was to take the initiative to snatch the core token. Only by snatching the core token and relying on the mysterious protection function of the core token could he possibly win. After all, the time limit was only 10 minutes. However, Chen Hao's way of doing things was obviously very different from what they had imagined. The protection function of the core token is not divided into stages. It is extremely mysterious. As long as I can get it, killing him will be much easier. At least the damage to my body will not be too serious. I must get the core token. Chen Hao's eyes shone brightly. It was as if he was tearing the void apart as he charged toward the core token at a terrifying speed. The core token was a powerful Dharma treasure refined by a heavenly immortal equipment refiner. Chen Hao knew very well what his weakness was compared to Dongfang Han. Only by obtaining the core token could he relax slightly. Otherwise, if Dongfang Han obtained it, the price he would have to pay would be much higher. Of course, no matter what, it could not stop Chen Hao from destroying Dongfang Han's body and soul. Moreover, Chen Hao had already discussed the countermeasures with the old god. The only way was to make use of the advantage of his powerful soul state. That's it. What made Chen Hao slightly surprised was that Dongfang Han's speed was much slower than his. This made Chen Hao a little surprised. He did not think that Dongfang Han would still be holding back at this time. After all, the core token was very important. Little did he know, if not for your background, why would I do that? I'll let you be smug for now. This command medallion only increases the defensive power of the physical body. Properly protecting your physical body is a good thing for me. It also saves me from wasting my strength. Today, Dongfang Han, no, Fang Handong, am destined to fail. Apart from Bailey Ningbing, her mother, and the palace master, no one else knows this secret. With my Dongfang Han's intelligence, in the future, both the immortal Tao and the devil Tao will flourish. Ha ha ha. And those women of yours, I should thank you for keeping them with me until now. Besides Tantai Lien and you who received the inheritance of the phoenix, the others are all 100% virgins. Ha ha ha. I should thank you for having such a background. Otherwise, even if I killed you, so what? I still have to think of ways to deal with your family and women. Isn't this good? I only have to give up a bag of skin, but I can get everything you have in one step. No way? Chen Hao's speed is actually faster than Fang Handong's. What an amazing speed. He's only at the peak of the initial stage of the creation realm, but he can suppress Fang Handong in speed. He's really amazing. Fang Handong's speed is probably his weakness, right? Although he's fast now, he can defeat a human immortal. He shouldn't be slower than him, right? After seeing the two's explosive speed, some people started to discuss immediately. What's going on? Handong's speed is definitely not limited to this. Is he deliberately going easy on him? Unlike the others, Fan Suixin, who knew Fang Handong better, frowned in surprise. It was a long story, but in fact the diameter of the arena was only 500 miles. For experts like Chen Hao and Fang Handong, it was just a matter of seconds. It's mine. Chen Hao was the first to grab the badge at lightning speed. A mystical protective glow was instantly emitted from it. Humph! Rumble! At the same time, Dongfang Han snorted and suddenly attacked from a distance of 10,000 feet away. A majestic and terrifying sword light, which contained the inextinguishable will of the sword Wei, locked onto Chun Hao from afar like a majestic rain of swords. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 484. Child's Play. Break it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Break. Ow, 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 ow. Boom, boom, boom. When the sword light that contained the inextinguishable will of the sword Dao was about to hit him, Chun Hao's body split into 6. The main body stood proudly with the token shrouded in golden light. The 5 clones and the 5 swords attacked at the same time. In an instant, the 5 elements circulated. The 5 divine beasts formed 5 illusory figures in the 5 corresponding elements. They let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The aura of the divine beast spread out in all directions, causing the sky to change color. The inheritance of the 5 divine beasts. Dongfang Han's eyes narrowed. If you don't have the token and use the 5 divine beasts to fight me, I'm afraid I'll be in a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, with the token shrouded in golden light, you have nowhere to hide. I'll fight with you for a while, and let everyone think that you're very, very strong. Dongfang Han thought to himself. He continued to swing his sword and unleash a terrifying attack while advancing toward Chun Hao's real body at high speed. He wanted to fight in close combat. Boom, 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 boom. The inextinguishable will of the sword Dao and the destructive will of the sword Dao were comparable to the strength of a human immortal. They completely unleashed their power, causing the arena within a radius of 500 miles to be filled with terrifying energy turbulence. This was just the beginning, but the audience in the martial arts practice field widened their eyes in shock. How was this a battle between Blessed Realm experts? Not bad, not bad. It's rumored that Fang Handong has the combat strength of a human immortal, and it's true. He's not even 40 years old, but he's already a half-step human immortal and has the combat strength of a mid-stage human immortal. He's indeed a rare genius in the boundless world. The dean will definitely do his best to nurture such a person. Chun Hao is also not bad. He's not inferior to Dongfang Han at all. In fact, he's even stronger. He's younger than Dongfang Han and has been in a coma for 10 years. He's only at the early stage of the Blessed Realm, but he already has such combat strength. How strong will he be when he becomes a human immortal? Vice Progenitor Yuanru stared at Fang Handong and Chun Hao with a hint of surprise and excitement in his eyes. He thought to himself, as an expert at the heavenly celestial stage, after the two of them released their auras, he could clearly sense their powerful soul energy. Not only that, but he could also sense the terrifying power contained in their bodies. He had long heard of Fang Handong, but Chun Hao was pleasantly surprised. But seeing it with his own eyes today made him even more surprised. No one was clearer than him about Ancestor Everlasting's desire for true geniuses, because only he knew about Ancestor Everlasting's current situation. Right now, the boundless world really needed the rise of top-notch experts. Really needed, however, Chun Hao and Fang Handong were monstrous geniuses that he had never encountered in the boundless world in the past 1,000 years. He was much stronger than Chen Shui, who had recently revealed a powerful soul talent. Boom, boom, boom. Sword light crisscrossed. When Dongfang Han approached, Chen Hao's true body and his 5 great clones surprisingly did not delay or evade. Instead, they surrounded Dongfang Han and fought him in close combat. Each of his clones displayed an extremely powerful combat talent. They displayed the fundamental profundity of the 5 elements to the fullest. Unfortunately, they were still inferior to Dongfang Han in terms of strength. For a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. However, no one knew that neither Chun Hao nor Dongfang Han had displayed their strongest strength. I thought he was hiding a lot of strength. I didn't expect him to only be at this level. The reputation that I, Fang Handong, have built over the past 6 months has been ruined. Dongfang Han, who seemed to have used his full strength but was still unable to do anything to Chun Hao, was very unhappy. At this moment, he was completely adjusting his strength according to Chun Hao's strength and acting according to his plan step by step. Unfortunately, Chun Hao's performance made him feel very disdainful. Moreover, because of his deliberate show of weakness and the final outcome that this body would face, the glory that he had gained under the name of Fang Handong in the past 6 months had completely become the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world. What kind of *T genius was this? Chun Hao, who was only at the initial stage of the creation realm, had killed him. Moreover, he was not very powerful. At least, that was what some experts thought. The truth was just as Dongfang Han thought. His performance at this moment made Fan Suixin and other people who knew about the powerful combat strength that Dongfang Han had displayed before feel puzzled and even depressed. It was already strange that his speed was slower than Chun Hao's at the beginning. Now, the combat strength that he displayed was even stranger. In their view, although the combat strength that Chun Hao displayed at this moment was also that of a true monstrous top genius, it was far from being comparable to Fang Handong's. After all, Fang Handong was a half-step human immortal, which was 3 levels higher than Chun Hao's realm. What is Handong doing? Why is he still hiding his strength at this time? With his talent, even if he performs exceptionally and kills Chun Hao, he won't be implicated at all. I've already warned him. What is there to be afraid of? Fan Suixin frowned deeply. I thought he was very strong. So it's just a rumor. With such strength, he can't even destroy my doppelganger. Damn it, does he want me to appear even weaker? The doppelganger, which was of the metal attribute and specialized in killing, frowned slightly and thought to himself. No one knew that this doppelganger formed by the metal sword and true essence was the real existence of Chun Hao's primordial spirit and soul at this moment. The real body, which was protected by the golden light, was completely handed over to the treasure-hunting sword spirit. Even Old God was with Chun Hao's soul, just in case. There was an even more important existence, Itoda, at this moment, under Old God's control. Chun Hao's soul was shining with dazzling light, and his entire soul was covered with extremely mysterious runes. However, all of Itoda's aura was shielded by Old God, and he did not dare to release it at all. 3 more minutes. It seems that this kid's strength is just like this. It'll be too late if we wait any longer. Dongfang Han was more anxious and depressed than Chun Hao. Before the battle, he was still a little traumatized by Chun Hao. He was more or less a little worried that Chun Hao's hidden strength was beyond his imagination. But now, he hoped that Chun Hao could be stronger. At least he would live up to the identity he was about to lose. Although Fang Handong's identity was no longer important, it was still one of his identities. It was really a little frustrating to die in such a cowardly way. Break, 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 break. Rumble, Dongfang Han knew that he could not wait any longer. He suddenly rushed toward Chun Hao's real body violently and prepared to put on a show. His original plan was very simple. As long as Chun Hao showed enough strength to seriously injure him and put him in a dangerous situation, then it would be time for him to explode. Once he exploded, his body would not be able to withstand Chun Hao's powerful attack and would instantly collapse. And his primordial spirit and soul would condense into an imperceptible line in the terrifying explosion and directly attack Chun Hao's mind. He believed that with his powerful soul power, he would definitely be able to control Chun Hao's soul in a moment. This was his biggest reliance. After so many years of forbearance, his will and obsession had reached an unimaginable level. Otherwise, when he escaped to the Eastern Continent's Devil Realm, he would not have fused with the soul of the half-step human immortal Noda Xiecheng, who wanted to possess him. It was also because of that soul fusion that his soul had mutated and become unimaginably powerful. Good. Seeing Dongfang Han's sudden violent strength, Chun Hao was not surprised, but delighted. Kill. The metal-type doppelganger became the main force at this moment. It violently rushed out in a panic to stop Dongfang Han. Get out of my way. Die. Chi. Dongfang Han roared and slashed out with his sword. Roar. The metal-type doppelganger let out a shrill cry under the terrifying sword light of Dongfang Han's inextinguishable sword will. Rumble, the doppelganger suddenly exploded. It exploded like a paper tiger. No one knew that this was also Chun Hao's intention. Dongfang Han's strength was far from what he had imagined. At this moment, Chun Hao did not dare to delay any longer. There was not much time left, and he had to show weakness. Puff, puff, if I wasn't injured, how could you be my opponent? You, to everyone's surprise, after Fang Handong killed one of Chun Hao's doppelgangers, Chun Hao was implicated by the death of his doppelganger, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood and fly back 1,000 feet. However, Fang Handong also spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew back 1,000 feet. What was even more unexpected was that both of them actually said the same thing at the same time. Ah. Puff. While everyone was still confused about what was going on and Dongfang Han and Chun Hao were still in shock, Fang Handong suddenly let out a shrill roar. Seal. Just as Dongfang Han was about to go completely crazy and take control of his body, an old voice filled with endless majesty suddenly rang out in Fang Handong's mind like the evening drum and morning bell. A golden rune that enveloped Fang Handong's entire mind descended from the sky. Possession? Possession? You want to possess me, Dongfang Han? Ha ha ha. In the mind, Dongfang Han was extremely shocked. He never thought that Chun Hao's doppelganger would contain Chun Hao's primordial spirit and soul. At this moment, he understood when he saw the rune that descended from the sky with a vast and magnificent aura and looked like a divine tower. It was beyond his expectations and shocked him, but he was even more pleasantly surprised at this moment. Die. Ha ha ha. If I didn't want to possess you, why would I hide my strength? You asked for it. It has nothing to do with me. Ha ha ha. My world. I'm the master. Break. Rumble. The world of Dongfang Han's mind suddenly surged with an extremely terrifying, inextinguishable sword light. In an instant, it seemed to have turned into an ocean of inextinguishable sword Tao. Endless pressure, endless power, and even an eternal and ancient aura spread out in his mind. It's so strong. What a powerful inheritance. Chun Hao, I won't be able to suppress him for long. At this moment, both Chun Hao and the old god cried out in shock. Every year, Spring Festival is the saddest time for Wushan. Old readers should know this. Wushan's writing speed is slow. Even if no one disturbs me, I still need more than 3 hours to finish one chapter. Spring Festival. There's really no other way. I really can't do 2 updates. I can only try my best to keep 1 update. Brothers and sisters who can't wait, please rest for a while and see what happens later. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 485. Inheritance. That's right. This guy must have obtained an ancient inheritance. Otherwise, with his cultivation, no matter how strong his soul is, it's impossible for him to have a sword world. This is more powerful than a domain. Moreover, his sword world has one of the most powerful attributes, the indestructible attribute. In his sword world, the seal that I formed can only last for a few minutes at most. It's impossible for you to refine his soul in a short time. Withdraw. Old God said. The soul aura that Old God simulated using the mysterious runes would disappear when the seal that he formed was broken. At that time, he would not be able to hide it from the heavenly immortal expert who was in charge of monitoring the competition. There were less than 3 minutes left in the competition. First, Old God's seal could not last for long. Second, no matter how strong Chen Hao's soul was, it would not be destroyed in a short time by someone as strong as Dongfang Han. There was not enough time. Once the seal was broken, it would be exposed that Chen Hao wanted to possess Dongfang Han. This was a violation of the rules of the competition. There was another important point that Old God did not mention. Dongfang Han's soul energy was so strong that even Old God was surprised. Old God was sure that Dongfang Han was not inferior to Chen Hao. If the two of them really had a soul battle, it would be difficult to predict who would win. Old God did not want Chen Hao to take the risk. Moreover, in the plan, the one who would devour Dongfang Han's soul was Itoda. Chen Hao and Old God were only there to assist and suppress. Now, it seemed that Itoda would not succeed. It's time to withdraw. Old God, you just do it. Chen Hao knew that Old God was telling the truth. Even he did not expect Dongfang Han to have such a powerful inheritance. He also did not expect Dongfang Han's soul energy to be so strong. Break. Ha ha. I, Dongfang Han, have become one with the sword soul. My soul already contains the indestructible will. You want to possess me? Ha ha ha. Rumble. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Under the terrifying and inextinguishable sword light of Dongfang Han's world of swords, the sealing runes that Old God had condensed were only able to withstand a few attacks before they completely collapsed. Chen Hao's voice was filled with extreme surprise and fear. Before he could finish speaking, he screamed and frantically withdrew from Dongfang Han's mind. Like a frightened mouse, he fled back to his true body. Die for me. In the blink of an eye, Chen Hao, who had fused with his soul and body, unleashed an extremely powerful attack under extreme fear. His attack was the sharpest and most violent platinum heaven-splitting slash. Trying to escape? I'll let you escape. Good timing. Dongfang Han originally had the ability to stop Chen Hao's soul from escaping, but when he saw that he had broken Chen Hao's seal with just 2 moves, and Chen Hao had fled in fear, he did not stop Chen Hao. Everything had returned to his control and expectations. Not only was he not surprised by Chen Hao's sudden violent attack, he was even secretly delighted. Explode. Dongfang Han's eyes shone with a resolute, ruthless, cruel, and determined light as he roared in his mind. But on the surface, he disguised it as extreme fear and unwillingness. Rumble. Countless screams erupted from the training ground. No one had expected Chen Hao to suddenly display such a powerful attack. Even more so, they did not expect that Fang Handong's physical body would actually collapse under Chen Hao's sudden and powerful attack, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. It was like the final counterattack of a trapped beast before its death. Unfortunately, its power was not as strong as everyone had imagined, although it took a long time to describe in reality from the moment their souls had clashed until now. It had only been an instant. Moreover, under the deliberate control of the two of them, even Heavenly Lord Yuanru, who was at the heavenly immortal stage, did not notice. And at this moment, no one had noticed that Dongfang Han's soul and his world of swords were like a wisp of insignificant energy turbulence that directly entered between Chunhao's brows. Possession. Yes, Chunhao had wanted Atoda to possess Dongfang Han's body, but he had failed and fled in panic. Dongfang Han felt that his soul had a huge advantage and naturally carried out his original plan with even more confidence. It had to be said that Dongfang Han's ruthlessness and decisiveness were not something that ordinary people could compare to. This was indeed built on absolute confidence, but it was also definitely a case of a brave man cutting off his own wrists and burning his boats. How could an ordinary person sacrifice their physical body and the true yuan that they had painstakingly cultivated before they succeeded? A world, you're really something. The moment Dongfang Han stepped into Chunhao's mind, he also noticed the abnormality in Chunhao's mind. Unfortunately, your world can't be compared to my world of swords. Suppress. Rumble. The boundless world of inextinguishable sword light brought with it a terrifying heavenly might. Following Dongfang Han's words, with a domineering aura, it began to wreak havoc in the mental worlds that Chunhao and the old god had prepared at the last minute. It expanded and swallowed up Chunhao's mental world like a hurricane. And at this moment, Chunhao was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He was completely unable to resist Dongfang Han's unstoppable soul strength. The small world that was only a few thousand feet in radius instantly collapsed and was destroyed. It was occupied by Dongfang Han's terrifying world of swords. How can you be so strong? Chunhao roared in his mind, as if unwilling to accept this. How is this possible? Everything is possible. Chunhao, I should thank you. Without your coercion and threats, Dongfang Han, would not be where I am today. Even I myself didn't think that I would be where I am today. Everything is given to me by you. Everything is given to me by you. Ha ha ha. From now on, Dongfang Han, am yours. Everything of yours will be mine. Ha ha ha. Seal for me. Chi rays of inextinguishable sword light condensed into a dense sword net. In an instant, it completely sealed Chunhao's soul palace. Chunhao seemed to cry out in extreme fear. He could no longer raise any waves. Ha ha ha. Chunhao, don't worry. I definitely won't let you die so easily. I will refine and fuse with your soul bit by bit. I will let you watch as everything that should have belonged to me, Dongfang Han, once again returns to my hands. Of course, for the time being, Dongfang Han, can only be you, Chunhao. Ha ha ha. In order to hide from you, in order to take revenge, how much pain and torture have I suffered all these years? That feeling of living a life worse than death, of living an ignoble existence, you will never be able to imagine. Now, it's all about to end. It's all about to end. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Han roared madly in Chunhao's mind. You are indeed very strong, very strong. In terms of cultivation talent, I admit that I am not as good as you, but the final victor will still be me, Dongfang Han. Ha ha ha. Everything is about to end. From now on, no one will be able to fight against me, Dongfang Han. You would never have thought of this, right? Ha ha ha. Yes, I indeed did not think of this. But everything is about to end. This is your final destination. Chunhao, who was originally filled with fear, said calmly after being sealed by the inextinguishable sword formation. Haha, that's right. This is my final destination. Your physical body is much stronger than I imagined. Not bad. Why are you in despair? Do you know how many times I have been in despair? You can't give up so quickly. I really don't like this feeling. Unfortunately, now is not the time to refine and torture you. I will let you relax for a while. Is that so? Then I have to thank you. I want to see how you will torture me. You will see very soon. The entire martial arts practice field fell silent after a brief moment of exclamation. Everyone stared blankly at Chun Hao, who stood with his sword raised and a stern expression on his face. They were speechless. Even Emperor Yuanru did not expect that things would suddenly develop into such an irreversible situation. Both Chun Hao and Fong Handong were geniuses that only appeared once in 1,000 years. He knew very well that even if one of them was destined to fail to obtain the token, they would make an exception and advance to the next round together. No one would dare to object. Moreover, both of them would definitely become the disciples of the limitless ancestor, Xiao Feng. But now, one of them had died in the blink of an eye. Dead. He actually killed Han Dong. This is clearly intentional. Heavenly Venerable Yuanru, you can't just ignore this. You can't ignore this. Fan Suixin's voice was filled with strong indignation, unwillingness, and hysteria as he broke the silence of the martial arts arena. Fong Handong's amazing talent had caused his status to rise in just half a year. This was what he relied on to advance further. Moreover, with the advancement of Fong Handong's cultivation, his status and treatment would be improved even more because of this disciple. But now, Fong Handong was dead. This meant that the glory and status brought by Fong Handong would be lost. How could he not be angry? Fan Suixin, don't talk nonsense. Fong Handong knew that he was no match for Chun Hao, but he still wanted to snatch the token. He deserved to die. Didn't you see that he wanted to explode and die together with Chun Hao? Fortunately, Chun Hao's combat strength is not comparable to his. Swoosh! Senior Immortal Han Mei and Senior Immortal Yun Wei rose at the same time and spoke coldly from afar, defending Chun Hao. At this moment, the two of them were equally shocked. Originally, they were worried that Chun Hao would be at a disadvantage against Fong Handong. They never thought that Chun Hao would be able to kill Fong Handong. Even now, both of them could not figure it out. Chun Hao's last attack could definitely be blocked by a human immortal, so it was unlikely that Fong Handong would explode. No matter how they looked at it, Fong Handong was much weaker than what they knew. Back off. Heavenly Venerable Yuanru was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he waved his hand and sent out 3 waves of energy, ordering Fan Suixin, Senior Immortal Han Mei, and Senior Immortal Yun Wei to back off. This is a normal battle. Life and death are up to fate. Chun Hao from Han Mei Hall of Wuji, Immortal Palace wins. Heavenly Venerable Yuanru. Fan Suixin howled, unwilling to give up, and then looked in the direction of Ananxia. Unfortunately, the mother and daughter's expressions did not change at all, as if they did not care about Fong Handong's life or death at all. Fan Suixin sat down dejectedly. A dead genius was not called a genius. Who would stand up for him? I'm so ashamed that I don't have the face to say hello. The new year is my month of tragedy. This month's update is the worst month in history. Let's take a rest for now. There's nothing we can do. When I return to Kunming at the beginning of March, I will do my best to write my story in Wushan. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 486. Amidst the excited cheers of the disciples of Cold Plum Hall and Yunwei Hall, Chun Hao seemed to have been injured quite badly as well. He flew towards Cold Plum Hall and Yunwei Hall expressionlessly. Brother Hao! Brother! The Lung sisters and Chen Yan's faces shone with excitement as they stood up. Honored Immortal Han Mei and Honored Immortal Yun Wei also stood up with smiles as they welcomed the triumphant return of Chun Hao. Such an outcome was out of everyone's expectations. They were naturally happy for Chun Hao, but including honored immortal Han Mei and honored immortal Yun Wei, no one knew that the person controlling Chun Hao's body was Dongfang Han. Not bad. Ha ha ha. Not bad at all. Chun Hao, I have to say that your luck with women is extraordinarily good. TSK, TSK. Unfortunately, they are all mine. Ha ha ha. I will let you watch as they die one by one in my hands. As for how they die, hee hee, of course, they will die in ecstasy. Ha ha ha. Chun Hao looked at the lovely Chun Yen and the charming sisters from afar as he spoke to Chun Hao lustfully in his mind. As he spoke, he naturally opened his arms and cooperated with the dainty beauty Chun Yen who was rushing towards him. He was extremely pleased with himself. He really wanted to know how frustrated Chun Hao would be when Chun Hao's woman threw herself into his arms. Refine me if you have the ability to. Boom. Chun Hao, who was completely suppressed by Dongfang Han, did not resist at first because he thought that Dongfang Han would at least restrain himself a little. Before he refined himself and obtained his memories, he would not act rashly. After all, once the crowd noticed something was amiss, it would not be easy to obtain everything about Chun Hao. However, Chun Hao did not expect that Dongfang Han would actually lay his hands on his sister at this moment. Of course, this lay his hands was only to be intimate with Chun Yen. Such a situation was considered very natural in the eyes of the crowd. However, Chun Hao would not allow it. Even though this was his own body, Dongfang Han was the one in control. How could Chun Hao allow Dongfang Han to hug his sister? Absolutely not. You still want to resist. Suppress him. Facing Chun Hao's soul power that had suddenly soared, Dongfang Han's expression didn't change. However, his sword world suddenly became several times stronger, suppressing Chun Hao's soul. Can you suppress it? I wanted to let you be smug for a while, but since you don't know how to restrain yourself, then I don't have to worry so much. Rumble. Following Chun Hao's cold words, Chun Hao's small world, which was not even worth mentioning in Dongfang Han's eyes, suddenly exploded and spread out in all directions at a terrifying speed. How is this possible? At this time, Dongfang Han suddenly looked at the scene in front of him in shock and disbelief. You said that everything is possible. Is my world really that small? Naive. I let you temporarily control my body because I didn't want to expose that I wanted to possess you. I believe that you didn't want to expose that you wanted to possess me, but you didn't know how to restrain yourself. You can't blame me. I control my body. Suppress it. Rumble. Chi 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 chi. Countless sword lights condensed from soul energy spread out as Chun Hao's mind expanded. They carried an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Dongfang Han didn't have time to stop them. They instantly broke through Dongfang Han's indestructible sword net. Chun Hao's mind world began to madly corrode Dongfang Han's sword world. Impossible, impossible. How can your mind world be so strong? How is this possible? Ah. Chun Hao, who was flying in the air, suddenly let out a loud cry and fell down from the sky. Ah. Hiss, hiss. Seeing this, the beautiful sisters of the Lung family were shocked. Their bodies instantly turned into two streams of light and rushed toward Chun Hao, who seemed to be unable to fly due to his heavy injuries. However, chi, chi, chi. Rumble. Before the two of them reached Chun Hao, streams of terrifying energy burst out from Chun Hao's body like a flash flood. The beautiful sisters had stepped into the human celestial realm, but at this moment, they couldn't get any closer. At this moment, everyone, including the Deputy Dean, Holy Master Yuan Ru, who was hosting the competition, looked at Chun Hao in horror. What's going on? What a terrifying aura. Inextinguishable sword essence and Destruction's sword essence. How can they appear on his body at the same time? Countless masters were surprised and puzzled. The inextinguishable sword essence and the Destruction sword essence were two completely incompatible sword principles. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for them to appear on the same person at the same time. However, at this moment, Chun Hao's body burst out with the aura of two sword principles at the same time. Moreover, these two terrifying auras seemed to be in a great battle. They intertwined and produced violent energy fluctuations and explosions. Chun Hao's body, on the other hand, was twisting and changing strangely as the two terrifying energies exploded. It's possession. Yes, it's possession. Fang Handong didn't die. He didn't die. The inextinguishable sword essence is Fang Handong's. My God, what a crazy guy. What a powerful soul. His body was destroyed, but his soul was still able to possess his body without anyone noticing. It's incredible. After a short while, some masters at the celestial prime level and above figured out what was going on. They widened their eyes in horror. Before reaching the human celestial realm, even a half-step human celestial soul and primordial spirit were quite fragile. Under the terrifying attack of a unique skill, the only result was destruction. However, Fang Handong's soul and primordial spirit had entered Chun Hao's body without anyone noticing. Then, they started to possess his body. How could this not be shocking? However, what was equally shocking was the strength of Chun Hao's soul. Possession, ha ha ha, Handong didn't die, he didn't die. Fan Suixin, who had been in despair, was pleasantly surprised when he realized what was going on. No wonder Handong was so weak today. It turns out that he had a plan. The strength of his soul has reached the Earth celestial stage, which is even stronger than mine. Although Chun Hao's soul is not weak, how could it be compared with Handong's? Ha ha ha! Chun Hao! Unlike Fan Suixin, Celestial Venerable Han, Mei, and Celestial Venerable Yunwei, who had been smiling, frowned, and rushed toward Chun. How worriedly! Humph! What do you want to do? Fan Suixin shouted coldly and rushed over. Everyone step back. Just at this moment, Heavenly Master Yuanru suddenly said, Fang Handong has entered Chun Hao's soul residence. No external force can help them in this soul war. If you intervene, both of their bodies and souls will be destroyed at the same time. Geniuses like them are extremely rare on the Wuji star. Unfortunately, only one of them is destined to survive. No matter who survives, I don't want to see him retaliate. Otherwise, the old man will be the first to hunt him down. Condense. Swish. A ray of colorful light was emitted from Heavenly Master Yuanru's hand. It turned into a light sphere with a diameter of 10,000 feet, which protected Chun Hao, who had fallen to the ground. The competition was still going on, but at this moment, most people's attention was on Chun Hao's body. Within the barrier, Chun Hao's body was constantly twisting. Sometimes it was stretched by several times, and sometimes it was twisted like a fried dough twist. But what shocked everyone was that Chun Hao's body seemed to be on the verge of collapse every time, but it still persisted. This caused everyone to tremble with fear and shock. Even some peak earthly immortal experts couldn't help but admire the perfection of Chun Hao's body. Chun Hao will definitely win. Although Fang Handong's soul power is strong, Chun Hao's soul power is not inferior to his. Moreover, Chun Hao's temperament is absolutely incomparable to Fang Handong's. Don't worry, as long as no one intervenes, Chun Hao will be the one to survive. It must be. Venerable Han Mei looked at the nervous crowd and comforted them. However, even though she said so, she and Yunwei were frowning. Their nervous expressions showed that they didn't have the slightest confidence. At this moment, even the two immortal sovereigns weren't sure who the final winner would be. It was hard to tell which of the two sword essences was stronger. Moreover, Dongfang Han took the initiative to seize the body. How could he not be confident? In addition to Dongfang Han's previous performance, Venerable Han Mei and Venerable Yun Wei had vaguely guessed that the destruction of Dongfang Han's body might be a trap set by him. Mother, can he win? I'm not sure, but his chances of winning should be higher than Chun Hao's. I just didn't expect Chun Hao's soul power to be so strong. I thought he could easily control the situation, but now it seems that he will have to fight hard. In the direction of the limitless demon palace, Guan Nanxia and her daughter, Bailey Ningbing, were talking in a low voice. Chun Hao's soul power is not inferior to Fang Handong's. The battle of seizing the body will depend on who has a stronger temperament. Fortunately, I asked you to wait until he stepped into the human immortal realm before you became his cultivation companion. Otherwise, if something happens, you will suffer a great loss. Now, it's best if Fang Handong wins, but if he loses, it won't affect you much. Mother, why won't it affect him much? We finally found the most suitable Fang Handong. If he dies, where can I find him? Isn't Chun Hao the same? Fang Handong has the true essence of the undying sword Dao. Not only did he comprehend the undying sword Dao, but he also obtained a powerful inheritance. After the battle of soul power, even if his divine soul is destroyed, the inheritance will be obtained by Chun Hao. At that time, with your talent and appearance, you will be able to get it from Chun Hao. Mother, he already has many women. I'd rather not cultivate for such a person. Stupid, you are my daughter. Can't you see that his women are still pure? Besides, even if he has many women, so what? He can kill them all with some tricks. Well, it's not very meaningful to talk about this. Fang Handong has a great chance of winning. This person's scheming and temperament are very powerful. Ordinary people can't compare with him. Just wait and see. Okay. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 487. Good. I didn't expect you to hide it so deeply. My soul power and sword world don't have any advantage at all. However, you want to refine me with just this. Dream on. Qi. In Chun Hao's mind, Dongfang Han, who was unprepared and confident of victory, lost control of Chun Hao's body due to Chun Hao's sudden powerful counterattack. However, after a short moment of shock, Dongfang Han calmed down and released an even more condensed and terrifying soul attack. Even though Dongfang Han could clearly feel that Chun Hao's mind world soul power and sword realm were not inferior to his, and because of his carelessness, Chun Hao's attack caught him off guard and suppressed him. Dongfang Han was not afraid at all, because he had the confidence to win. In a battle of souls, the stronger the soul power, the higher the chance of victory. This was without a doubt. However, it was not easy for any cultivator to obtain the final victory with just soul power. This could only be done with absolute soul power suppression. Even though Chun Hao's soul power was stronger, it was only on par with his. It was impossible for him to suppress him completely. Therefore, the key to determining the final victory was one's will and temperament. Is that so? Then I'll let you see who's the one dreaming. Rumble! A terrifying explosion, followed by Chun Hao's cold voice, suddenly exploded in Chun Hao's mind. The only battle of souls had officially begun. One had the terrifying inheritance of the undying sword world, the other had the mysterious ancient spiritual treasure. Both of their souls had the perverse experience of soul fusion, and each of them had their own obsession and perseverance. Who would be stronger and who would be weaker? Who would win and who would lose? No one could be sure. Only Chun Hao and Dongfang Han had absolute confidence in themselves. Chun Hao, who was enveloped by the seven-colored light, emitted two auras that belonged to Chun Hao and Dongfang Han. They became stronger and stronger, and the fluctuations became more and more intense. Everyone stared at this scene with a nervous and shocked expression, completely forgetting about the disciples in the competition. Especially those who were related to Chun Hao and Fang Handong, they were even more nervous. Their mood was like a roller coaster, rising and falling along with the changes in their auras. Time ticked by. Even after all the groups had finished their matches, the soul battle was still going on, and the outcome was still unclear. Sometimes Dongfang Han's soul aura would have the upper hand, and sometimes Chun Hao's soul aura would be slightly stronger. It was hard to tell who was the victor. It was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. However, the overflowing aura naturally became weaker and weaker after Chun Hao's true qi was exhausted. For hours later, other than sensing a slight change in his aura, Chun Hao's physical body remained motionless. Everyone knew that under this seemingly calm surface, the battle of souls had reached a truly dangerous moment. Chi, chi, boom, boom, boom. The clash of pure soul, and will played out in Chun Hao's mind. Boundless pain crazily attacked Chun Hao and Dongfang Han at the same time. What's this little bit of pain? I, Dongfang Han, have a heart as firm as a rock. No amount of pain can destroy my will. No illusions can affect my state of mind. Break, break. The intense pain of his soul being entangled, torn, and crushed caused Dongfang Han to roar wildly. It was as if he had returned to the moment when the top demon of the Eastern continent, Noda Xieqing, had refined his soul. His mind maintained a high fighting spirit, and his will showed no signs of being destroyed under this terrifying pain. Instead, it became even more condensed and thorough. However, Dongfang Han's cries had lost their original absolute confidence, because it was only at this moment that Dongfang Han realized that Chun Hao's soul and will had been condensed to an unimaginable level. What shocked Dongfang Han even more was that every time Chun Hao's will fluctuated, it was like a real physical attack containing a will that had been condensed to an unimaginable level. Void crystallization, crystallization of thought. Dongfang Han could also do this. This was the symbol of the Earth celestial stage, soul power, but compared to Chun Hao, not bad. I wonder how long you can last. You clown. You were no match for me in the past, and you're still no match for me now. In the future. Oh, sorry, you don't have a future anymore. You think you're awesome because you have the inheritance of the world of swords. To others, maybe, but to me, Chun Hao, you're nothing. Chun Hao's voice was indifferent. Under the unbearable pain of Dongfang Han's soul, he seemed to feel nothing. It's time to increase my power to 30%. You'd better be ready. What did you say? 30%. Dongfang Han was shocked. What do you think? Are you trying to scare me? You think I'm an idiot? Your soul and will are indeed stronger than mine, but you're only at the Earth celestial stage. How much stronger can you be? You can stop dreaming if you want to destroy me psychologically. Don't even mention that you didn't use 30% of your strength. Even if you did use 30% of your strength, you won't be able to destroy my will. The final winner will be me, Dongfang Han. I'd like to see how long you can pretend. You talk too much. Let's start to enjoy the feast. Swish. Ah. The sudden increase in pain made Dongfang Han extremely miserable. Now, it was far more painful than when he merged with Noda Xieqing's soul. But this was just the beginning. After 10 years of deep sleep, although Chun Hao's soul power was only at the Earth's celestial stage, his soul mutation couldn't be measured by common sense. Especially in terms of will and temperament, it had reached an unattainable level. Dongfang Han's soul was only at the Earth's celestial stage. Even if it was 10 times stronger, as long as he didn't have an absolute advantage in terms of soul power, the final winner would only be Chun Hao. Strong. Really strong. I didn't expect Master's will and temperament to be so strong. Is this the result of these 10 years? Phew. I didn't expect this either. We were worried for nothing. But my physical body is gone. In Chun Hao's mind, the calm god, the treasure-hunting sword spirit, and Itoda, who looked like a frosted eggplant, stared at the two auras and talked in low voices. No one expected Chun Hao to be so relaxed when facing Dongfang Han, whose soul was at the same level as his will and temperament. Let's not idle around. Let's get to work. This sword world has been intertwined with our world. They've lost control of the sword world because of their battle. But we're different. Devour and refine it. 5 divine beasts, come out. Yes. This chapter is too short, so I'll update it first. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.